In this lecture, we're going to be introducing the concept of mind mapping. Now, I'm pretty sure that some of you are already familiar with mind mapping and some of you are not as familiar. Now, wherever you are and whatever you think, I'm pretty sure that the fact that you are watching this course means that you know mind mapping is important. It can help in different areas in your life, in time management, in productivity, creativity, and eventually achieving your goals properly and doing proper brainstorming for ideas and problems that you have. What it is, a mind map is a simplified and divided diagram used to visually organize information. Mind mapping is based on the power of visual perception of human beings. Visual perception is the process of absorbing what one sees, organizing it in the brain, and making sense out of it. And one of the most common examples of visual perception's importance in the cognitive processes is reading. Looking at the words of a book and being able to make sense of the plot is visual perception at work, according to study.com. And generally speaking, visual perception is when the eye focuses light onto the retina, where it is absorbed by a layer of photoreceptor cells, and these cells convert light into electrochemical signals and are divided into two types, rods and cones, named for their shape. And eventually, these play the essential role inside your brain to be able to link certain visual perceptions to certain ideas and certain thoughts. Most of us are not really aware of the importance of visual perception when it comes to day-to-day tasks and eventually accomplishing your goals and finishing your to-do list. When in fact, one of the first things that kids learn to do at school is to visualize things and make the difference between colors and letters and shapes. As you guys can see, for example, that's a quick example where whatever you're seeing, whatever you're perceiving visually is messing with your mind, because from one side you're seeing that there are 4 sticks, from the other side you're seeing that there are 3 sticks. Eventually, what's causing this mess right here is your visual perception. Your visual perception can affect the knowledge and the logic in your mind. At the same time, it can help a lot. And that's another image right here, where your visual perception can trick you into not knowing what you're looking at. Is it a duck or is it a rabbit, right? Maybe you're saying it's both. But eventually your mind is trying to figure out one or the other. What does it look more like? I think it looks more like a rabbit, right? But that's the power of visual perception. And in this other image, there are 2 different sides to this visual perception. One of it seems like a woman that is wearing fur, that seems very rich. She has a feather on her head. She seems very rich. You guys can probably see that. And that would associate and links your mind to thoughts of wellness, thoughts of money and richness and, this social status that she has. Another visual perception that you might have seen or you might not have seen, you'll be able to see it more after I note it, is this picture of an old woman also. So as soon as if you see that, you might see that she's a bit sad, and you might start to perceive it as something else and start thinking about elderly people, maybe your grandma, your grandpa, why she might be sad. And of course, you guys can see a lot more examples here. That basically tackles the same issue, which is how your visual perception can influence your mind. It can influence it a lot. And this is where mind mapping steps in. In these divided, visually organized information and diagrams that you acquire when you're doing mind mapping, you are using the power of your visual perception to be more effective at whatever it is you're trying to do. Now, of course, mind mapping is not simple. That's why there's an entire course about it. We're going to go through the ins and outs and explain how different concepts from going from the core of mind mapping all the way to branches and sub-branches, how you can enhance the core and how you can enhance the structure, how you need to work on different things in order for you to be able to mind map properly. But this is not our topic right now. For you to understand what mind mapping is. You need to understand also what do they help with primarily. So first thing is concepts. Increase in ability to organize ideas and concepts. Mind mapping is all about you taking big concepts and dividing them into smaller concepts in order for you to be able to understand and first understand this concept very well, and second, organize all the different ideas and concepts inside this concept itself. Second thing would be planning ahead, taking notes, achieving more. You'll see how, for example, when you have something to do, when you have a project or a job interview or presentation, an exam, how you can plan, taking notes, how, for example, when you spend 2 hours in the lecture just writing every single thing that the professor is saying, how this is not good and how you can use mind mapping to work through it effectively, how to achieve more, how to become more productive, manage your time properly, and be more creative. 3 is recalling. Mind mapping really helps with your memory. It boosts your memory and helps you recall stuff, effectively recall information, because you're using visual perceptions. Then you link a lot of information to visual bits and pieces, and that would help you in memory and recalling processes later on. And finally, brainstorming, explore and discover new ideas and concepts and organize them. So you're not just limited to the same old. With mind mapping, you'll be able to expand your horizon. You'll be able to brainstorm more effectively, go through different concepts that you didn't know before, endeavor new concepts and ideas and experiences and organize them properly. As we said in concepts, you're going to organize all these things. So you're not just going to have all this load of information and concepts and ideas, but you're going to also learn how to organize each and every one of these sections, ideas, and experiences in a way that would be beneficial for you, in a way that would actually contribute and help towards you achieving your goals. Now, of course, mind mapping is not easy. It's extremely beneficial, but it's not easy. That's why practice makes perfect. There's going to be a lot of examples in this course. There's going to be a lot of different explanations, in-depth explanation. And by the end of the course, you'll master mind mapping and it will be so easy and so natural at it. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about the 4 stages of learning. I'm going to show you how learning gets easier when you know these steps. Mind maps are eventually used to be able to learn information, dissect information, and cut it into bits and pieces so you can learn it better and analyze it better and work on it more effectively. So the 4 stages of learning are: first, unconscious incompetence. You don't know that you don't know. Second is conscious incompetence. You know that you don't know. Conscious competence, you know and you are. Unconscious competence, you don't know that you know. And I'm pretty sure these titles are a bit complex and complicated and probably don't make any sense, but I'm here to explain them. Unconscious incompetence. When you have a certain thing that you want to do, you want to lose weight. The idea of losing weight for you is eating less and going and doing cardio, running for a long time. But you don't even know that it's not about eating less. It's about eating a lot of protein, tracking your macros. You don't even know that it's not just about cardio, but there is weightlifting that is involved and that can burn a lot of calories. So at this point, you don't even know that you don't know these things, because you did not even think about these things. You did not link them in any way to your diet, and maybe you've never heard of them. So at this point, you don't know these concepts, and you don't even know that these concepts that are essential for you to be able to learn or achieve whatever you want to achieve, you don't know that you don't know them. And that's the first step of learning. When you have this unconscious incompetence where you don't know that you don't know. And here comes step number 2. Conscious incompetence. You know that you don't know. So you go to the gym and you talk to a personal trainer and he tells you about that you need to do weightlifting and you need to track your macro. And now you're at a point where you know that you're incompetent. You know that there are a lot of things related to the diet that you don't know. We're going to talk more about the diet example later. But moving to number 3, conscious competence. You know and you are. So at this point right here, you know that, okay, there are a lot of things that I don't know and I want to follow through. I want to get to my goal. I want to learn how to lose weight. And you're going to start learning. So number 3, the process where you start to learn. You are consciously learning and building your knowledge. And that brings us to number 4. When you learn so much that it becomes unconscious competence, it is natural. You don't know that you know. You know all the ins and outs without you even knowing that you know them because they became so natural. Unconscious incompetence, when we talked about the diet example, you know that you want to go through a diet, but you don't know what you have to do. You know what you heard, maybe eat less and do cardio, as we said. You don't even know that tracking macros instead of eating less is more effective. You don't know that other exercises can burn fat much faster than cardio. This is the stage where you are not aware of what you don't know, right? And then, of course, we talked about this also before. You went to see a personal trainer and that's what he told you. Now you know that tracking macros and weighting lifts are essential, which you didn't know before. So you know what you have to do, but you don't know how to do it yet, right? And this is where you start to learn. This is where you start building your conscious competence. You start working on these things. You are consciously building your competence, which will eventually lead to the unconscious competence. You've built the competence too much that it becomes natural for you. You can go to the gym and work out without having a workout plan. You can eat well and track your macros without writing down everything on a piece of paper. If somebody's been working out for a while and they skip the gym for a week and they're not even following a fitness plan, they can just go to the gym and figure out what they need to do for their legs to do an awesome workout. They know what they have to do for biceps, what they have to do for triceps, what they have to do to gain weight, what they have to eat to lose weight, right? It becomes natural. So this is the part where they don't even know that they know all of these things because it's natural, right? So each and every person goes through these 4 learning stages. Whenever you want to learn anything in your life, you are going to go through these 4 learning stages. Whether it's, as I gave the diet example, whether it's, I'll give another example, you are studying for your finance exam, and you know that there are some things that you need to learn. You need to learn how to calculate assets and calculate liabilities and all of these things. And then you're talking to your friend and then he tells you that you also need to learn how to do the shareholders' equity analysis, and that you did not even know that this is something that you need, and you not even know that it's part of the course. You'd never heard of it. So you didn't even know that you don't know about this. That was stage number 1. You're in unconscious incompetence. And now that you know that, okay, well, I need to learn how to do the shareholders' equity analysis, you get to conscious incompetence. You get to a point where you sit down, you figure out all the different parts. Okay, I need to write about, let's say, retained earnings and revenues and common shares. Now you know what it's about, but you need to keep learning, and that gets you to conscious competence. You know the principles, and in conscious competence, you're starting to learn about them. You learn what are retained earnings, how to calculate them, what are common shares, how to calculate them. And once you do, you go all the way up forward to the unconscious competence section, where you don't even know that you know these things, and you go to the exam and you feel so natural and you feel that it's so easy. Why do some people leave the exam room and they feel like, oh my god, like this has been the easiest thing I've ever done? And other people, they go out of the exam and they said, wow, that was really difficult. Is because the people who did well, they went through all the different learning stages effectively until they got to the unconscious competence. However, the other people who did not do as good, they stumbled upon, of course, they went through the learning stages, but they stopped at one of these learning stages. Maybe they got to conscious competence, which they know what they have to do, and they're still working on them, but they did not get to the part where they have unconscious competence. Some people, maybe they were stuck at unconscious incompetence. Maybe you never talked to your friend and you never knew that there are some things that you don't know. A lot of times it happens. You go to an exam and you see some information that you don't know, and you're like, well, I did not know we had this, right? And this is you failing at the 4 stages of learning, failing at the first step, or even failing at the second step, conscious incompetence. You know that you don't know. You might fall there, you might fall at the 3rd stage, or you might even get to the fourth stage, but don't master it effectively or not really attain this natural stage, and also it will cause you some problems eventually. These four learning stages are also linked to mind mapping, and that's how it works. So first, when you have a certain idea, which we said, your diet, for example, this is the main idea. You're starting with the unconscious incompetence. You have the idea, but you don't know what you really don't know about this. Okay, these are the branches. So once you get to the conscious incompetence, you'll be able to build the branches, which are the things that are complementary, the things that are essential for you to be able to attain this goal, which is your diet. Right? So now you learned these things, and at first you didn't know them. You went from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence, that you don't know these things. And now you figured out that you need to do certain things in order for you to achieve each and every dot, each and every circle, each or every branch in the conscious incompetence section. So you got to the conscious competence section, and you're starting to work on each and every one of these in order for you to eventually finish the goals that you had in the conscious incompetence, the 3 goals, for you to eventually achieve whatever goal you had. But that would eventually move you all the way to the unconscious incompetence, where you are so natural at whatever you want to do. When you're so natural at diet, you know how it works. You don't even have to follow a plan and track your macros. It just becomes natural. You know what to eat, you know what to do. It's natural. You don't have to think about it. And this is exactly you mind planning it. When you go through the 4 learning stages, you are not aware of it, but in some way or another, you are going through mind planning. You are starting with the principle. There are certain ideas that are branching out. There are sub-branches that would help you figure out each and every one of these ideas. And once you figure out each and every one of these ideas, you become so natural at it that you conquer the main idea, the main goal, which is your diet. So whenever you want to learn something, try to remember the 4 stages of learning. Ask yourself, when you're first learning something, ask yourself, is there something that I don't know, that I don't even know that I don't know? You need to ask yourself this question, and of course it's possible. That's why you need to do your research properly to make sure that, for example, you know what you have to do. You know the things that you have to do for you to be able to have a good diet, which gets you to step number 2. Or you need to know everything that you have to study for the exam, which also gets you to number 2. Then you get to number 2, you need to also make sure in the learning process that you know what you have to do to achieve these things that you didn't know in order for you to be able to overcome them. And then once you do, you start working on them, you start building your conscious competence, and you're starting to learn more and more and more until you master them and you become so natural and you get to the unconscious competence. Make sure that you go through these steps in each and everything that you're learning eventually. And even when you're doing mind mapping, when you first put an idea, you need to make sure that whatever you're trying to develop, there aren't things that you don't know that are eventually going to be an obstacle. If there might be, what can they be? Do a bit of research. If you don't find anything, it's fine. Carry on with the plan. And if anything ever comes up afterwards, you'll be able to note it out in the mind map. Now, of course, you guys don't really understand mind maps properly yet. That's exactly why there's going to be an entire section that talks about how to build mind maps and go through the process of it. But for now, just keep in mind that these four stages of learning are essential, not just for learning, but also for mind mapping. So keep them in mind. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about you starting out with your mind map. When you want to start out with the mind mapping process, the first thing that you need to know is the core. What is the main idea? What is the topic that you want to explore? What is the problem that you want to solve, right? This is the core, this is the main idea that's going to develop your entire mind map. Your mind map is going to be based on that, meaning that whatever you're going to do in terms of mind mapping is going to revolve around this main idea or this concept. Now, some things that you need to note out. First, you need to ask yourself, is this core information or this main idea, is it worth it, or does it need for you to actually build a mind map for it? Because eventually, even if you learn mind mapping, you don't want to use it in every single task in your life, because mind mapping is not an easy process, especially if you use something that doesn't require mind mapping. You're not making it easier. You're getting more information out of it and making it more complicated when it's actually not that complicated. If you have an essay about 9/11, for example, and you decide to put that as a main idea and mind map it and start talking about the history of the USA and who discovered the continent and how it developed and all of that through the mind map, you'll get to a point where you're getting way off topic and your mind map is making you lose time more than you're actually using it to become more productive. It's getting it's getting in the way between you and finishing your essay. So, first thing, you need to make sure that the main idea needs a mind map. Now, once you know that it needs a mind map, the next thing you need to ask yourself is, what am I going to use the mind map for? So what is your goal? So in the example, you had an essay to write about the 9/11. What is your goal? Your goal is to use the mind map, which you shouldn't, as we said, because it's not a good fit. Maybe it is if you want to put it and then explore it in a way that you're putting all the different events that happened, all the different consequences and all the different theories that came out and talked about it. Okay, then you're good. But then you need to ask yourself, what are you getting out of it, right? What are you doing the mind map for? In this example, it's for you to finish your essay. In another example, maybe it's for you to figure out a certain idea, or for you to develop a business, or for you to develop an app. Whatever it is, you need to keep it in mind, and you can even write it on the top of the page, on the top of the mind mapping page. Just write what you're trying to solve. Finishing the essay, for example, is when you write that, you'll be able to focus not just the core information, but all the other information on solving this specific problem. Sometimes putting this question even before starting with the core idea can also be good, because if you figure out the issue, if your issue is you need to write an essay, if you write that beforehand, then maybe you'll be able to figure out that by figuring out the ins and outs of 9/11 and the details, then I'll be able to finish my goal or accomplish my task, whatever it is. Then you know that making a mind map that goes through the ins and outs of this event will help you reach your goal. So if you don't really know what are you mind mapping, but you have a problem, first thing you need to ask yourself, what is the problem and what am I seeking? What is my goal? And then you'll start thinking about what it revolves around, and you'll be able to figure out what the main idea or the core idea is. If, for example, you're not satisfied with your body and the goal is to look better, then you know that the core idea would be a fitness plan, right? Whether it's working out or having a diet, you're going to have a fitness plan. This is the core idea. And that's what's going to put you on the right track to be able to tackle your goal or accomplish whatever you want to accomplish properly, of course, and effectively. So then you have the big goal or the problem that you have, and then you write down the title or the name of the topic, which is the main idea. That's number one. What you need to do is you need to write it in front of you, visualize it, put a circle around it or a square or nothing at all. It's better for you to add a shape. Maybe you want to put the main idea in a square, and then we're going to talk more about branches and sub-branches later, but maybe then you want to put branches in circles and sub-branches in squares. It's up to you, but usually it's better to associate a certain shape or a certain color or a certain shape and color to the main idea. Maybe having a circle that is red can do this association in your mind that this is something crucial, this is the main idea. Maybe you want to put a red circle around the main idea. Maybe you want to use, for example, the three colors that you use in traffic, green, yellow, and red. Red for it to be the main, a green to be the main idea where you start when you're going fast, and then branches are in yellow or orange-ish circles, that's where you're going to start slowing down. And then you have the sub branches where you need to stop and work on each and every one of them. That's a very quick example on how you can associate squares and circles and basically shapes and colors to your core information and eventually your mind map. And 3, adding an image that relates the most to the topic. The visual draws attention and it makes associations. So it's not just adding a certain shape or adding a certain pattern to it, but also sometimes adding images or certain illustrations can help you recall these things better. And it doesn't only have to be images. It can be different techniques that can help you remember and associate and draw attention towards this certain topic or this certain idea. And we're going to talk about it more in the lecture related to memory and recall improvements. We're going to talk about something called mnemonic devices that can actually help and improve your memory a lot. But when it comes to this lecture, the main idea, the core idea, what you have to do is, first, you need to ask yourself, what is the problem and what is the goal? Then you need to figure out what the main idea is and if it needs a mind map. And if it does, you need to know how mind mapping would actually help, whether it's writing the main idea, which is fitness, knowing that through fitness, you'll be able to solve the problem, which is getting a body that you're satisfied with, for example. Once that's established, then you write the name of the topic, and then you put a certain circle or shape around it, and then you relate it by adding an image, a color, or certain other things that you can use to draw attention and associate it with other things for you to be able to recall it and basically store it in your mind properly, for you also to be able to brainstorm better eventually when you're doing the branches and the sub-branches. So that's basically it for the main idea. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about branching. Now, in the previous lecture, we did talk about how to get the main idea, the core idea. Now we're going to talk about how to get the branches out of this idea. And you guys will be able to understand these concepts more when you see the examples, the mind mapping examples that we're following, and by just going through the templates that are offered in the course. So what we're doing with branching is basically taking this core information or this core principle and breaking it down into bits and pieces of information related to this core topic or this core main idea that you're working on. Because usually when you have something that you're trying to mind map, it's not something easy. It's not something simple. It's something a bit complex and complicated that needs to be broken down into different bits and pieces of information for you to be able to process it properly. So what we do when we get to branching is that we're slicing it. We should slice your main idea into smaller bits by adding branches. As you guys can see, for example, the first example that we have, where you have the solid orange ball, and then you cut it in half. What's happening in this case is you have one idea and you're cutting it into 2 different ideas. Then, of course, we're going to be talking about sub-branching in the next lecture. We're going to see how we can even expand that even more. And the example right next to it, you have one core idea, which is where the question mark is, and then you have all the different branches that comes out of it. In the first example, if you want to lose weight, let's say it gets divided into 2 things, working out and diet, and then sub branches will come afterwards, and they will fill out other bits and pieces of information. But in the second example, when you have a lot of different branches that went out of the core or main idea, if your main idea is, let's say, a marketing plan, for example, you're going to have all the different branches related to, one of them would be related to Instagram marketing strategy. One of them would be related to Facebook marketing strategy. One would be related to SEO. The other would be related to having a marketing plan, right? So then you have a lot more branches. You will be able to figure out how many branches are there for each and every keyword that you have on your mind map. And always make sure that these branches, the ideas in these branches, the words in these branches are related to the core or main idea. Because if you just get an idea out of nowhere and you decide to add it as a branch, This might not help because you're mixing up stuff together. For you to be able to process the information properly through mind mapping, everything needs to be clear and very well structured and eventually coherent. If you have some bits of information that has nothing to do with the core principle, the core idea, or the main idea, you're going to face a lot of obstacles. I've tried it before. I was playing volleyball with a team, and I had really good physique when it comes to volleyball, and I did not really need to work on my physique. What I needed to do is I just needed to gain some weight because my goal was to gain muscle, right? In the same time, I was playing volleyball, so one of my other goals was for me to be able to sustain this physique when it comes to volleyball exercises, which I had. I had what it takes in terms of physique for me to be able to practice and go play volleyball effectively. But when I was mind mapping my fitness routine, I put the main goal as gaining muscle, and then I was adding the branches at what I have to do in terms of diet and all of these things. And then I added a branch for volleyball training. And then I messed up my entire training schedule for months because every single time I'm trying to do training to build muscle, but then I would go back to my mind map and my schedule, and I would see that I will also have some things that I have to do for volleyball. And then doing these things would affect the muscle gaining process, and eventually I found that the mind map is not really helping, and I don't know what I'm doing. If I have to do weightlifting 5 days a week and then I need to rest for 2 days, when do I do the volleyball? And if I do skip 2 days of weightlifting to do volleyball, then when am I going to do these muscles that I was doing on these days? And then the mind map became so complicated. So if on the other hand I said I have muscle gaining, I have, for example, diet and weightlifting and body weight, and then on another mind map where the keyword is volleyball exercises, and I divided them into 2 different mind maps with each and every one of it has its own properties and goals and ideas, then it would have been easier. I would have been able to say, okay, I have 3 days for muscle gaining. I'm going to do, for example, legs, then I'm going to do push, and then I'm going to do pull on these different days. And I have the certain diet and these certain exercises. And then I have my volleyball's main idea. And then I have volleyball as my main idea. And then I have all the different branches, what I should eat, the workouts, the cardio. I'm going to do this for 2 days. And then I'll be able to work it out way, way easier. So put the information that are strictly related to the topic you're working on. Even if you want to expand and go into different things, make sure that it's always related, and it's not gonna stop the process of you developing the mind map or effectively execute the mind map that you have. And as simple as it seems, believe me, this is one of the biggest issues when it comes to mind mapping. A lot of people make this mistake of building a mind map based on a lot of different and complex ideas. And eventually they find themselves not figuring out what they have to do properly and not following up effectively with the mind map. The reason why is because they're not keeping it simple. Every single time you add a branch, ask yourself, is this related to mind mapping, to the mind map that I'm doing or not? Is it related to the main idea that I'm focusing on or not? And if it's not, if it's going to be a problem or an issue or an obstacle, just remove it. Maybe you want to use it later, keep it on a separate piece of paper or whatever. Maybe you don't want to lose it, keep it somewhere, but don't put it on the same mind map. Maybe put it on another mind map, just like the muscle and volleyball example that I gave before. And lastly, you need to go with the flow. You could always add more branches to your mind map as you move on to the next step and the next step. Don't force your brain to think of branches. Instead, let it go with the flow and it will come naturally. So when you write the main idea and then you figure out 2 of these branches, don't just sit there and think, okay, what other branches, what other ideas do I have related to this main idea, and think about it for an hour. Think about it for a bit. If you find that I can't find any more branches to this main idea, start thinking about what sub-branches you might have. We're going to talk about sub-branches in the next lecture. What kind of sub-branches do I have to these 2 branches that went out of the main idea? Don't dwell on finding more and more and more branches for the main idea, because eventually people want to find more branches because they think that they're doing mind mapping more properly and more effectively, when in fact the more branches that you have, the more sub branches that you have, the more complicated your mind map would be. That's why I said use only what is related to your mind map, strictly related to your mind map, because when you put all the different information, you have an overflow of information, your mind map becomes so complex, it's not simple anymore, and it doesn't make the work easier, it makes it harder. And the worst part is when you decide to sit down and think about other branches that you can add just so you can make your mind map more complicated. When you're actually thinking about making it easier for you to be able to understand the information, you're ending up making it harder and harder. When there is something that you really need to know, when there is something crucial to add, you're gonna remember it at one point or another. While working on your branches or sub branches, you're gonna remember it and then you go back and you add it, right? But you don't just sit down there and force yourself to find a lot of different branches. Keep it simple, make sure that the branches are related to the main idea, and try to eliminate all of these branches that you think are going to complicate it or are not going to add any value to your mind map, or are just not strictly related to this mind map, and try to use them in another mind map. If they are crucial information, if they are branches, they're usually important, try to see if you can actually build a mind map around them to be able to tackle them as well. And lastly, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Don't force the information out of you. Go with the flow, and you'll see how the information will go out without you even thinking it and forcing your brain into it, without even forcing your brain to think of branches. Let it go with the flow, and it will come to you naturally. So in this lecture, we are going to be talking about the sub-branches. What are the keywords? What are the concepts that goes out of the branches? We started with the main idea. We started with the core. We expanded all the way to the different branches that you have. But now, what are the keywords? What are the concepts that you need for each and every branch? These are the sub-branches. So, the sub-branch title. For each branch you create, you write one word or more than one that represents the main idea of this branch clearly. The use of keywords triggers connections in your brain and allows you to remember a large quantity of information. So all the different keywords, they link up. Starting with the main ideas keyword, you're going to have a lot of different keywords that are going to give you all the different branches. But then all these different branches, they have keywords that are going to give you ideas for sub-branches. So the use of the keywords in the branches, that's what's going to make you explore and brainstorm the sub-branches better and more effectively. And once you do, you add all the different sub-branches to the initial branches that you have. And once you start working on your sub-branches, you'll be able to, as soon as you finish all the sub-branches that you have linked to one branch, you'll finish the first branch. And when you finish all of them, you'll be able to finish the task that you had, or you'll be able to get to the end or get to the butter of whatever you were trying to do with your mind map. So this is an illustration to explain sub-branches. Number one is the core, is the main idea. Number two is the branch. So you got the main idea and then you start brainstorming and you got an idea, and that's where it branches. That's number two. And then number three, the circles around number two, these are the sub-branches, all the different ideas that came out of the second branch. Now these ideas are related to the keyword that is in the number two, that are in the branch. And the keyword in the branch, number two, is also related to the keyword in number one, which is the core, which is the main idea in the mind map. So as we talked before about branches, the sub-branches also, they need to be related to the keyword or to the concept in the branch in number two, right? If they're not related, if they're going to waste your time, if you put a sub-branch that is not related and it's not going to contribute in any way towards the branch, the initial branch, you are just wasting your time. You are doing something extra that you don't need, something extra that shouldn't be included in your mind map. If, for example, you're trying to gain muscle and you're putting number 2 is gaining muscle and number 3 are all the different ways that you can gain muscle. Let's say take a mass gainer, eat a lot of protein, eat a lot of carbs, and then you add something, for example, take hormone pills when in fact it's out of question. You would never, ever, ever take hormone pills. Why add it to the mind map? You're only making it more complicated. Just add the things that are relevant to you and to the keywords that you're using and that are relevant to the goal that you have, the main goal or the main plan that you have. Otherwise, everything else is just extra information that's going to slow you down or that's going to mess up your mind map. So, first thing to do is, as soon as you figure out what the keyword for the branch is, you start looking at this keyword, you start thinking about this keyword or whatever image you might be using, whatever shape you might be using, and we're going to talk about them later. And then what's going to happen is you're going to start getting all of these different ideas, different keywords, which are the sub-branches. As soon as you add the sub-branch, you need to ask yourself, is it related to the branch? If yes, is it related to the main goal? If yes, then you're good. But if you add one and you feel like it's going to waste your time, it's not related to the branch or it's not related to the sub-branch or to the overall goal, what you want to achieve, you're going to know that adding this sub-branch is not going to do anything but waste your time. And lastly, I'm going to also repeat it. Back to the flow. Do not force it. If you get to the point where you're not getting any more ideas for sub-branches, don't force it out. Don't sit there and just think about what kind of sub-branches can I add. Just start working on sub-branches. Maybe while you're working on one of them, you might remember another sub-branch that you will go then and add. But sitting down and dwelling on not finding a lot of sub-branches, as we said about when we talked about the branch section, the more sections you add, the more complicated it gets because you have a lot more information to go through, right? But if you keep it simple in the same way you are using mind mapping properly, you're not adding extra information that is not valuable or that has nothing to do with the core information or with your goal, then you're good to go. So go with the flow. Don't force it out. Just wait, and you're going to see how all the different ideas when it comes to sub-branches are just going to start flowing in your mind, especially after using the core enhancing and the structure enhancing techniques that we're going to talk about in later lectures. So for now, what you need to know about sub-branches is once you have the main idea, you get your branch. We talked about it before. And then just the same way you got the branch, this branch has a keyword that's going to trigger a lot of different keywords in your mind. And these are the sub-branches. You add the sub-branches, make sure that they are relevant to the branch, make sure that they are relevant to the main idea, and make sure they are relevant to the main goal, to the big goal that you have. Don't force it, just let it go with the flow. Try to eliminate all those sub-branches that are not important or not related to your goal, your idea, or your branch, and then work on each and every one of them. If you do remember any sub-branch while working on these sub-branches or even on other branches or other sub-branches, you go back and you add it. But don't sit down and dwell on finding more and more sub-branches. Keep it simple, keep it easy, and keep it relative to the main idea, main goal, and branch. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about enhancing the core of your mind map, adding colors to it. When you're doing your mind map, you don't want it to be a black and white. You can, of course, but in order for it to be effective, in order for this mind map to help you the most, the best thing to do is to enhance the core by adding colors to it. Color coding your branches and your sub-branches gives you the ability to visually isolate each and every part if needed in your mind. When you have a certain color codings with each and every branch or sub-branch or core idea, your mind will be able to visually differentiate between all of them better, and you will give them this sense of isolation. So your mind will be able to focus on each and every one of them better because he relates a certain color to each and every idea, right? Coloring also boosts creativity and enhances your brain's overall performance. Colors affect the right side of your brain, thus linking logic with visual. When you see colors, when you're trying to perceive colors, the right hemisphere of your brain, which is responsible for creativity and music and color, as it deals with creativity basically. And this is the side that recognizes patterns, colors, and images rather than temporal tasks. The right hemisphere processes spatial ones. Images. It is also responsible for tasks involving music, for example, where the left sphere, for example, is very different. The right brain sees the whole picture. It's responsible for understanding the context, which is also used in language communication and specifically coloring. It recognizes faces, places, objects, and specifically colors. Therefore, when you are using a lot of colors in your mind map, you are helping you're helping the right hemisphere of your brain to be able to help you manage this mind map correctly and be able to go through it, brainstorm it right, and be able to get way more ideas and be way more productive and specifically creative, which eventually will boost your overall performance. This will help your brain focus. And your brain, of course, prefers colorful objects than black and white ones. Just think about it. If you have two things in front of you, one is black and white and one is filled with colors, most probably your brain will have this tendency to like the thing that has more colors in it. And of course, you're going to be leveraging your brain's powerful associative capabilities because you're associating each and every idea with a color. So eventually you'll make mind mapping very interesting because, it's waking up this creative side of you. Indicate meaning through color coding. You might have certain codes for certain colors, maybe red for positive, green for negative, and orange for not sure or don't know. And then you'll be able to distinguish between the different branches and sub-branches of your mind map, make the information stick in your mind in a perfect way. After all, pretty things are retained better, right? So when you add some colors to it and you like it, you'll be able to remember it better through all the different things that we talked about before as well. And that leaves us with absolutely no reason not to add colors to your mind map. So, of course, it doesn't have to be a rainbow. Having a certain degree of association between branches and colors is always a good thing when it comes to mind mapping. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about structure enhancing. First thing is I want to note what the difference is between core enhancing, which is what we talked about previously, and structure enhancing. Now in core enhancing, the basic thing that we talked about is adding colors, right? How colors can help you with your perception and help also the right side of your hemisphere. I'm going to repeat some information in the structure enhancing that are going to be repeated from the core enhancing because I want you, repetition is the only thing that's going to make it really stick to your mind and make you stick with it properly. So core enhancing, when we talked about it, is basically adding colors to the ideas, the branches, and the sub-branches that we have in order for you to be able to associate them in your brain with a certain color and be able to perceive them more easily and store them more easily, right? And I briefly talked about how adding images and information can actually help. But I'm pretty sure a lot of you are saying, okay, but what kind of images? Like, what do you mean images? Do I add just a picture of my niece on the mind map? Is that how it works? What kind of information should I add? This is what we're going to talk about right here in structure enhancing. So images, for instance, if you are writing about, let's say, rainforest animals, I'm just going to go throw random animals. I'm not sure what animals live in rainforests, but I'm just going to give some examples. You want to talk about elephants, monkeys, and parrots. Instead of putting the main idea as animals in rainforests and putting arrows to and writing elephants, writing parrots, and writing monkeys, what you do is you put arrows and you put images of an elephant, of a monkey, and of a parrot. Now, that might seem, the first thought that's going to come to your mind is, what's the difference between just writing elephant and putting a picture of an elephant? Well, we're going to talk about it when it comes to the memory and recall improvements. But the reason why kids The first thing they learn at school is how to visually perceive everything from letters and colors. Everything is because your visual sense is very, very strong. So when you put the picture of an elephant instead of writing elephant, your mind will be able to associate this image with a lot more information than just the word. And this is proven science. When you do this, you are using the right hemisphere of your brain, as we talked about before, and we're going to talk about it more later. It increases your creativity, using the right side of your brain by associating information to images, not just colors. So images and information. We'll talk about more right now about information, also about structure. So just to recap, images. Add images instead of writing words. When you can add images, always do that because it's going to help you way more in terms of mind mapping. There are a lot of softwares and tools that you can use to add images to your mind maps, such as NovaMind that you guys can check out. And of course, I'm going to be covering how to use Canva and how to use Simple Mind Plus in this course. In Canva, you'll be able to know how to use pictures and images very easily and effectively with your mind map when we get to it. But another example would be to just add images when it comes to each and every branch and main idea. So the main idea can be, let's say, fitness. Maybe you want to add a picture. You want to put a dumbbell and write fitness on top of it instead of just writing fitness. Giving it an image structure will make it easier for you not to just develop it right now when you're writing the mind map, but for you to be able to recall the mind map and improve it better in the long run when you're working on it. And as I said, a lot of you might say, I don't understand how this can be helpful. I can just write fitness. It can be helpful because images trigger the right side of your hemisphere, which associates images with ideas, not just words with ideas, but images, shapes, and colors that you've seen throughout your lives. When you put a picture of a dumbbell, your mind is going to associate and think about all the things related to a dumbbell, and you're going to be able to process and brainstorm more information way more effectively. And as I said, this is all proven by science, and that's exactly why most people recommend using images in mind maps. And of course, it's not just images. We talked about using colors before, how colors can also help if you don't want to use images. Maybe you're using images for the main idea and the branches, and you wanna use colors for the sub branches to be able to differentiate between them. But we already talked about this in a previous lecture. What we want to focus on right now, for example, is information, adding text or keywords. If while doing your mind mapping, you're doing some research online and you stumble upon a very good topic and you add this topic, this idea, you add it as a title in a sub branch, but then you think that, you know what, like this is something that I might forget about. You might as well just write a keyword under it, or write a small text or description or number or letter that you'll be able to use for you to be able to remember what it's about, or for you to just be able to go back and research what it is to be able to know what you actually wanted to use it for. Using also numbers and letters to be able to navigate through your mind map properly. If you have a mind map where you want to work on one thing after the other, maybe when you have the main idea and then you have the branches, and then in each branch there is the sub branches, but you need to work on the branches one by one. You might want to number or put letters on the branches. 1 for the first branch that you want to start with, 2 for the second, 3 for the third. Maybe they're complementary. Maybe you can't go to number 2 if you don't finish number 1. That's where numbers would be helpful. That's where letters would be helpful. Going A, B, C, D, E, F instead of going A, F, E, D, putting numbers, adding numbers and letters for you to be able to navigate the structure and enhance the structure of your mind map and navigate through it easily. Can help tremendously, and it would make your life easier. So if you're using images and then you are using colors for the sub branches, and then you are using numbers to differentiate between all of the different ideas that you have to go through one by one, then you have a mind map that is very well structured. in a flawless way that you can follow through very easily. And you're using every single aspect of it in terms of visual processing for it to help you even more in brainstorming and recalling information and in building the mind map itself. So images, of course, are lastly a powerful tool to consume information much more than words and sentences. That's why a kid is taught to understand images and links them to words. And you have this picture of the rainbow right here. Probably when you saw it, you saw this image. Some of you remembered this image from the lecture that was before in the adding colors. So basically the core enhancing, and it kind of linked up to adding colors to your mind map. Some of you maybe didn't because, well, maybe some of you didn't look at the picture or some of you ignored it or whatever. But if you did look at the picture and you were aware of it, when you were reading and you were listening about me talking about core enhancing and adding colors to it, as soon as you see this rainbow, you are going to remember that you need to add colors to your mind map to make it a bit more effective. And finally, not just images, something that I want to add as well in structure enhancing is structures themselves. So if one branch is much more important than all the other branches, instead of just putting one arrow from the main idea to this branch, maybe you want to put 3 arrows to indicate that this is really important, and maybe put 2 arrows to indicate less important and 1 arrow to indicate least important. This is structuring. If you have 2 branches that are linked together, but they are also separated, you might want to put 2 arrows from the main idea, 2 arrows for each and every one of them, but then put an arrow between both of them, right? In order for you to know and associate in your brain that these 2 ideas are linked and at the same time they are separated. So using images and using colors and using information, keywords and structures, arrows, letters, numbers, these will all help you in the mind mapping structure. It will enhance the structure and it will make it way easier for you to write and generate the mind map and for you to be able to follow through eventually with the mind map and execute it properly. So here we're going to be talking about another example for mind planning. You can also go modify it on Canva if you want. Career planning is one of the most essential parts in each and every person's life, and also having a mind map for you to be able to organize your career planning is very effective. You'll be able to plan ahead and know each step that you're taking and make sure that you fall into a career that you actually like. So yeah, career planning is the main idea. Why is it the main idea? You want to plan your career because you want to find the right job or you want to follow the right career path that you have in mind. Therefore, you have the main idea, which is career planning. You have all the different branches. You have some ideal companies in mind. You have some possibilities. You have your self-assessment to know where you fit the most and your current skills. So once you figure out the branches, as we said, you might have different branches. In career planning, you might be thinking a lot about location. You might be thinking about salary. You might be thinking about royalties, some extra things that would add to it. You might be looking at commission. You might be looking at some extra things that you would get at a job. You might be looking at what position you're getting at this job. Eventually, the possibilities are endless based on what you think is important in terms of your career planning. But in this example, we're going to say the most important things are for you to assess your current skills and assess yourself and look at the ideal companies that you would love to work at. What kind of companies are there, and the different possibilities that you have in front of you, all the different companies that offer you opportunities. And then you go through your current skills and you see that you have a lot of skills in marketing, in communications, and in persuasion. Okay, that says something. You have a tendency for example, marketing and sales. And then you do a self-assessment. You see your strength. You see that also you're really good in handling relationships. You're really good at selling stuff. You're really good at you have all the different strength, and you have the desired strength. So you want to become better at analyzing marketing plans, for example. What are your weaknesses? You don't like to work as part of a team, for example. And then when you use these, then you move to the ideal company. What are the values? Maybe you care about nature and you don't want to work for a company that is destroying rainforests. A culture. Maybe you are very, very attached to a certain culture that you would prefer to work in a company that follows this culture rather than a company with a different culture and environment, the kind of organizational environment inside the company. Now, based on all of these things, when you go into the different possibilities that you have, company A, B, and C. And as we talked before about structure enhancing, see in this case, if you did use a structure enhancing, it would have been way easier for you to understand this mind map. If instead of putting all of these different branches and sub-branches like that around the career planning, if we did kind of an organizing, current skills, we put it as number 1, self-assessment as number 2, ideal company as number 3, possibilities as number 4. You know that you need to go through your current skills, then add the self-assessment, then add the ideal company's values, and then assess which company between all the 3 companies you want to choose. Okay, so this is why structure enhancing is very important. But carrying on, so self-assessment, ideal company, and current skills are done. Then you have the companies. You go to company A and you see that, okay, you have a position where you can use all your skills, you can use all your strength, but you know what? They won't teach you anything about how to do marketing plans and how to eventually get to the desired strength that you want to get to. And well, their organizational environment is not good, and people don't really like it. And then you find out that, you know what, I don't think that's a good choice. Company B also had a problem, and then you go to company C and you see that it fits you. All the ideal company values are in there. They match your skills. They're offering you a position where you're going to be able to do marketing plans, so work on your desired strength, and they're going to be able to take you out of your weaknesses because there's going to be a lot of teamwork that you're going to be involved in as long as you're comfortable, yada yada yada. And then you find that company C is the best choice based on the mind mapping that you did. But of course, as I said before, if it was structured, it would have been way easier because just looking at a mind map without having a certain orientation, if it needs one, would make it difficult. If I started with career planning and I went through the possibilities, companies A, B, and C, I might have done a judgment on company A, B, and C based on what I have in front of me before going into all the different ideal companies, assessment, and current skills. And you know, once you have an opinion, you never get a second choice to make a first impression. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. So if you read about company A and you think that, okay, I don't think this fits me for any reason, without considering all the different branches that you added, even after reading the branches, you might get to company A or company B or company C that eventually you chose company C. And maybe after reading about company C, you're going to disregard everything that you read in current skills, self-assessment, and ideal company because your opinion is biased. You already read about it at first without thinking about these things, and you already think that it's a bad company, and you end up making the bad choice. So that's why working on the structure of your mind plan is also essential for you to be able to carry on with it and execute it perfectly. So one of the examples that you might encounter at work when it comes to mind mapping is, let's say, you have a product that you need to launch. You're a product manager, and there's a certain product that as a company you need to launch very soon. So how does it go in terms of mind mapping? Well, as you can see in this representation, in this mind map, that is also available on Canva, and you can edit it. In the middle, you have the main idea, which is the product launch. Up there, this mind map is a diagram. It's basically it's just explaining what a mind map is, and you can always disregard this. Our focus here is product launch, and now you need to think about what is the goal. Okay, the goal is for this product to be on the market, and what do you have to do in order for this product to be on the market? You need to go through the product launching process. So you have the main idea, and now you need to go through the branches. So in terms of product launch, there are four things written right here. Maybe you can think about something else. There are 4 things right here that are written as stuff that are related to this product. to the product launching process. First, it's product, packaging, availability and pricing, promotion, you have stakeholders, and KPIs. Now, of course, the blue dots, the blue circles, these are the branches. Product, is it related to product launch? Yes, it is. KPIs, is it related to product launch? Yes, it is. Stakeholders? Yes, it is. Promotion? Yes, it is. These are all related to product launching. But if you saw, for example, that there is a fifth blue circle saying SEO optimization, search engine optimization, you're going to figure out that this has nothing to do with product launch. This has something to do with the company's website. It's not something that you need to focus on, even if that's something that you might need to work on as part of your job, but this is not related to product launch. So you added the branches. You ask yourself, are these branches a part of the main idea? Yes. Are these branches part of the main goal, which is putting the products out in the market? Yes, it is. Then you're good to go. Now that you got your branches, you need to figure out the sub branches. So in product, what are we talking about in terms of product? We're talking about packaging, we're talking about availability, we're talking about price. You can add a lot more things. Maybe you want to see, maybe you want to look at the design of the product. You want to look at the front or back end of it. Whatever you want to look at, you can add all these things that you think are essential for the product branch, and eventually are also important for the main idea. KPIs, budget allocation, market share, sales revenue, units sold, for you to be able to track all the results that this product launch is bringing in. Stakeholders, the customers and internals that are related to the product launching, and all the promotions that you have to run. You need to do advertisings, maybe flyers, press seating, press lunch, posters, BTL ads, everything that you need to do proper promotions. So what happened here is that you went from, okay, I want to launch a product, and you don't even know how to launch a product. And that's where mind mapping started. You said, I want to launch a product. I want to put a product out on the market. This is where it started. Then you said, then I need to launch my product. When you want to launch your product, you know that there are some ins and outs in terms of the product itself, to the KPIs and the analytics, to the stakeholders, and to the promotions. And once you figured out that you need to concentrate on each and every one of these branches for you to be able to get to the product launch and put it on the market, there are some sub-branches in each and every branch that you need to focus on. And we talked about them before, the sub-branches in products and KPIs, promotions, and stakeholders. Now, once you finish and you're good to go with each and every one of these sub branches, if you finish packaging, availability, and pricing, you finished all the sub branches in the product section. That means you finished the product section. You finished the entire branch. And once you finish all the sub branches, that means that you finished the branches and your product is ready to go. Your product is good to launch, right? So that's as easy as that. Also, as I said, you can go on Canva and you can change all of these things based on what you want. But this is an example of how to use mind mapping at work. So now we're going to take an example of a mind map for preparing for a job interview, which of course is also available on Canva, that you can go and change it. So this template is a bit different. You guys noticed that there's not a lot of pictures being used even in the previous templates, but that doesn't mean you guys shouldn't use pictures. You can see that there's a lot of colors and there are a lot of nice designs that make it easy to comprehend the mind map, but also adding images, adding numbers and illustrations, as we talked about before, is always a good thing. However, the main idea here is preparing for a job interview. What might be the reason that you're preparing for a job interview? Well, you are seeking a job, or the reason why you're preparing for a job interview is because you have 2 or 3 job opportunities lined up, and you wanna make sure to, for example, get in all of them for you to be able to choose the best one. Whatever reason it is, you are preparing for a job interview. All the different branches that you have right here are the why, where, what, and where. You want to know why this job and why you. This mind map right here is a bit different than the rest. Right here, you are preparing yourself for a job interview. That means you are preparing to assess yourself and reflect it on the interview or the job that you're getting or you're trying to get. So why this job or why you? When is the interview? When is the job? What is the career? Where is the position? Where? What location? Is it nearby? Anything that you know? All these questions. And once you figure out that these are the branches that you need to figure out, once you know why you're qualified and why you want this specific job, where it is located, when will you be working, and what position and career you have. Once you have all of these things set up, you know why you want to choose a certain job, and you know what location fits you best, and you know what skills you're trying to harness, you know what position you want or what career path you want to follow. Once you have all of these things on a mind map, a lot of people when they want to find a job, they have a lot of different ideas. Well, I want to find a job that pays well. Okay. I don't want to walk a lot. Like I want something that is closer to my place, for me to be able to walk and not commute. And they have all these different ideas, and then they get a job interview, and they get a job where the job pays well, and then they just forget about all the other different things that they had, where in fact another job that pays a bit less had a lot more of the other elements that you were looking for than this job that pays, I don't know, $5,000 more a year. So preparing for a job interview, and you're doing that, you're making sure that whatever job you're choosing, first, you're making sure that by asking these questions, for example, why you, by looking into your qualifications, your training, experience, when the interviewer is going to ask you, what are you seeking? And you're going to say that I'm an enthusiastic, knowledgeable, confident person. I'm seeking a job in finance or in marketing because I want to become a financial manager or financial managing expert. This way, you're not just preparing yourself. Preparing yourself to choose between all the different career paths you have, but you're also preparing yourself for each and every job interview that you have, which is you hitting the nail properly. You are achieving exactly what you need to achieve. By preparing for a job interview, you are preparing yourself to go and nail the interview. And at the same time, you are making sure that whatever interview you're going through and you're nailing, you're making sure that this is something that you actually want and something that you want to follow through with. And this is a quick, simple mind map on how to prepare for job interviews. And as I said, go on Canva and change whatever you want, change the context, change the design, change the text. You can just mess with it according to what you need and what you want. So now we're going to go through an example of school, using mind mapping for school, preparing for exam week. Finals are coming up and you have a lot to do. So where to start? You know that you have a lot of different stuff that you need to go through and finish, and you don't know where to start. And that's exactly where mind mapping takes place. Preparing for exam week is the main title. What is your goal? Your goal is to maybe get good grades. So what do you need to do? You need to prepare for exam week in order for you to get good grades. So we put that as the main idea, and then we have all the different branches that we need to focus on, right? And get a study partner. Maybe you don't like to study alone. You prefer studying with other people, and you know that each and every time where you're preparing for an exam, you face this obstacle of getting bored because you have nobody to study with. So one of the branches is to get a study partner, and then you think who can be a study partner for you to figure out the sub branches. But for now, let's go back to branches. Get a study partner. That's one of the first branches. Having the right materials. Maybe maybe before at one point you didn't have the right material, or you want to make sure that you don't have the material yet. You didn't collect all the lectures and recordings and past quizzes, and you want to make sure that you collect all of them. Know the exam format. Maybe you're waiting on some emails for the professor to say if it's going to be multiple choice or it's going to be problems or what is it going to be, right? Have enough time. How much time do you have? Are you able to create a study schedule or not? More branches, get some brain food. Maybe you feel like you have some concentration problems and relax. Maybe you feel that at one point you get so overwhelmed that you just stress out. So now that you figured out preparing for exam week, what are the branches? You want to make sure that you have enough time. You want to get some brain food. You want to relax every now and then. You want to know the exam formats and know the material, and you want to get somebody to study with. So now you know all the different branches, all what you need for you to be able to prepare for the exams, meaning for you to be able to get good grades and pass your exams. So after that, now you figured out the branches, you go to the sub-branches. So get some brain food. You know that you need to choose some nuts and seeds, for example. Don't go for junk foods. Relax, take regular breaks, get some sun, give yourself rewards, get plenty of sleep. These are the ways that you relax. Get a study partner. Who do you have in front of you? Maybe family, maybe friends, maybe a colleague, maybe a girlfriend, maybe a boyfriend. Write materials. You need to know what kind of materials you want to get. Maybe you want to get lectures and readings. Maybe you want to get articles. Maybe you want to get essays. Maybe you want to get past quizzes. You need to write these down. Know the exam format. Same thing. And then once you figure all of these things out, you start working on them one by one. You create a study schedule so you're not crammed. Boom, having enough time is done. You get a lot of nuts and seeds and you put them at home and you remove all the junk food. Okay, so now all you have to eat is brain food. This branch is done. Relax. You make sure to put reminders on your phone every single day to after 2-3 hours of studying to take a break, do something. Then you're good to go. And get a study partner. You talk to your friend and he says he has the same problem. He can't focus when he's studying alone. Bam, you got a study partner. You're good to go. You get all the right materials. You get the lectures that you need, the readings that you need, the past quizzes. You know the exam format for each and every exam that you have. And guess what? Before you know it, you finished preparing for the exam week and you're ready to nail it. Now, this is a template, of course. You can go on canva.com and change it according to what you need. But I want you to understand the concept of how it's going to work. If you want to pass an exam, okay, your goal is passing an exam, your title should be preparing for the exam, okay? Passing for the exam is the main goal, but the core idea that you're going to start your mind mapping is for you to pass the exam, you need to prepare for the exam. And for you to prepare for the exam, what do you need? You need material, you need time, you need good food, you need a good diet. What do you need? You know what you need to get good grades. And once you know what you need, what do you need to ensure that these things that you need would actually happen and you would accomplish them? Once you figure this out, you put them all in a mind map. You're going to do it in the process. You're going to figure these things out while you're writing your mind map, and then you'll be good to go. So now we're going to talk about how you can use mind mapping to write an essay. So let's say you have a topic. Whatever the topic is, let's just take an example for a topic. Should an average person take supplements when going to the gym? That's a random topic that we just chose right now, okay? Then you need to think about the branches. You have the topic, the branches. You have some negative aspects, you have some positive aspects, you have some solutions that would prevent you from using supplements. You have main ideas related to supplements, maybe when they were made, maybe how many people use them, some history about them, some analytics about them, how to use it, how some people use supplements, maybe some people use protein powder, some people go all the way up to use hormones and injectables. And that's all your branches. You figured out all your branches. You figured out that you need to talk about the positive, the negative, the main ideas, so basically the history and the summary and what they're about, the solutions that if people decide that they don't want to use them for any reason, what they can do, and if they do want to use them, how can they use them effectively without hurting themselves, for example. Now, of course, the sub-branches are different than the topic we're talking about, but positive, following the same concept, you went from the main idea to the branch. Let's say positive. What are the positive aspects? Building muscle faster, getting more energy, lifting more weight. What is the negative aspect? Maybe hurting your kidney, maybe affecting your health, maybe having, I don't know, a bad smell, sweats. I think that happens in some cases. And then you figured it out. Then what kind of solutions do you have? For example, eat five meals a day, keep track of your macros, and eat certain foods that have a lot of protein in them. These are some kind of solutions. What are the main ideas? The main ideas are that, for example, 1 in every 3 people that go to the gym, I'm not sure about these statistics, I'm just saying, 1 in 3 people 1 in 3 people that go to the gym, they use supplements. Another main idea is that another research that said supplements are important, and another idea that said supplements are bad. Another study that said supplements are good. You add all these main ideas at the beginning, for example. Eventually you do the dividing yourself. You see where everything fits, how you're going to do the structure of your essay. But to just mind map it in your mind, and then how to use it. Maybe you want to tell people how to properly use and not abuse supplements, how to use supplements maybe in a way that wouldn't hurt their health. Taking 1 scoop of protein a day, and not taking creatine on an empty stomach, for example, right? And before you know it, you had your topic, you had your essay, and you kind of dissected all this information. You cut it down into bits and pieces. And now you can take each and every one of these bits and pieces. You can go to the positive aspect, and in the positive aspect, you have how it can help you gaining muscle. And then you can write a lot about, can do research about how can supplements help you build muscle. Instead of just searching on Google, for example, for, of course, a lot of us, we use Google when we want to write an essay, but instead of looking for on Google on should we use supplements and having all these different long blogs and articles about it, if you use how can supplements help build muscle, then you're going to know what you're going to write about this positive aspect. Negative aspect, for example, affecting your kidney. You can write how can supplements, or what supplements can affect your kidney. Then solutions. What solutions do I have? How many meals a day should I eat for me to not use supplements? Right? And then it becomes so detailed and becomes so easily understandable, because all your information is cut down into bits and pieces that are easy to understand, easy to explain, and easy to research when you want to write about it. And then when you want to develop it, instead of having one big topic, you have all these small different bits of information that you can develop bit by bit. Because as I said, when you have this specific information, you can find a lot of specific information related to it, and eventually related to the bigger topic that it would be hard for you to find if you just looked for the topic itself. And that's it. That's how you easily mind map your essay. Of course, different topics have different branches, different sub-branches, but you get the idea. You have the topic, which is, you have the essay, then you have the topic, then you have all the different ideas behind your topic, what constitutes your topic, and then you have all the sub-branches, what you need to know, what you need to do, or what are the ins and outs of this branch that... And now, another mind map for working out, but this is different because this is divided on a week and not an exercise fitness like the one from before. So you can see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday is probably a day off, so you don't want to include it. You put all the different days that you have, and you just say, what do you have? What is your goal? Workout week. What is my goal? Your goal is to gain muscle. What is your goal basically? And then you divide it into what you need to do in each and every day. What are the sub branches? The branches are the different days that you have. Each and every day is a branch where you have different tasks that you need to do. So each and every day is eventually a branch that is complementary for you to be able to achieve the main goal, which is the workout week. And as we talked before about it in the essay example, you have the branches, positive, negative, and all these, and then you have the sub branches. So in order for you to complete the branch itself, you need to complete the sub branches. And in this case, for you to complete the branch, which is Monday, you need to complete the sub branches, which are warming up and jogging. And for you eventually to be able to complete the mind map that you built, in order to complete the main idea that it was built upon, you need to not just finish. You need to, of course, finish all the sub branches, because once you finish all the sub branches, that means that you already finished all the branches, and that means that you completed the goal that you have or the main idea that you had that you built the mind map upon. Now we're going to talk about a very interesting concept for mind mapping. Most of you guys probably know, or from personal experience or from other people, how New Year resolutions always fail. And now I'm not going to go in depth into why New Year resolutions fail, but just briefly and quickly. First, most of them fail because people don't commit on a piece of paper. They just say that they want to do something, that's not enough obligation, and they eventually just end up dropping it and disregarding it. Now, between the people who actually write it, the people who don't follow through with it, two people. First, people who did not really want that, people who just, just out of a moment where, for example, they felt that this is the right thing to do and it was just random out of emotions, and they said I want to do this, and they wrote it on a piece of paper. They don't follow through with it because once they get back to their senses, they realize that this is not something that they want to do. And the other category of people is the people who basically put goals that are not smart. Putting a goal that is not specific, that is not attainable, that is not measurable, that is not realistic, that is not timely. These are all mistakes that people go through when they're doing their New Year resolution. That's exactly why there's a lecture that talks about SMART goals, because it is essential. If you don't have a SMART goal, even mind mapping would not be effective. So the fact that it is a New Year resolution, it means that it's timely. So the time frame is from the year 2017 to the year 2018, or from the year 2018 to the year 2019, let's say, right? So right here you can see the main goal is the main idea is New Year goals. Afterwards, you have all the different branches: family, career, leisure, personal growth, finances, and health. And usually these are a lot of different stuff to have for a New Year resolution. Usually having one or two things is more than enough. But let's say you want to follow through with it and you want to build a mind map for it. Well, as you can see, the branches are the things that constitutes the New Year goals. You want to focus on stuff related to all the different branches that we have in front of us. And then, of course, you have the sub branches. What do you have to do to be able to effectively conquer the family branch, the career branch, the leisure branch? These are all the sub branches that we have. Okay. Now, this is where this mind map exactly does a huge mistake. Okay. This mind map does not follow SMART goals. And I'm glad that it doesn't, so we can talk more about this principle and you guys can really understand it better. So in this mind map right here, you can see, for example, in family, organize a reunion. It's not specified what kind of reunion. There's no time frame. It's not measurable what kind of reunions. There's no information. Spend quality weekends. What do you mean spend quality weekends? With who? Where? With what members of your family? Siblings, parents, grandparents? Career, enhanced leadership skills. How are you going to know that you're enhancing leadership skills? What are leadership skills for you? Read biographies of leaders. What leaders? So if you want to do it differently and in a SMART goal kind of way, organize a reunion. It can be, for example, organize three reunions a year with your entire family, second Friday of each second month, whatever, for 4 hours. This is you putting exactly a SMART goal and committing to it. This is you saying, I'm going to have 3 family reunions in the next year. We're going to meet on these days if it's possible, and we're going to have the entire family, yada, yada, yada. Spend quality weekends. Okay, maybe a SMART goal would be to every 2 weeks to take 1 week and 1 week of break and just spend quality time with your wife and with your kids. It can be, for example, for Saturday and Sunday, or for Friday and Saturday, right? enhance leadership skills, you want to say, for example, enhance, let's say the different leadership skills that you have, enhance communication, enhance this, enhance that. Leadership skills can be a branch, not just a sub branch in the career. If you want to do it smart, this can be an entire branch. Read biographies of leaders. It can be read biographies of leaders, one every month, and then you put first month who's going to be, second month who is it going to be, third, fourth, move up, get that promotion. Okay, what do I need to do to move up and get that promotion? Do you guys follow with it? So in leisure, for example, 1 hour for guitar every day. Now, I think this is a bit exaggerated because you cannot commit to something every single day. So sometimes you might have a day where, I don't know, you decided to play the guitar at night. It's 9 p.m. All the stores are closed. You play the first strum on your guitar and one of the strings just break. Guess what? Today you won't be able to play the guitar. So instead of putting 1 hour guitar for every day, you can put, for example, playing guitar 5 times a week, right? 5 hours a week, for example, or whatever. You put the SMART goal. But the fact that it's written 1 hour for guitar every day, this is you getting closer, for example, to putting a SMART goal. So once you understand, by now, hopefully you understand what SMART goals are. Personal growth, finish an MBA course. Well, I'm not sure if this is realistic. You know, I'm not sure if in 1 year you can finish an MBA course. Maybe it is, right? But you need to see if this goal is realistic. If it's SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, timely, and realistic, right? You need to ask yourself these. And once you figure out if your goal is smart or not, you'll be able to see if your mind map is working efficiently or not. So, New Year goals is your main idea. Then you have all the branches: health, family, career, leisure, personal growth, and finances. Then we need to write your goals, what you need to do in each and every one of these branches for you to conquer the branch. You need to be specific. You need to follow SMART goals for you to be able to finish it and actually stick to a New Year resolution. Otherwise, it would be with this. If you have this New Year resolution in front of you, and guess what? Every single time you're going to say, okay, I need to organize a reunion. And guess what? It's not going to happen. Every time you're going to say, I need to spend quality weekends with my wife or my kids, you're going to forget about it. When you first started, you want to enhance your leadership skills. At one point, you're going to become so tired at work that you're not just going to think about leadership. Read biographies of leaders. You're going to maybe read one after New Year's. You're going to read 1 or 2, and then you're just going to forget about it. But when it's smart, when you say every month I'm going to read biographies, this month is going to be Abraham Lincoln, the other month is going to be Dale Carnegie, then you have yourself set on the path to success. You know that this New Year resolution is most probably going to work. It might not work for other reasons, but most probably it is going to work. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about having like an exercise routine for yourself. You guys can see that in the middle, the main idea is exercise routine. Now, what is the goal behind it? As we always said, you ask yourself, what is the goal? Maybe exercise routine is the main idea because your goal is to get in shape for summer. So now you have all the different things that you need to do in your exercise routine. You have cardio, you have warm-up, you have strength and toning, you have cool-down, right? Here we face the exact same problem. If you don't have orientation, if you don't have proper orientation on this page, you will not be able to understand it really well. If you just start this out of the blue and you say, okay, cool down, I need to stretch, I need to walk, I need to do yoga, and then I need to go back to do cardio, they're going to feel that, okay, this is not really working well. But the way this should work is that you should warm up at first, warm up your body, then maybe do some cardio to boost your blood system, blood circulation. Then you go to strength and toning, you do some weightlifting, and then after that you need to cool down, right? So putting an orientation, warm up number 1, cardio number 2, strength and toning number 3, and cool down number 4. This way you'll be able to follow through the exercise routine correctly. Now, as we said, main idea is exercise routine. Now, what is your goal? Your goal is to gain muscle, and you're doing these exercise routines. What kind of exercise routines would make you gain muscle? Okay, so this is the first idea that comes to your mind. What gets into exercise routines for you to gain muscle as well? So maybe diet. You want to add a branch for diet. You want to add a branch for supplements. You want to add a branch for weightlifting. You want to add a branch for cardio, a branch for calisthenics, whatever you think is necessary. In this mind map, there's an exercise routine that is followed: warm up, cardio, strength and toning, and cool down. You can see there was the branches, all the different branches that we read, and then in cardio, aerobics, bike, treadmill. Warm up, you have stretching, jumping jacks, star jumps, strength toning, bench press, squats, resistance band. Cool down, same thing. It's a process that is repeating itself. You ask yourself, what is your goal? So what is the main idea of this goal? Then you need to figure out what are the ins and outs of this main idea, how to be able to achieve this main idea and conquer the goal. So you're going to have all the different branches that come out of it to be able to reach this exercise routine and do it effectively. And in order for you to do these branches, to warm up, to do strength and toning, what do you need? What are the other things that you need? And then you'll be able to figure out also the sub branches, and that's how it goes. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about some apps that you can use for mind mapping. Now, first is Simple Mind. When you log in, there's the free template that you have. There's more features on the website and more help on the website. You're really limited on the phone, on the app. Not a lot you can do. You can change a text. You can add some branches and sub branches like that. But it's not really easy to use, and I wouldn't recommend it as if you want to go on the website, maybe it would be better. But in terms of apps, there are better apps that we're going to look at just right now. But as an example, you can always use Simple Mind Plus if it's available on your phone, maybe not. But for me, Mindly, I think, is the best option for you to do mind mapping. Now, it's not free. When you get to 3 mind maps, then you need to buy the premium version. Otherwise, you have to delete old ones and go all over again. You can't exceed 3 mind maps on the app. But how it works is you have your main idea, which you can see, the diet, and then you can see around it you have play with your ideas, fitness, how to use, share, and the dot, like the plus signs between all the branches, is what you use to add more branches. You click on it, you write a text, and boom, you add it, right? And then when you click on these branches, you'll be able to also see the sub branches. And in order for you to add more sub branches, also you just click on the plus sign between the sub branches, you write anything, and then you add it. And then you can even add sub branches to sub branches, and you can add sub branches to the sub branches of the sub branches, and it's an entire process. You can do as much as you want. And in order for you to go back from one idea to another, you just, if you're looking at the sub branches in the branch, just click at the main idea and you'll get back to it. So again, you click on branch, for example, play with your ideas, then you click on be creative. For you to go back to the branch, you click on the circle which has the branch, and then you click on the circle which has the main idea. Another thing that's nice is that you can double tap and you can just change the text to whatever you want. And then what's best also is that you can change the color. We talked about how your perception can change. Your visual perception can get better when colors change. So you can use different colors for you to be able to have better visual perception. And you can also choose icons. Now, there aren't a lot of icons on this app. There are just the basic emojis that you can find on your phone. You don't have all these different images that you can use and stuff that can help you even more. But also these icons can be really helpful, that you can add them wherever you want. And it will be very helpful and very easy for you to be able to create a mind map, because it's straightforward. You just click, you write a text, you add a color, or you add an icon, and that's it. You add the main idea, the branches and the sub branches, and you can easily develop it. It's not going to be all in front of you. You have to click on the branch to see the sub branches, and on the sub branches to see the sub branches. But It's also a really good software that would save you time and just skip you the hassle of taking a piece of paper and a pen and writing a very poor quality mind map. But now also we're going to look at Canva, which is an entirely... Now we're going to take an example for personal development. So one of your problems, let's say, is time management. Even though it's covered in the course, you still have problems managing your time. So why is one of the main ideas time management? What is the goal behind it? Maybe the goal behind it is, spending more time with your kids, right? So you get to a point where you're mind mapping the main idea, which is time management. If you know how to do time management properly, you'll have more time to spend with your kids or your wife or doing whatever you want. So the main idea is time management. Now, when it comes to time, what are all the different branches? What are the things that usually consume time, right? Now, in this particular mind map, they used one of the things that we talked about when we talked about enhancing structure, which is adding keywords or descriptions. So when they divided in this mind map, dividing time management into 4 different branches: urgent and not important, urgent and important, not urgent and important, not important and not urgent. And then they related each and every one of these branches to a keyword, learn to avoid. So urgent and not important, the keyword is learn to avoid. So whenever you think about something and you know that it's urgent and not important, the first idea that's going to come to your mind is, I need to avoid that, right? Why? Because of the visual perception that took place when you were doing the mind mapping. Not important and not urgent, learn to limit. Whenever you face something like that, you are going to limit it. Same thing goes for urgent and important, learn to manage. Not urgent and important, learn to focus. And then after writing these keywords that would help with the branches, they didn't just help with the branching, they also help with the sub branches, because not important and not urgent, you know that you need to limit them. And then you thought about, what are the things that are not important, not urgent? What are the things that I think I need to limit in my life? And then you start thinking about them, or time wasters, entertainment, pleasant activities. And then you thought about urgent and not important. What are the things that I need to avoid? Interruptions, meetings and calls, busy work, right? So when you thought about the main idea, which is time management, you want to work on self-improvement, you want to work on your time management, and then you said, well, there are 4 different tasks that I have in my life that I work on. Some of them are urgent and not important. Some of them are this, and that, and you figured out all the different branches. This is just common sense, right? Maybe it can be, the branches can be completely different based on you. Maybe for you, when you're writing a time management mind map, maybe it can be, the branches could be planning, prioritization, productivity, and willpower, right? Then you're going to be talking about other things. You're going to be talking about planning. So what are the different methods to plan? So you have the first branch, which is related to time management, which is planning. And now you have the different sub branches, the different ways that you can plan your tasks. And productivity, for example, that's another branch related to time management. So now you need to know, what are some ways that can make you more productive? You write the sub branches and you see, for example, which one of these would actually work for you. Prioritization, you look at what are your priorities. Maybe here in prioritization, the sub branches can be urgent and not important, urgent and important, not important, not urgent and not important, right? So it's up to you to decide how you're going to actually do your mind map based on what you think you should do. If you think that time management for you, the problem in time management is you not being able to plan effectively and you not be able to prioritize what you need to do, then your mind map needs to tend towards whatever you're not actually getting, but you're aware that these are problems. And even if you don't, always going on Google, for example, if you know that time management is an issue that you're facing and you want to do a mind map, you don't want to follow a mind map that somebody wrote, you want to follow your own mind map. Here is where the 4 stages of learning, here they take place. Because let's say you want to manage your time, but you don't know how to manage your time. You hear some people talking about planning, but is it enough? You didn't know about prioritization. You didn't know about willpower. These are things that you didn't know, right? That's the first stage. That's right here, your unconscious incompetence, right? But then you do Google research and you figure out some things, and it rings a bell. Oh my God, these are things that I don't have, or these are things that I never do, and these are things that are crucial for time management. And you're in step number 2, conscious incompetence, right? And then you move to step number 3, and here, right here, you're going to start writing your branches, right? And then you're going to get to step number 3, and you're going to realize you're going to have a conscious competence where you're going to realize what your branches are. What are the sub branches? What do I need to work on in order for me to achieve these branches and eventually conquer time management? So once you have these in front of you, then you'll be able to work your way through to the 4th stage, which is eventually unconscious competence, being so natural at it that you're so natural at time management, and you do it perfectly, right? So if at any point you have a problem and you want to figure out a mind map for it, and you can't figure out how to build this mind map, you have the main idea, go do a research and follow the 4 stages of learning to be able to build the mind map correctly. Otherwise, if you're just going to go through time management with having stuff in your mind that you don't even know, having concepts related to time management that you have no idea about, that you've never seen before, you are preparing yourself to fail. The mind map is not going to help you. Unless you know and you're aware of every single aspect and concept of this particular thing you're working on, you need to do your research. You need to look at the different angles before applying a mind map. Otherwise, you're risking into going into a mind map that is not really effective for you. So in this lecture, I'm going to be showing you guys how to use a free online tool to create and design your mind maps properly and effectively. It is called canva.com. You can use it for a lot of different things, but we're going to focus on mind maps right here. I use it for all the presentations and mind maps in the course. So all the templates that I provided, they are just examples. If you ever want to edit them, you can go on canva.com and you can find the template and edit it. So you just go on Find Templates. As soon as you go on Canva, you sign up with your email, you go on Find Templates, and you just write mind maps. And you're going to have a lot of different examples of mind maps that you can use for any reason. There are a lot of different reasons that are a lot of different mind maps that are already set up and related to a certain topic, like career planning or website creation or business plan, or you can always just change it according to what you want. So let's go with the website creation mind map, for example. I'm just going to show you guys how to use Canva for mind mapping. You choose a certain layout. You're going to see it. If you don't like it, you can always choose another layout and change. Once you do, they're going to ask you that you're going to replace it. If you say yes, replace it, it's going to replace it. But if you just want to compare, you can always add a new page and just drag whatever you want and put it right there, and it's not going to replace it. As long as you add a new page, you don't put it on top of it. Even if you put it on top of this, it's going to replace it, right? So make sure that if you want to keep it, don't click on replace. You can always add a new page and add the new one. So here you have all the different shapes. The bigger shapes are the branches, smaller shapes are sub branches, and the big one in the middle is, of course, the main idea. You just double click on any text to change it. You change anything you want, and up there is the menu for you to change the font, the size, the color, bold, italic, orientation, size, spacing, copy, arrange, transparency. You change whatever you want. And if you just want to delete a text, you would just double click on it, select all of it, delete it, and just click anywhere else and it would disappear. Now, all the different shapes that you're seeing, we talked before about adding color. You can click on any one of them and you can, right here, you see that there's a color. You click on it and you can change the color to whatever you want. You can click on this as well. Here, you can change the color. Any shape, you just double click on it and you'll be able to change the shape. Not just that, well, you want to add more shapes. First, it can be as easy as clicking on one, copy, paste, and then you'll have another one. Another one, you can't copy text though. I'm going to show you how to add text, but shapes, copy, paste, and bam, you got another one. So you want to add maybe a few more. If you want to add another branch, I don't know, but you guys can see how it's going. Right here. So yeah, now for texts, you just, there are layouts right here. As you said, there are texts right here. You just click on any of them, click on one. You write whatever you want, and then you can change the font, you can change the size, you can change the color, you can put it in bold, put it all in capitals. It's basically, you can basically do whatever you want, and then you'll have your text, and you can add it. If you want to add it, for example, right here, you would just delete that, and boom, you would add this right here. Done. Another thing is changing the background color. If you think that the background color is not nice and you want to change it, you can always use a solid color, or you can make it more interesting and use a certain pattern to it. You can put whatever you want, right? You change the background. You know how to copy and paste all the different shapes, even lines right here. You need to be very precise and click on it. You can also copy and paste it. If you want to use this line for something else, you want to put it something else, maybe connect the main idea with the branch that we added right there. So what you do is you're going to see that there's an orientation. When you click on the branch, you're going to see that you can make it longer, bigger, shorter, make it longer, you can rotate it, and then you move it, and bam, you build the connection, right? And not just that, maybe you don't want these lines. Maybe you don't want these shapes. Maybe you want to use something else. How do you add images? First, you can always upload your own personal images and shapes and all that. Like this is, for example, some shapes. You can add them. These are things that I added myself. However, you can always go to shapes right here. In elements, there are shapes. And you can find all the different shapes that you might need, and you can add them. Maybe you don't want a circle right here. You remove it, and you want a triangle instead. And just put a triangle right here. Now you're gonna see that it's on top of the word. And what you do is you put a range right here. You go on a range and you send it to back, and boom, you change the shape. It's a triangle right now. You could choose any shape. You can literally choose any shape you want. Lines as well. So you don't even have to copy and paste lines. You can go on lines and you can choose any line you want, and you can choose the color of the line as well. Just like this, you can click on it and you can change the color. Any line that you get, you can eventually change the color of this line. There are illustrations, of course, that you can also use when you're doing your mind mapping. Some illustrations are useful for you to be able to just link stuff to a certain image. There are a lot more, they just need to load. There are a lot of illustrations that you can use. Most of them are free. Let's say, for example, when you're looking at design, that reminds you of looking at the design, and you add this as an image on top of it just for the visual perception. You can do that. If you didn't find what you want in illustrations, you can always go to icons as well. They're not as detailed as illustrations, but you can also add stuff right here. You want to focus on front end. Maybe you want to add this phone and change the color of it. You want to add it and put the front end inside of this phone for you to remember it. This is you changing the visual perception of it. And finally, maybe you want to add some charts. Charts are also available on Canva. You can add whichever chart you want, and then you can add one. And by double clicking on it, you can just go through all the labels and values, and you can change the graph based on what you need. But we don't need it right here. And this is it. Then you can download it. You can share it. You can do whatever you want with it. As we said, changing background text, adding icons, elements, you do whatever you want. You can choose a layout, or even if you don't want to choose a pre-existing layout, which I highly recommend because they're really good layouts and they're really nice. They're good looking and they're easy on the eyes and they're good. They're really well structured. But you can always just get a blank page and start all over again, getting shapes from here, putting all the different shapes that you want. You want to put the main idea at first, and then you can add lines. You add lines. You go right here. You take a white line, for example, make it smaller. Bam, thinner, not that thin. Well, doesn't matter. You put it right here, let's say. You give it a small twist. Yep. Okay, and maybe right here now you want to add another shape, circle. This is your branch. Well, you have to make the square smaller, but you get the idea. You can build your mind map on Canva that easily. It's if you want to build a very basic one, it's not good to use Canva, because Canva is good for designing one properly. If you just want to do one really quickly, just use an app like Mindly, and it will be easier for you to do it. Otherwise, if you want to do a proper mind map, always use Canva. I use it. Everybody use it. All my friends, a lot of them, they bought, and I myself bought some premium features for mind mapping. And I can tell you, Canva does a way better job, and you can get way more creative with it, and you can just put whatever you want with no restrictions. And worst come to worst, you can use Mindy to just build a basic one until you have the time to develop a proper mind map on Canva. So in this mind map example, we're going to have a different approach. For the first time, we're not even going to add sub-branches, because a lot of times you can use a mind map without adding sub-branches. Sometimes it's enough to have the main idea and the branches for you to be able to develop a good mind map. So we're going to be talking about speeches or presentations. You have a certain speech or presentation, right? You have 4 different factors, let's say, that you want to consider. You have the topic. They gave you different topics that you can choose between. You have the audience. You know that you're talking in front of a specific audience. The space, where you're going to be talking, and the time, right? Now, mind mapping can work according to how you want to work it out. If you, for example, already have a preference for a certain topic because you know more about it, first thing you need to ask yourself, is this topic, is it good for the audience that I'm presenting this in front of? They're, for example, university students. Is it relative for them? Do I have enough time to develop it? And do I have the space for it? If that's good, then you're good to go right away. But if you find that you have a lot of different topics that you're interested in, then you need to use sub-branches. So let's say in topics, you go and you put all the different topics that you have, right? And then in audience, you have only one type of audience. So you can't do sub-branches for audience. You have an audience. Maybe you're not sure what your audience is. It's a mix of people. You can't do sub-branching. It's university students. You can't do sub-branching. You can't really choose your audience, right? Time. Also time, you cannot do any sub-branching when it comes to time, because they're going to limit you. You're going to say you have, for example, 10 to 15 minutes to finish this speech or presentation. So you cannot do any sub-branching. And then space. They're going to say, for example, you have a small stage, you have a computer to do, you have like a slide to do PowerPoint presentations, and that's it. Or you don't even have a place to do PowerPoint presentations. You only have a stage where you need to stand there and talk. So now you know your audience. They're university students interested in software engineering, for example. You know, they have 10 to 15 minutes. You have a space where you don't have space for you to put any presentations, and you just need to speak yourself. And then you have the different topics that you have. Now, which one of these topics would suit the space, time, and audience best, or which one would suit them most in an effective way? Then you'll be able to know which topic to choose, right? Based on all these different factors, is the topic suitable for space, time, and audience? Then you're good to go. Now, of course, the step that goes beyond that is, okay, now I know my topic. How am I going to actually develop a speech, develop a presentation? And that's simple, because I don't want to repeat myself. If you just go to the video where I showed you how to do the planning, the mind mapping for an essay, it's exactly the same thing for a speech or a presentation. You have your topic, your essay also, you have a topic, and then you're going to think about all the different branches, maybe the positive and negative side of, for example, robotics. You want to talk about it, how it works, and all these things. You figure all these things out, and you figure the sub-branches if it's necessary, and you just build the speech upon that. The sub-branches are going to be sub-ideas. The branches are going to be main ideas. And of course, the topic is going to be your title or your main, what your presentation is about. And as easy as that, you'll be able to make a speech or a presentation. First, choose the topic, and afterwards develop the topic into an actual speech. You choose a topic, let's say motivation. You're going to have all the branches, how motivation works, for example, science, how motivation works. There's, for example, the scientific side, the emotional side, and then you have another branch on willpower and how it can affect motivation. And then the third one is, for example, let's say meaning of life and how it can also affect motivation. Now that you have the different branches, you go to the meaning of life. You can say, for example, there was logotherapy that talked about this certain meaning of life, and there's this other stream of thought that talked about this. You talk about how it's related to motivation, and then you move on and you talk about the different types of motivations. Then you talk about the science behind motivation, and then the emotional side of motivation. And before you know it, you've done a speech. You're done with your presentation, you chose your topic, and you developed the topic based on the time, space, frame, and the audience, right? And that's it. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about productivity, effective productivity to be specific. How to become more productive, because each and every day we face problems because we're not being as productive as we hope. When you study for 8 hours and expecting to get a B and you end up getting a C, maybe one of the problems would be that in these 8 hours, you were not as productive as you thought you were. If a certain task, for example, needs 2 hours to be done and it takes you 5 hours, that means that most probably, and you know that it can take you 2 hours, means that most probably in these 5 hours, you were not productive. So how can you become more productive? So first and foremost, mind mapping. Mind mapping saves a lot of time and enables you to consume information easier, thus learning faster. You could communicate more efficiently and brainstorming sessions become more effective. Therefore, you'll be more productive. It saves you a lot of time, and we'll be discussing time management in detail later on. But for now, I want you to understand the concept of mind mapping and how it can help you in being more productive. So when you're doing your mind map, what you're doing is you're taking a big piece of information. You're taking this whole piece of information and you are cutting it into small bits of information, right? So when you have a 500-page book that you need to learn all at once and you need to memorize, well, it's not possible. But if you go and memorize each and every page at a time, then it becomes easier because the amount of information that you're consuming is not as big. In fact, it is, but it's not as complex when it comes to consuming because you're taking it bit by bit. But eventually, you're learning the entire whole, but you are learning it faster. And you could communicate more efficiently because when you do each and every page at a time, your mind will be able to process the information better. And then eventually, if you're explaining or you need to use this information for an exam, for example, you'll be able to communicate this information more efficiently. Brainstorming sessions becomes more effective because in your mind, the information is cut down into different bits and different pieces, and then you'll be able to brainstorm by taking each and every idea that you need from the different parts that you learn. When you have an entire whole 500 pages, you will not be able to brainstorm as effectively because when you dissect it and you cut it down, you have different pieces in the book, you have different pages related to different ideas, and in your mind, you will associate these to different keywords and different concepts. Eventually, when you're brainstorming, you'll be able to be more effective because you have all the ideas in your mind already cut down. You just need to put them on a piece of paper. Mind mapping saves you a lot of time. Why? Just basically, I'm going to go through it really fast. The fact that you have a 500-page book that you need to learn for you to pass your exam, the fact that you said you have 500 pages will put this toll on you that most probably your willpower will never be sustainable enough for you to be able to say, okay, I'm going to start and I'm going to finish the 500 pages. You're always going to find a reason to procrastinate. And this is what usually happens with people. People procrastinate on projects. You have a project at work that is huge. Instead of using mind mapping to cut it down into different bits and different pieces and working on it in a smart way, you end up taking it as a whole and it becomes so overwhelming that you don't follow through with it. You procrastinate it and you get closer to the deadline, and then you're crammed up and you work on it so fast and you're not being productive because, well, you don't have a lot of time to work on it. When in fact, if from the beginning you use mind mapping to dissect this book and put into different pieces that you need to work on, the dissector, this project that you have into different bits and different pieces that also you need to work on in a certain amount of time, then you'll be able to become more productive because you know what you're doing and every single thing is clear in front of you. You're not crammed up. And of course, you need to be using mind mapping correctly. So you need to ask yourself, are you actually being more productive after mind mapping? Because this is what's supposed to do. It's supposed to save you time and not waste it. So you need to access your strategy and see if it's actually saving you time to ensure that by using this strategy, you are being productive. If you see that, for example, for a certain exam that you have or a certain essay that usually it takes you 5 hours to do, and you find that after doing mind mapping, it took you another 5 hours to do it. So it took you a total of 10 hours to do it. And you did not get a good grade. You did not get as a good grade as you expected or as you had before. Then you might ask yourself, am I actually using mind mapping correctly? Am I being more productive by mind mapping this certain thing? Because sometimes there are certain things that don't even need mind mapping. You can't mind map each and every aspect in your life because sometimes there are things that are just too small. There are some bits of information that are too small that you just can't use mind mapping on them. There are some things that are too huge that you can't use mind mapping on them. If you want to take your university degree and you want to mind map your university degree in terms of each and every course, going to classes, passing through exams, essays, and homeworks, you'll have such a complicated mind map that you won't be able to actually understand what's going on. So you need to, for example, dissect it into first semester, second semester, third semester. This way it will be easier for you and you will become more productive. But if it's so spread out or it's so narrow, then most probably mind mapping will not make you more productive. In the contrary, it will make you less productive. So there are 3 ways that we're going to talk about that basically fall under the category of time management. We're going to talk about these 3 concepts in terms of productivity and time management. So first thing is the 80-20 principle. When you have tasks and you have goals, you have plenty of them. You have 100 tasks and 100 goals for you to do in the next year. You need to use the 80-20 principle to be able to distinguish between the 20% that is crucial and the 80% that is not as crucial and work on it accordingly. And of course, there are going to be lectures on each and every one of these sections, so you'll be able to learn more about them. But also the law of 3, which is basically in each and every task or subtask that you have, there are things that you need to accomplish in order for you to finish this task that is related to a bigger task or that is related to a goal. And you need to use the law of 3 to figure out the 3 most essential tasks that you have in this subtask for you to be able to finish this task properly in order for you to be able to eventually reach the goal. I know it's getting a bit complicated, but hang in there. When you get to the lecture, you'll be able to understand it way better. And eventually the power of 1, which is taking it 1 step at a time. Most people fail at being productive or at time management because they want to skip steps. As we said in the example where you have a book of 500 pages, when you don't want to take it 1 step at a time and finish 1 page at a time, you want to finish the entire whole 500 pages at once. Well, guess what? You're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be more productive. In the contrary, you're going to be less productive. You're not going to manage your time properly because you don't know how to divide learning 500 pages on a spread of whatever timeline you have because you're not dissecting it into bits and pieces, right? Now, gladly, it's the 21st century. So you have softwares and tools to make your life easier and ensure more productivity by saving time. There are a lot of softwares and tools that you can use for productivity on your phone, on your computer. Even just taking a piece of paper, there are a lot of mind mapping ideas. There's a lot of calendars or planners that you can follow that would make you a lot more productive. And just the fact that you are using these apps or softwares or tools, you are being more productive just by using them because they were made for you to become more productive. So when you don't use them and you decide to use another way that would take you a lot more time, this is not you being productive. This is you not being productive. So by using them, just simply by using them, you are becoming more productive. Just by going on the App Store, the Google Play Store and typing productivity, you're going to find a lot of different apps out there that can help you become more productive, that have planners, that have different plans for you to be able to follow, that have different strategies for you to follow to become more productive. And also, what I want to talk about precisely is being productive using tools and softwares when it comes to mind mapping. There are apps like Simple Mind Plus, Mindly, and MindVector on the Apple Store. There's a lot more on the Google Play Store. Even if you don't want to use apps, there are softwares, online softwares like Canva.com that offers you a lot of designs and templates that you can use. I use a lot of them and in the mind mapping course. GoConquer.com, MindMap.com. Some of them are free, some of them are completely free, some of them are not free, some of them are free with some premium features that you can pay for. But overall, Canva.com is free. The Simple Mind Plus, for example, is free, and I'm going to show you guys in later videos how to actually use apps like that or softwares like that. You can use them really, really easily for you to be able to eventually be more productive. People who use softwares and tools when it comes to mind mapping are usually 23% more productive when it comes to mind mapping and eventually managing their time and being more productive. So that being said, as I said, there's going to be a video that explains how to use certain apps or certain softwares. A lot of the templates that are in the mind mapping course, they come from Canva.com. I use it a lot. I rely on it because there's a lot of stuff that are useful on it. And yeah, hopefully you guys will be able to learn it very easily because it's really, really, the concepts of using these apps, tools, and softwares is really basic. So you'll be able to get a grasp of it really, really fast. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about creativity enhancing, being more creative. In a world where there's a lot of distractions around us, where we focus a lot on the screens and we don't just sit down and think, creativity becomes limited. The right hemisphere of the brain starts working less. It becomes less effective because you're not actually using it as much. Now, there's a lot of different ways for you to boost your creativity. There were also a lot of books written on the subject. One of my favorite books is The Artist's Way, where the author basically explains how artists become more creative and how you can leverage these techniques for you to be able to become more creative. And in this lecture, we're going to be covering some basic principles for you to be able to harness this creativity, enhance it, and just become more creative. So first, mind mapping. It makes you more productive. Mind mapping increases our creativity by creating a creative flow of ideas. When you draw your mind map and you associate colors with ideas, and then you add images or patterns or certain highlights that would link a certain idea and associates it with a certain image or color or text or shape. What you're doing there is you are working the right side of your hemisphere. You're working the right side of your brain, which is responsible for creativity, basically. The right hemisphere is the side that recognizes patterns, colors, and images. It doesn't really focus on temporal tasks that you have. It focuses on the spatial ones, what you see, what you perceive. In addition to images, it's also responsible for music, how you perceive music. And as we said, colors and pictures, understanding context and understanding languages and communications, faces, places, and objects. And eventually, this is what gives you creativity. Because what you do, what you can build in your mind, what you can think of, and what you can be creative in are all the different things that you've seen in your life. You can't think about a color that you've never seen before. You can't just out of the blue think about a color that is not existent. But you can think about a lot of colors that you've seen in your life, and you can get creative by mixing colors together. However, the only things that are stuck in your mind are the things that you perceived, the things that are stuck in your right hemisphere, the thing that, whether it's patterns, faces, places, and objects. If you want to think about a face, if I say for 1 second, close your eyes and think about a face that you've never seen before, most probably you're not aware of this, but the face that you're thinking of is a face that you've either seen, but you're not conscious of it anymore, or it's a combination between different faces that you saw before, because you cannot just create a face if you haven't had it stored in your mind before. So that being said, when you use mind mapping a lot, what you're doing is you are associating your thoughts with patterns, with colors, with shapes, with images, with highlights. And what's that doing is it's working the right hemisphere of your brain, thus increasing your creativity. If at any point you find that you're using mind mapping and you're becoming less creative, you are using mind mapping in the wrong way. And you need to take a step back and ask yourself, reassess if you are doing the right thing when it comes to mind mapping. And if not, you need to review what you're doing and make sure that you're following mind mapping properly. And of course, there are other ways for you to be able to become more creative, not just through mind mapping. So first thing is become an explainer. Explain, explain, and explain. The more you explain, the more questions you'll be asked, and the more in-depth questioning will take place. When you have concepts and you start explaining these concepts to people, whenever there's something that they don't understand, they're going to ask you a question and you're going to have to explain even more and even more. And what's happening there is that sometimes you are figuring out the questions without even knowing that you know the answer. Why? Is because your mind is processing the information while you're explaining it, and you are getting results without you even being aware of getting these results. And the more you explain, the more you'll be able to see the different corners and different branches of each and every idea, which eventually helps you also with mind mapping. When you're able to explain and go in depth through each and every subject, that means you're able to dissect this subject into small bits and explain each and every one of them. This is perfect for your creativity and for your mind mapping. Second is always ask new questions. Don't just talk, but listen. One of the biggest obstacles today is that people don't want to ask new questions. Nobody likes change, and it's very hard for some people to adapt to change. Just think about the last time you had a situation where your routine changed, for example, or you were asked to do something that you've never done before. Most of us, because of course of questions related to the comfort zone, we don't like to get into new experiences, and that's what we're gonna get to when we talk about practice openness. But asking new questions, meaning, even if you want to become an explainer, which is good for your creativity, you'll be able to, when you explain more, as we said, you'll be able to get more in depth into each and every subject, but you also need to listen and not just talk and explain. You need to always ask new questions because there are a lot of things that you don't know. And once you know these things, as we said, the way that creativity works is that it links the stuff inside your mind. It links them together to build something creative. Well, if you're just talking and building upon the information that you know without acquiring any new information through asking questions, your creativity will not grow. But when you're always asking new questions, discovering new things and getting new connections in your mind, your creativity will start increasing, and therefore you'll be more creative. And this will help you with mind mapping as well, and it will help you with creativity in general. Asking more questions will give you more knowledge, thus will give you more creativity. That's it. Third is a practice openness. As I said before, we are so limited in our comfort zone that it's very rarely do we practice openness. We're not open to new experiences. When there's a new situation, a new change in our lives, we feel uncomfortable because it's something that we're not used to, and this is normal. I'm not saying that having this kind of behavior is something that is not normal. In the contrary, if you have this character that you don't care, you're always open to trying new things, this is amazing. You are beyond normal. But for the normal and average people, getting out of the comfort zone can be something really challenging. That's why you need to practice it. You need to practice openness. Be open to new ideas and be open to new experiences, because it's not just questions that will give you new ideas and new concepts, but it's new experiences. Being open to new ideas and branching out these ideas, cutting these ideas down, dissecting this idea into different ideas, then asking questions about these ideas, explaining these ideas, and new experiences as well. Going through new experiences will teach you more things, and the more you learn, eventually, the more ideas you'll have, the more creative you'll be, the more experiences you have, the more stuff you experience, the more stuff you'll be able to perceive, the more creative you'll get. And lastly, practice, practice, practice. Practice makes perfect. You can't expect yourself to be creative by trying one new experience and explaining a subject for a friend. This is not how it works. The right hemisphere of the brain is going to be developed in a certain amount of time. It's going to take time. It's not going to happen instantly in 2-3 days. Enhancing your creativity needs to be linked to a SMART goal. You need to know that what is your goal? Your goal is to become more creative, for you to be able, for example, to have better business ideas. And you need to see the time frame and all the different stuff related to SMART goals, being specific, being measurable, being timely, being realistic, and being attainable, right? And once you do, you need to keep practicing these things. You need to keep practicing becoming an explainer. You need to keep practicing mind mapping. You need to keep practicing asking new questions and learning new stuff. Practice openness and getting new ideas and new experiences. And once you do, naturally, your creativity will increase. There's a lot of specific things that, for example, that other people talk about, such as, for example, sitting down and meditating, thinking about new ideas. There's a lot of things in the book, The Artist's Way, for example, going to the store and buying a piece of paper and some glitter, and so just letting your imagination and creativity flow and drawing stuff on paper. But I'm talking right now in terms of on a daily basis. If you don't want to do these extra things that also boost creativity, what can you do on a daily basis to increase your creativity? Well, of course, first, using mind mapping properly, be able to mind map your ideas and your thoughts and your tasks and your goals. Try to explain stuff more and go more in depth into explanations, ask new questions, practice openness, and keep practicing all the previous things that I said over and over and over again for you to become more creative bit by bit. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about memory and recall improvements, techniques to enhance your memory. Most of them are related to visual senses, but some of them, a lot of them, are not. So when it comes to mind mapping, one of the most essential things that you're using is your visual senses. Since mind maps are visual information, you're drawing a mind map. They trigger our memories with images, colors, shapes, and connections, which helps the brain organize and recall these mind maps that translates into bits of information. And I'm pretty sure we went through these concepts, different parts in the course, and we're gonna also go through them maybe in further lectures. Images, colors, shapes, and connections that helps the brain organize and recall these information through the mind maps. You are using your visual senses to remember this information. This information that was stored in your head. What you're doing is you are putting it out in front of you, and then you'll be able to understand it better. You'll be able to process it better. What's happening is, imagine this. You have thousands of thoughts passing through your mind every single day related to different subjects. And of course, some of them are related to certain subjects, some of them are related to other subjects, some of them are not related to anything, like for example, new ideas that you get or a thought that you get out of nowhere. Some of them are not related to anything. But what you're doing with mind mapping is, instead of these ideas coming through your mind and just going without you even becoming aware of these information, how helpful they would become, as soon as you get one information and you put it on a mind map, what happens with your mind is, you're looking at it and you're memorizing this visual information. It triggers this effect in your mind where you will start recalling and remembering stuff related to this bit of information. And then you start writing the branches, right? But then your visual information process the main core thing and all the different branches that you have. So then your brain is even expanding more, getting more concepts, because there are more concepts written on this visual piece of information, which is the mind map. Your mind will be able to process more information, and you'll be able to process this information right. Instead of it just passing through your mind, it will pass through your mind. You'll become aware of it. You'll put it on a piece of paper. You'll be able to perceive it visually, and then your mind will give you more information related to it, just through the relationship between your visual senses and your memory and your brain. And of course, what would help even more is associating these, whatever you're writing on the mind map, associating with objects, places, animals, shapes, colors, whatever it is. We talked about it. And we established that using shapes, objects, places, animals, colors, highlights in your mind map would actually help your visual memory even more for you to be able to perceive and store this information. Something else that not a lot of people talk about when it comes to mind mapping, but it's crucial because a lot of people, their visual memory is not enough for them to retain the information properly. So writing stuff on the mind map and reading it out loud would use both your visual and your auditory or echoic memory. So instead of only using one sense, mind maps are usually focused on visual memory. But if you follow this technique, you'll be able to use more than one sense, using your vision and your hearing to be able to recall and develop and process this information. Visual memory is one of the most helpful kind of memories because basically think about it. The child's overall development when you go to school as a kid, the first things that you learn throughout the schooling process is based on visuals. First, you learn how to see things and perceive things before learning how to sing or how to memorize a poem or how to write a letter. First thing that you learn is to recognize shapes and colors. So basically focusing on your visual memory. And in the brain itself, neurons devoted to visual processing number in the hundreds of millions and take up to 30% of the cortex, as compared with 8% for touch and just 3% for hearing. So, of course, saying the word out loud when you're writing it and you're using it will help because, well, 3% of the cortex includes hearing, but the biggest part of the brain is devoted to vision. And of course, also the sense of smell is so important when it comes to memory and recalls. For example, smelling the smell of burger that reminds you of McDonald's, for example, smelling a certain perfume that reminds you of a certain boyfriend or girlfriend. I'm pretty sure a lot of you experienced a certain smell at one point that reminded you of something that happened long time ago. So yeah, also the sense of smell helps a lot, but there is no obvious way to use your this sense when it comes to mind mapping. So here's the thing, though. If you feel that using mind mapping is affecting your memory and recall in a negative way, that, for example, your visual senses are not helping you effectively and mind mapping are not being effective for you, you need to either see what's wrong, figure out that there's a certain problem in your mind map, whether it's the structure that you're using and the kind of colors or shapes that you're using or not using for you to be able to recall the information and improve the memory processing of through mind mapping. You need to figure out what's wrong, and you need to figure out if there's a certain fix to it, or if whatever you're trying to tackle, if it needs or it can support mind mapping. Otherwise, you'd be wasting your time and you will not improve your memory and your recall in any way. On the contrary, you'll be wasting your time, as I said. But whether you're following a mind map or not, there are certain ways also to boost your memory. We're going to talk about them really quickly. So number one, always repeat. Repeating an information about 30 times showed effectivity when it comes to memory. When you have a certain information, when you meet somebody and they tell you their name, I'm pretty sure that most of you, you know that, for example, remembering names is something crucial. And when somebody says their name, at that moment, you listen to the name properly and you try to remember it. And then after a minute, you figure out that you forgot the name. The reason why is because you did not repeat it. You heard it once and you repeated it maybe one time, and then you didn't repeat it and then you forgot it immediately. But try this. When somebody tells you their name, try to repeat it 30 times and then see that you're not going to forget about this information. If you have anything you want to learn, by repeating it 30 times, you're going to boost your memory. And eventually, memory is something that you train. So the more you do this, the more you train it, the easier it becomes for you to be able to actually retain this information and boost your memory. So if for now you're repeating this information, the names that you hear 30 times for you to be able to remember them, well, in 2-3 months, maybe you'll have to repeat them about 25 times. Your memory is getting better, right? And another thing that can also boost your memory is using a mnemonic device or a memory device. It's any learning technique that aids information retention or retrieval in the human memory, how it sounds, and what it makes you think of. So we talked how mind maps use your visual perception. When you look at something, the color or the shape reminds you of a certain concept or a certain word, which eventually helps you with memory and recall. But that's not just it. Mnemonic devices, which is how something sounds. If you heard, for example, that the sum of your protein, carbs, and fats and all of that is called macros, but then you keep forgetting about macros, and then you remember that, oh, you have your macroeconomics class at school, and then you link macros that you heard in the gym to your macroeconomics class. Then whenever you're going to remember, whenever you're trying to remember the macros, you're going to remember how it sounds like, which is macroeconomics. And then you're going to instantly remember macros, the word macros. And also what it makes you think of. If when somebody said macros, you just thought about mac and cheese, for example, then whenever you want to recall this information, recall macros, you're going to think about the mac and cheese and you're going to remember it right away. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you people already tried it or had these similar experiences. And third, taking time out to just relax and rest your brain can be extremely beneficial. I know how in a fast-paced world, and I'm one of these people who usually refuse to take a time out and just relax, but I realize that it is important. When you're studying, for example, and you get so drained and someone asks you to go to a park, don't say no. You'll thank yourself later. Meaning that if you're studying and you feel that you're getting drained and you say, no, I don't want to go to the park because you want to stay and you want to study, even though your willpower is getting drained, your motivation is getting lower, you're starting to stress out, your mind is tired and your body is tired, and you cannot just process the information in an effective way. You'll be doing yourself wrong by not going out. But then you go to a park and you say, well, you know what? I'm just going to go to the park. You go to the park and you sit there for half an hour and you just admire nature or river or whatever. You talk to friends and then you relax. You go back home and you sit to study, and then you're going to feel like you restored your energy. See, everything that you use when you're trying to focus or concentrate or study or work, they are elements that eventually when you rest, they recharge. For example, willpower. When you rest, your willpower charges, but the more you resist temptations, the more you'll drain out your willpower, and eventually you'll have harder time studying, right? That's why most people, they binge eat at night, because they resist temptations throughout the day, and then they get to 11 p.m. and then they feel hungry, and then there's not enough willpower for them to say no to this pizza or no to this burger, and then they binge eat. Willpower is gone. Well, they cannot resist the temptations in the same way. And also, when you're studying, you need your willpower to be able to focus and not get distracted by a lot of different things that are happening around of you or different things that you want to do. But when your willpower is drained, you'll have even a harder time retaining information, because even though you're still resisting temptations and trying to focus, your focus levels are decreasing, and therefore your memory will get shorter and you'll be able to process the information slower. That's why if you study when you're tired and you try to recall this information afterwards, and you study the same thing when you're not tired and you try to recall it, you're going to find way better results when you weren't tired or when you took a break, because your memory got a bit restored. You got this boost that you need for your focus and for your willpower, which will eventually boost your memory. So if you're having problems with your memory and you feel that mind mapping is not really helping in a certain issue, you might want to try these. As I said, repeat 30 times if you want, maybe more, maybe less, it's up to you. Use mnemonic devices. Try to relate information to things that they remind you of, to things that they sound like it, not just visual perceptions. And take time out. If you feel that you're just sitting down and you just can't focus, you can't recall information, and you can't focus, you can't use your memory properly, just take a break and see if after going back at it after the break, you're going to get better. And if so, you're going to know that the problem was just that you're tired or you're drained. And that's it for memory boost and recall information. Now, getting back to mind mapping. When you are doing the mind mapping, you have a certain goal that you want to achieve eventually. In some instances, you are doing mind mapping just to brainstorm. But eventually, for each and every brainstorming, whether it's an essay, whether it's a presentation, a career, a job that you have, a certain exam that you have, a workout routine, whatever it is, there is a goal behind it. You're not just doing it for the fun. There is something behind it. And that's exactly why I'm talking about SMART goals. Because if you're basing your mind mapping on a goal that is not specific or that is not measurable, attainable, realistic, or timely, you'll face a lot of obstacles. You might find that mind mapping is not helping, but on the contrary, it is standing between you and your goals. Eventually, you might start thinking that, oh, mind mapping is not working, when in fact, it's not the mind mapping that's not working. It's the goal that you have that is not specific or measurable or attainable, realistic, or timely. It's not a SMART goal. Then you need to reassess it. You need to go back to the core. You need to go back to your goal and see, well, is this something realistic? You wanna go on a diet? You wanna lose weight? Okay, your goal is to lose 50 pounds. Well, you start doing the mind mapping. What you know, what you don't know, what you need to eat, for example, what kind of workouts you need to do, what kind of workouts for each and every muscle, okay? But then you find yourself, for example, doing all of these things, but you're not getting closer to the goal, when in fact, for example, you put a goal that is so unrealistic and you said, well, I'm going to do that in 2 months, right? So eventually you'll find that the mind map is not helping, and you'll start thinking that there's something wrong, because in fact there is something wrong, which is you not having a SMART goal. So before even starting the mind mapping process, you need to make sure that your goal, the core of this mind map, is realistic, it's SMART, it's specific, measurable, attainable, timely, and realistic. Once you ask yourself these questions, ask yourself each and every one. Is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it a SMART goal? And if the answer to your question is yes, then you're good to go. You start the mind mapping process, and most probably, if you haven't gotten into any loopholes or obstacles, and we'll go through the different obstacles that you might face, you'll be on the good track using the good mind mapping technique for you to be able to get the best out of it. So, in this lecture, we're going to talk about what you need to do before starting with anything. In the previous lectures, you guys are starting to understand some concepts that are crucial for proper time management, but there are certain things that you need to do prior to all of these things for you to be able to have a good kickstart at first. Because if you have a bad start, if you fail to plan how you're going to start, you're not going to be able to follow through. Even if you know these principles, you're going to face a lot of obstacles. So we're going to talk about the right way to start. So when you plan everything ahead, your road becomes clearer and easier to take. If you say, I want to get food, and you get inside your car and you start driving, not knowing where you're going, it's going to take a lot of time to figure it out. And you might waste a lot of time. But if you say, okay, I want to get Burger King, you go down to your car, you put the GPS, you get Burger King, you eat, and you go back home. This is you managing your time effectively. Why? Because you planned ahead. You have a goal this week, let's say, to hit the gym 5 times. It's Sunday, you say, okay, this week I'm going to hit the gym 5 times. But then you wake up on Monday and you're like, okay, what am I going to do today? Maybe legs. No, actually, I should do arms. And then you get confused and you say, okay, I'm going to do arms. But then you don't have a workout plan to follow. And then you need to find a workout plan. And you end up wasting so much time. You end up wasting the time that you could have spent at the gym finishing your workout. So when you plan ahead, the road becomes clearer and easier to take. And you'll be able to save a lot of time. And not just that, you'll be able to be more productive because you're not wasting time and willpower on useless tasks that you should have done before in order for you to be able to start with what's important. So always keep in mind, when you want to start with something, be a bullet. A bullet doesn't decide which direction it should follow when it's in the air. And that's exactly what you should do. You should prepare yourself ahead. Aim towards your goals, have a plan, know what you need to do, and then go after them. Planning ahead helps the most with procrastination because we'll take the same example. If you want to start going to the gym on Monday and you don't have a plan, okay, you need to decide what you're going to do today, if it's cardio, if it's push day, if it's legs day. And then after that, you need to figure out what exercises you're going to do. And then when you realize and you figure out what exercises you're going to do and all of that, then you find yourself that you wasted an hour and a half and now you have something else to do. And therefore you procrastinate going to the gym and you skip going on Monday. And, this thing might go on and on. On Monday, let's say Tuesday, you go and you do whatever you planned on Monday, and then you get to Wednesday and you don't have a plan for Wednesday, right? And you're going to keep procrastinating, and this is how people eventually fail at perseverance, at staying at the gym and achieving their goals. So the frustration of not knowing what to do next on the road to achieving a goal will give you a reason to procrastinate, and therefore you'll be stuck at your place. Sometimes you won't just procrastinate because you have something to do. Sometimes you will procrastinate just because you spend too much mental energy on figuring out the program that you need and whatever you're going to do today and what time you're going to go, that it just becomes frustrating and your willpower gets drained because maybe you did other stuff before. You had work or you had to take care of something, and then your willpower gets drained, you're frustrated, and therefore you procrastinate. But when you plan ahead and you know that tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I'm going to go to the gym, I'm going to spend an hour to an hour and a half doing these 6 legs exercises, then you have a solid plan. 9:30, you go, you do it, you don't procrastinate, you come back home, and when you do that, when you have a plan and you follow it through and you finish it, most of us, you will feel good. When you finish your workout or when you finish your essay or when you finish whatever you had to do at work, you feel good. You feel the sense of accomplishment, and this will help you throughout the day. When you feel like, I went to the gym and I finished that, you wanna achieve more. You say, okay, I'm gonna go to work and I'm gonna finish whatever I have. I'm gonna finish my homework, because this feeling of accomplishment, as we talked before about how procrastination, it has like a dopamine rush in your brain, but accomplishment has an even bigger dopamine. It affects your brain in a different way. But of course, there's a bigger dopamine rush when it comes to accomplishing stuff. So when you plan ahead, you don't just skip procrastination and the frustration of skipping whatever you had to do, but you get the same satisfaction and even more that you would have gotten if you had procrastinated just out of nowhere, for you to be able to spend some leisure time, and you'll be able to carry on with the plan, and you'll be able to carry on with your day even more effectively. That's, of course, if you have a plan for the rest of the day. If you only have a plan for the gym, and then you have an assignment that you need to do, an essay, but you don't have the outline for the essay, you don't know what you're gonna write about, and you don't know, for example, how many pages or what the topic is, you're gonna fall into the same frustration, into the same procrastination. And that's exactly why planning ahead would save you a lot of time and a lot of mental energy, because as we said before, it's not just about time management, it's about mind management. And of course, it's not that easy. Planning and following through with the plan can be hard. And sometimes when you're putting a plan towards a certain goal, you might encounter a lot of things on this plan that you're not comfortable with. A lot of instances, you have some stuff that you need to do that needs to push you out of your comfort zone. And usually when people encounter these things require a lot of willpower for you to be able to overcome the fear, get out of your comfort zone and do them, right? So the first action we should do on the road to success is facing our fear and getting out of our comfort zone, because the more we get out of the comfort zone, the easier it is for us next time to get out of the comfort zone again. So of course, the first few times you might fail to follow and carry on with the plan that you have, but you don't stop there. You keep going back at it and back at it, because practice makes perfect. If at the first sight of you getting out of your comfort zone, you just say, "Oh, I can't do this," and you stop the plan right there, just because you can't get out of your comfort zone. I'm going to be very honest. This will not just affect your time management. This will prevent you from achieving your goals properly. So sometimes the only thing standing between achieving your goals and you is not just time management. It's not just time. That's the issue. Sometimes it's putting the plan and following through with it that can be hard, because, as I said, it might demand you to get out of your comfort zone. It might demand you, for example, to say, "No, I can't see my friends tonight. I can't go out with the boys tonight, or I can't have a girls' night out tonight." And this you might not feel comfortable with this, because you're used to going out every single time somebody has a plan. But you need to get out of your comfort zone and follow on and carry on with the plan in order for you to be able to effectively manage your time. And eventually, you're doing it for a good purpose, which is your goals and your dreams. And when you do that, everything will seem easier. So what now? First, you get organized. Before you start your day, sit down on the desk, clean it up from distractions and items that won't contribute to your work. Always have the things that you might need to get the job done on the table, so you don't get distracted and you say, "Oh, I need to go to the other room to pick up whatever thing," and then you notice that notifications on your phone, and then you spend half an hour on your phone. You don't want that. Put the distractions aside. Sit down and put everything you need in order for you to not leave the desk and just sit down and finish whatever you had to do. The cleaner the workplace, the better. So you need to get organized in terms of the workplace. And then you need to plan ahead. Everyone in life has a goal, and the biggest reason why most people never reach that goal is because they failed at planning ahead. So put a plan. Before even getting organized, you need to have a plan, right? You get organized, and then you start. After having your plan written down and you have everything organized on your desk or whatever, look at the first thing that you need to do, the first thing on the list. The biggest priority that you have, and put all your energy and focus getting it done, and transform that motivation and kind of switch it on to every single task that you need to do, and don't stop until you're done. Sometimes, as we talked about before, you're going to get tired, you're going to feel like you're going to procrastinate. So when I say don't stop until you're done, I'm talking about the crucial 20%. Even if you have to procrastinate on the least important tasks and not the priorities. Hello guys, and welcome to the first lecture in this course. In this lecture, we're going to introduce the concept of time management. We're going to talk about the science behind time management, and we're going to go into depth to explain all the different factors that might affect, in a negative or a positive way, the time management process. A lot of people think that time management is simply planning, which is not the case. If time management was that simple, anybody would be able to do it. But the truth of the matter is, time management is much more complicated than that. There is a science behind time management. We want to take you on a trip inside the human brain, for you guys to be able to see all the details inside your brain, thoughts that can actually affect time management. And we want you to be able to control these thoughts, to control these patterns, and to eventually use your brain power effectively, achieving proper time management. So, as I said, time management is much more than just writing a to-do list or planning a day ahead. It's about mind management, being aware of every single thing in your brain that can affect time management. It's about effective planning, which is knowing how to plan, not just taking a piece of paper and writing your to-do list. Planning needs to be effective, and there's a certain way to do so. And finally, scientific methods. You can't wake up one day and expect yourself to be a time management expert. It's a process, and there's a lot to learn, and that's why we want to cover the scientific methods behind effective time management. Alan Laken said, "Failing to plan is planning to fail." So the to-do list that you never followed, the New Year resolution that you dropped, the schedule that you forgot about, in each and every scenario, you are failing to plan. And as you can see, failing to plan is planning to fail. And that's exactly why you couldn't carry on with the plans that you had. You couldn't carry on with the schedules that you have, and it all went to waste. People ask themselves every single day how they should plan their day. But how do you expect to plan a day effectively when the concept of planning itself is not that concrete yet? The scientific approach to planning is very different than what people generally consider as planning, as I said before. And what we're aiming for in this course is not to just teach you how to effectively plan and be able to manage your time properly, but to maximize your productivity. We talked about these things before, and you guys are familiar with them. A to-do list that is longer than novels. A New Year resolution plan that goes to waste. Working long hours and not seeing good enough results. Changing and switching your to-do list every single time and feeling that there's not enough hours a day. Feeling pressured by time. We all went through these things, and we don't really think that the problem is time management when in fact it is. We all have the exact 24 hours a day, but it's up to each and every person's time management. That's what determines the difference in the lifestyle. That's what determines the difference in terms of results, free time, and eventually achieving goals. I've watched a lot of motivational videos that say, you don't need time planning, you don't need a good diet, you don't need anything. You can go 3 days without sleeping, just working. And of course, sometimes this is going to happen. Sometimes you're going to spend long hours working on a project that you might not eat well, you might not sleep for 2 nights, it might happen. But this can't be a lifestyle. And it doesn't matter how motivated you are or what your goal is, time management is essential. For you to be able to carry on with a plan or with a schedule, you need willpower, and your willpower gets drained, and before you know it, you find yourself falling into time management problems. Why? Because you have no willpower. It's drained. And how do you cultivate a willpower that can ensure good time management? Of course, we're going to talk about this very soon in next lectures. But for now, I want you guys to understand the concepts that can be an obstacle for time management. What you guys know as willpower is, in fact, something called the prefrontal cortex. This is the section in your brain that determines decision-making and regulating behavior and following through with plans. And we want you to actually understand how the prefrontal cortex works and how you can use it to your own advantage. The downside to it, willpower is limited. It's like a battery. The more you use it, the less energy you have. The more you resist, the more you consume willpower. And that's exactly why, for example, when you're on a diet, you're more likely to binge on food at night because during the day, your willpower is good. Your prefrontal cortex is charged. Your batteries are charged. But at the end of the night, you're drained because you kept resisting throughout the day that at night, your willpower is so drained that you can't say no. And you don't just eat a slice of pizza. Because your willpower is so drained, you binge eat. You get 2 pizzas and an ice cream maybe. And that's normal. That's not just you. That's every human being that walks on this planet. And this is related to time management because when you have a plan, when you have a schedule, every single time you're doing something, you're using your willpower to sit down and finish the task. Every time you want to go do something else, play basketball, you want to go check your phone and you say, no, I need to focus on work. You are resisting temptations and this will drain your willpower. And I don't want you to think that time management is just about willpower, that if you have a good enough willpower, you'll be able to manage your time effectively, because it's much more than just willpower. It's attention span, prioritization, distractions, noise, skills, pressure, power, action, adrenaline, multitasking, nutrition, habits, introspection, plasticity, amygdala. There's a lot of concepts that gets into time management, and we're going to cover all of those concepts that you need to be able to manage your time effectively. On the bright side, there are ways to scientifically and effectively manage your time, and we're going to get right to it in the next lecture. Hello guys. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about the 80-20 principle. Now, I'm pretty sure that a lot of you are familiar with the principle. Some of you are not. I read about it in different books, and I even read an entire book about the 80-20 principle. And that's when I realized that the 80-20 principle is one of the most important principles when it comes to proper time management. So let's get to it. This principle is generally known as the Pareto principle. After its founder, the Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto, he was the first person to actually realize that the 80-20 principle is actually a thing. Now, of course, it's not something that you can always generalize, but most of the cases, the 80-20 principle is really, really efficient. And when you say economist, you say statistics. So you can know that coming from an economic background, the guy knows what he's talking about, because economy is based on statistics mostly, right? So what is the 80-20 principle? I'll give a few examples to be able to explain it properly. 80% of value is achieved with the first 20% of the effort. 80% of the work is completed by 20% of your team. 80% of software problems are caused by 20% of the bugs. So in short, roughly 80% of the effects come from 20% of the causes. And if we want to reflect that into productivity, 80% of your accomplishments come from 20% of your to-do list. And think about it. Look at your to-do list and see how many tasks would directly contribute towards whatever goals you have, and how many tasks would just be a waste of your time, or they won't help you reach your goals, but these are tasks that you need to do for any reason. I'll give a couple extended examples. Let's say you have a fitness goal. You want to gain weight. You want to increase the size of your muscles. So you go to the gym 5 days a week and you have a diet, right? So I'm just going to focus on the exercises at the gym. I'm going to apply the 80-20 rule for the exercises at the gym. You have different exercises, you have some isolation exercises, and you have some compound movements, and your goal is to gain more weight and to increase your mass. And for those of you who do know and those of you who don't, usually compound movements help you the most in terms of mass, right? However, you need to add a lot of more isolation, cardio, some body weight training, but eventually 80% of the mass that you got out of your workout came from 20% of the exercises that are the compound movements. If you're making an app, for example, the first 20% of the code constitute the 80% essential code that you need for your app. The rest is just fixing bugs, for example, adding some front-end designs for the app. If you have a marketing strategy, 80% of the revenue would come from 20% of the marketing strategies that you're following. The rest of them are contributing for the 20% that is left. But the majority of the results come from the 20% of the marketing campaign or the marketing strategy that you're following. So now that you understand the 80-20 principle, of course you're wondering, how does that affect time management? So the point is, you need to focus on the critical 20% to achieve the 80% of your goal. And of course, as I said before, these are statistics. They're not always accurate. Sometimes it's 90-10, sometimes it's 70-30, whatever it is, but usually there is a smaller percentage that contributes the most towards your goals, and that's what you need to focus on, the critical 20 or 30 or 15%. That's what you need to focus on when it comes to time management. So as you guys can see what's written in the presentation, the key is not to prioritize what's on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. So you can't write down a schedule and then prioritize. Your schedule needs to be based on your priorities, on the critical 20%. If you have 10 tasks a day, 2 of those tasks are the most important. 2 of these tasks are more important than all the 8 combined. Think about it. Put a to-do list, put whatever you have to do for the day, and try to pinpoint the crucial and critical things to do that will eventually help you achieve your goals. What are these 2 tasks? And once you realize what these tasks are and you become aware of the 80-20 principle, now you need to start building a schedule based on these priorities. You need to build a schedule or a plan based on these critical points. A lot of people disregard this rule because they think, it's common sense. Yeah, I'm going to focus more on the things that will eventually help me accomplish my goals. But they encounter a lot of issues. First is one of the biggest issues is time management. People, and that's why we're talking about it right here, people usually procrastinate the most important tasks of the day that accounts for 80% of the results and busy themselves instead with the least important tasks. And usually because the crucial 20% are usually harder than the 80% that is rest. So they want to finish these 80% to feel that, I did a lot today. And then they end up not doing the critical 20%, which is completely wrong. You need to focus on the 20% first before focusing on the 80% that is left. And of course, we're going to talk later on in further lectures on how to use procrastination to your favor. But for now, I want you guys to be aware that this is one of the issues. We tend to procrastinate the most critical and important tasks that will eventually help us accomplish our goals. We need to be aware of this. And the second thing is prioritizing. We said before that your schedule needs to be based on your priorities. You can't build a schedule and then prioritize the tasks. Your schedule needs to be based on your priorities. I'm repeating it because it's very important to know that starting with the 80% instead of the 20% is you setting yourself up to fail. Because you guys will see, we talked about it before, that willpower gets drained. It's a limited resource. So when you start with the 80% that are not as important, when you get to the 20% that are big tasks and that are mainly linked directly towards you accomplishing your goals, you will feel that you don't have the willpower to do these tasks. And even if you find some willpower to start doing these tasks, you won't be able to follow through and finish these tasks effectively. And of course, that brings us to the last issue, which is the willpower that we talked about. In order for you to be able to start with the 20% instead of starting with the 80%, you need willpower. So you need to cultivate willpower to be able to follow these priorities. Taking the easy way out by starting with the easy tasks does not mean that you won't consume willpower, because we are resisting temptations on a daily basis, every single second, every single minute. We are resisting temptations because at any given moment, there are certain thoughts going into our heads, recurring into our mind. You want to do things, you want to go eat, you want to do this, you want to do that, and you use your willpower to tame these desires or these temptations or whatever. So even if you're avoiding the big tasks and tackling the easy task instead to just feel this fake satisfaction, it will affect your willpower. And as I said before, you will get to the point where you need to start with the 20%, but your willpower will be so drained that you can't even start. So what should you do? As simple as that, you need to apply these rules. When you have a list, you should start with the most important task, not the longest or the hardest. Sometimes the biggest tasks, the 20%, are not the longest or the hardest. Sometimes they are, most of the times they are, but it's not a general rule. Sometimes they're the most complicated, but that doesn't mean that they're the longest or the hardest. That means that they need a lot of thinking. They need a clear mind to just sit down and think about them. Some of them are hard, some of them are long, and some of them are just easy, right? But you just need to know the value of whatever you're doing. If a task is more valuable than all of the rest, even if it's harder or more complex, or even if it's easier, no matter what it is, based on value, you need to start with it. And the second thing is related to habit, and we're going to talk later about habits. But never go on a task in the 80% if you still haven't finished the 20% tasks. A lot of people tend to do that. They start with the 20% critical task and they finish half of it, and then they say, oh, you know what? I'm going to finish the rest of it later on today. Right now, I'm going to do some other things. So what's happening right there? You're procrastinating. You are procrastinating the crucial 10% that is left in order for you to waste your time doing the 80% that is not as important. And the last thing is that you need to become aware of these problems. And now that you've finished this lecture, you are way more aware of these problems. The next time you're going to be writing down a schedule, you're going to remember that you need to put these critical 20% in your head before writing your schedule, and you need to write your schedule accordingly. You will know that every single time you're going to start with your schedule, you're going to start with the critical 20%. And every single time your mind tells you that, oh, let's stop and move to the 80%, you're going to know that no, you're going to fall into procrastination, and this is bad. You need to stick with the critical 20%. As soon as you're done with the critical 20%, then you're good to go. You can move to the 80%, and usually, as I said, the 80% are easier, and therefore they do require willpower, but they require less willpower. And these 80% that are left, even if you have one or two tasks that you couldn't accomplish, because we all get tired at one point. If you procrastinate these two tasks that are left, you're not procrastinating on your priorities, you're procrastinating on secondary priorities that you can always do the other day, the next day, or during the weekend, or whenever you have a few minutes to spare. Along the course, there are going to be a lot of different exercises and resources that you guys need to look at and take them seriously, because these resources are there to help you manage your time properly and just grasp the concept of time management by the root. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about the law of three and how it can change your life. Of course, some of you are familiar with it. Some of you might not be as familiar. When I first read about it, it was Brian Tracy who was talking about it. And it is one of the most important concepts also when it comes to time management. It is a bit similar to the 80-20 principle, but it's more general and it's really helpful. So I want you guys to look at your schedule. but not just your daily schedule. Look at every single goal you have, business-wise, relationship-wise, fitness-wise. Now look at the tasks that you need to do for each and every one of these for the next month. You're going to find out that you have a lot of stuff to do. When we talked about the 80-20 principle, we talked about how you need to base your schedule, build your schedule based on your priorities. But when we talk about priorities, you don't just have priorities when it comes to your career. You have priorities when it comes to relationships, fitness, different parts of your life. Maybe you have some hobbies that you want to turn into a business or so, and this is one of your goals. So, if you want to apply the 80-20 principle into each and every one of these, it becomes a bit complicated. What you use instead is the law of 3. So the way it works is, first you need to ask yourself, where do you see yourself in the next year? Let's say, if you have goals for the next year, you want to ask yourself, where do you see yourself next year? And these are your goals, right? Now, some goals are dependent of others. If one of your goals is, for example, to move out and get a new place for yourself, the second goal is to buy a new car, the third goal is to start a marketing company, and the fourth goal is to have to lose 15 kilograms or 15 pounds, whatever. You will see that 3 of the goals, 3 out of 4, are related to money. In order for you to achieve these 3 goals, you need to make money, right? And one of these tasks, or one of these goals, is related to fitness. So now, this is the question of priority. When we said before that you need to base your schedule on priorities, that based on these priorities you build your schedule, now you know that based on these goals, you have top 3 priorities are related to money. So these things, money-wise, work, business, this is your top priorities because this equals 3 goals achieved. But fitness is the second priority because even though it is one of your goals, it is the second most important goal that you have, right? So now you're able to focus on what matters the most. So just like the 80-20 rule, the law of 3 focuses on what matters the most. The difference is with the law of 3, we're looking into eliminating more than prioritizing. So you guys remember that in the 80-20 principle, we focused on prioritizing the 20% that is critical for you. However, I think by now you don't really understand how elimination works with the law of 3, but you'll understand in a minute. So as I said in the beginning, the law of 3 is something that you can use for fitness, you can use for business, you can use for every single aspect in your life. And the way it works is, as we said before, you put all your goals. You write a list of the goals that you have, right? And then for each goal, you want to write the 3 most important activities and tasks that you have. And you focus on them by eliminating the rest of the tasks that are not important. So let's say you have a business and one of your goals is to build this business in order for it to generate a certain amount of money a year, right? So if you go back to the 80-20 principle, you have different stuff to do a day. Let's say, for example, you're taking a course online, you have some other stuff to do, run some errands a day, you have your part-time job, and at the same time you have your business. So according to the 80-20 rule, you need to focus on first what you need to do is to prioritize working on your business. This is the first thing that you need to do according to the 80-20 principle to be able to achieve your goals. But now, in this particular task that you have on your schedule, which is focusing on your business, you need to break down like the sub-tasks, if you want, the to-do list for each and every element in the main to-do list. I know it's getting a bit complicated, but hang on for just a second, you'll be able to understand it. So we established that working on your business is the critical 20% when it comes to your daily schedule. And in order for you to achieve this goal, which is to grow your business, what are the three most important tasks? Let's say first it's getting new clients, second it's focusing on marketing campaign, and three is to be able to enhance your operation management skills to be able to operate the business properly. Now, these are the three most important tasks for you to be able to achieve the 20% that is critical for you to be able to achieve your goals. And what you do right here is that you eliminate. Because of course, you have other tasks that are related to this critical 20%, but you need to eliminate the rest of the tasks that are not as important at the moment. Because at different instances, for example, when you first start your business, maybe the three most important tasks are to create a logo, build a website, and let's say build a portfolio. When these are the three most important tasks, you focus on these first. You don't focus on doing a logo, building a website, making a portfolio, getting clients, creating a marketing campaign. No, there are steps that you need to take. And in a further lecture, we're going to talk about taking it one step at a time. But for now, you guys need to be aware that the law of three basically talks about the three most important activities that are related to the critical 20% task that you have on your to-do list, on your general to-do list. And once you have these three most important tasks, you need to prioritize them. So let's say you want to build, you have, the example that we had before, so you want a logo, you want a website, and you want a portfolio. So at first, in order for you to build a website and launch it, you need a logo. So first thing to do is to do the logo, and that's the first thing you focus on. That's the first thing you start on doing. Once you're done the logo, you can start building the website. Okay, good. Because you can't put a portfolio when you don't have a website, for example, right? So the second most important task is to finish the website. And the third most important task is to build the portfolio and put it on the website. And based on that, you prioritize. You start with the logo, then you move to the website, and then you move to the portfolio. So to recap, first, you use the 80-20 principle to figure out what are the most important things to focus on in order for you to accomplish your goals. If your goal, for example, is one of the main goals is to lose 15 pounds, what is the 20%, the critical 20% that you need to focus on a daily basis to attain this goal, right? And then once you figure out what this critical 20% is, and it's not always one thing, it might be several things based on your goals. If you have a relationship goals and you have business goals and you have fitness goals, then you need to prioritize based on what we talked about before. How many goals are linked to each and every one of these? If you have one goal linked to fitness, 3 goals linked to business, and 2 goals linked to relationships, then you can know that the most important thing is business, the second most important thing is relationships, and the third most important thing is fitness. So before you do anything else, you need to focus on these 3. Now, for each and every one of these 3, when it comes to the things that you need to do to finish what you have on the daily schedule, you need to see what you need, what are the 3 things that you need to do, the 3 most important things that you need to accomplish, and in each and every one of these goals for you to be able to finish the critical 20% and move on to the least valuable 80%. In order to do that, you write down all the tasks and you see which one is the most important, which one comes after, and which one is the last one to accomplish. You finish these based on prioritizing them, and once this is done, you move to the second most important goal that you have or task that you have on your daily schedule, which in this case was relationships. And then you see what are the 3 most important tasks. For example, let's say first you need to free some time. Second, you need to have a better relationship with your wife, for example. And third, you want to take your kids out 2 times a week. and then you prioritize. Let's say the problems with your wife are affecting your job a lot, and therefore you're not as productive as work as you need to be. So then you realize, in order for you to be able to free some time, work less and achieve more, for you to be able to have more free time and then take your children out more, you need to first solve whatever issues you have with your wife. So the most important task that you have at first is to be able to find a way to settle with your wife and just avoid the arguments and avoid the fights that you have. Once this is done, you will get more productive. So the second step is for you to work effectively. Now that you don't have this headache, to work effectively, to have more time a day. And once you do, then you're going to be able to achieve the third most important task, which is to take your kids out 2 times a week. It's all up to what matters the most. Some people think that a happy and healthy life is usually the one spent mostly with people you love or doing what you love, and you might think differently. It's up to you. What matters the most to you? Managing your time effectively will help you achieve more in a given goal, as well as give you more free time to spend with your loved ones if your idea of a happy and healthy life is spending time with people you love, right? And the reason why we work long hours and we fail at managing our times, even when we know what our goals are, a lot of people, they know that, for example, in order for them to be able to buy a certain car that they want in a year, their priority is business, and they prioritize business, but they work long hours and they don't see a lot of results. Is because first, they're focusing on useless tasks. They're not prioritizing, they're not using the law of 3, and therefore they're spending most of their time doing stuff that don't really add value, don't matter at the moment. And then the second thing is they get distracted. And why do they get distracted easily? Because they don't know, or they don't have tasks in front of them that they need to accomplish that are important for them to be able to move to the next step and see what the next step is. So they get distracted easily because they don't have something solid and concrete in front of them. And you spend 20% of the time focusing on what matters the most, because, well, even if you're not using the law of 3, generally speaking, when people have a certain goal, they know that they need to accomplish certain tasks. So they do spend some time focusing on these tasks, but they lose most of the time doing useless tasks and falling into distractions. So you guys can see this example again in business. Maybe the first priority is clients, second priority is partnerships, and the third priority is adding value to your clients. First step is to find the client. So second step is to find partnerships with firms, let's say. And third is, through these partnerships, you'll be able to add value to your clients. So you can't be looking into getting hundreds of partnerships when you don't even have clients. Therefore, you're not prioritizing right, and you're going to end up being distracted because, okay, you're focusing on partnerships a lot and you're not focusing on clients and value, and you're getting a lot of partnerships, but there's nothing to do with these partnerships, and then you fall into distractions. So the law of 3 not only helps you with time management, but it limits the distractions, and that's what matters the most. It doesn't just, you're not just prioritizing, but you're eliminating these distractions. As we said before, the law of 3 is not about prioritizing that, like the principle, the 80-20 principle. The law of 3 is about elimination. So that's exactly the reason why most people take their work home or stay late at work, is because in those, let's say, 8 hours of work, we tend to waste a lot of it with distractions because we don't have concrete tasks and goals in front of us. And if we have them and we concentrate on them effectively, we'll be able to finish the work in no time, and you don't have to stay late at work. You don't have to take any work at home, and you'll have more free time. So the key is balance. Balance is the key to anything. When you have a career goal, for example, ask yourself, what is my why? Why do you want to achieve this goal? And the answer could be to have a better lifestyle for you and your family, and you should balance these two things simultaneously. After all, what's the purpose of a nicer car or bigger home if you don't have the time to spend enjoying them, right? So prioritizing first, elimination. Second, you need to see what tasks are the most important in order for you to achieve the next one, but you need to also use this to eliminate the distractions and eliminate the least important tasks that will waste a lot of your time and prevent you from accomplishing and achieving these goals. So this is the way it should be. 50% of your time needs to go to the most essential task to finish it first. And then 30% of your time goes to the second most essential, and 20% of your time goes to the third most essential. And therefore, because 50% of your time goes to the most essential task, because usually it's the biggest one, it's the one that is the most crucial. And then once it's done, you move to the second most essential. And then when it's done, you move to the third most essential. And then you start all over again. Write another list. What is the most essential? What is the second most essential? What is the third most essential? And sometimes you're going to encounter some cases where you have 3 tasks that are not related in any way, but are crucial for this particular goal. And what you do, it's up to you. As long as you finish these tasks, it's up to you how you're going to divide your time, which task you're going to start with, which task you're going to leave and do later. But this is where you need to remember willpower. So if you have a big task, we're going to talk more about it later, but start with the bigger tasks because they consume willpower the most, and then move to smaller tasks because they require less willpower. And by the time you get to them, you will have less willpower, which works. And finally, some of you might be wondering that, sure, I have the 3 most important tasks, for example, when it comes to certain goals, but I also have other stuff to do. If I have a business, I need to respond to emails and send invoices every 2 weeks. That's fine. The way it should be is that you need to focus 90% of your time on the 3 most important tasks, and you can always allocate 10% of this of your time to do the rest that are less important but are also eventually important for you to be able to achieve this particular goal. So you're using the 80-20 principle, then you're using the law of 3 principle, and then you are using the 80-20 principle inside the law of 3 principle. I'll be adding a lot of resources and articles and exercises into the course for you guys to be able to understand all these concepts really well, because I know that they can be a bit tricky and a bit complicated. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about the power of 1. I'm pretty sure that most of you, when you read the title, you didn't really understand what it means, but you're going to understand in a second. I want to emphasize the reason why I used the power of 1 is because I want you to know that this one thing is very powerful when it comes to time management and managing your schedule generally, just putting all the tasks that you have to do. This one thing is very important. Without any further ado, we'll get to it. So the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and most of you guys and all of you, you know that every single time you want to start something, it always begins with the first step. Okay? Once you take the first step and you see the second step in front of you, it's way easier. Okay? Every single thing started with the first step. As soon as you take this first step, you're on the right track. You're started. You're getting somewhere. Even if you stopped, you go back to it. Okay? Most probably you won't be starting from step number 1, right? The power of 1 is the power of 1 step. Taking it 1 step at a time, step by step. Always focus on 1 step at a time. And I'm going to repeat it. Focus on 1 step at a time. Jumping steps is never a good thing. If you overwhelm yourself with all the actions you should take, you'll get yourself stuck not knowing what to do next. If you are thinking about how you're going to jump 10 steps at once, you're going to be so overwhelmed that most probably you'll feel that it's so hard and you can't accomplish it. But if you worked step by step, it would have been really different. It's like a stairs. Imagine yourself walking up the stairs, okay? And you want to get to the 10th floor. And if you want to go up there 15 steps at a time, you're not going to be able to go up there because you can't even take the 15 first steps. It doesn't matter how big of a goal you have. Take it one step at a time. Every step you reach, you'll be able to see the next one clearer. Big goals need to be divided into different steps to make it easier to attain the goal. And this is directly linked to the law of three, because when we talked about the law of three, we talked about putting the three most important tasks related to a certain goal that you have on your general to-do list. And then we said you need to divide them and basically rank them from the most important to the least important, but they are all important, the three most important tasks, right? So when you're doing that, and I remember an example where we said if you have a logo, if you have a company that's first starting and you need to make it a logo and a website and a portfolio. Let's talk about jumping steps here. We said you want to put the portfolio on the website, but if you don't have a logo, you need a logo on the website. If you don't have a logo, you can't finalize the website. And if you can't finalize and finish the website, you can't even make a portfolio because, well, you'll have nowhere to put the portfolio, right? So you'll look at it. If I jump 3 steps at a time, I can't do it. There's nothing you can do. If you don't have a website, you can't put the portfolio. So that's exactly why you need to take it step by step, okay? Always reflect that to the law of three because it's directly linked to it. But the difference is right here is to not just use it with the law of three, but to also know that in each and every goals, let's say building a website is one goal, one of these 3 important goals, but inside this, there are different things that you need to do as well, right? So one of the first things is to upload the logo on the website, let's say, okay? The different steps that you have is to have a homepage, to have a contact us, an about us page. All these different pages, they are steps, right? And you can't do 4 pages at a time, right? You need to do each page by itself. If you think about building the 4 pages all at once, you're gonna screw it up because you're not going one step at a time. But if you say I'm gonna make the homepage, and then based on the design of the homepage, I'll be able to figure the About Us section, and then based on the About Us section, I'll be able to put some information in the Contact Us page and be able to finalize the Contact Us page. Then you'll be working step by step in order for you to reach whatever the goal is or whatever the task is to finish it, right? So a couple examples here. If you are to lose weight, if you want to lose weight, okay, you can't expect to lose 10 pounds in one night and then be disappointed the next day that you did not lose 10 pounds, right? Because eventually it's a series of steps. And if you want to spend 12 hours that day in the gym for you to lose 10 pounds and then you realize that, oh, I didn't lose 10 pounds, well, of course, because you jumped a lot of steps and this is not how it works. You need to focus on losing weight every day and know that each and every day you're taking one step because you're losing a little bit of weight. And day after day, you'll see yourself approaching your goal, and this is what you need. So second example, if you start a marketing campaign, focus on creating a marketing plan. Because if you want to start, let's say you want to start a marketing campaign and sell stuff that you have an e-commerce store, for example, and you want to promote something with a marketing campaign. If you want to make a marketing campaign, but you have no idea what the marketing plan is, and you just put something random, well, you're not going to get any sales. This is a step that you skipped. You can't go to launch a marketing campaign if you don't have a marketing plan. So the first step is to make a marketing plan. In order for you to make a marketing plan,
the thing that you need to do even before is to know what goals you're aiming for. Based on that, you need to do a marketing plan. Based on that, you do the marketing campaign, and then you'll be able to see the results. Okay? So when you manage your time in a way where you see all the steps that you need to take, you'll be able to break down large tasks into different steps. You'll be able to spend maybe less time on certain steps, but you'll be able to be more productive, and eventually you'll definitely take less time completing the main goal than you would have completed if you just spent the entire time focusing on jumping the 10 steps all at once instead of taking one step at a time. And I know taking it step by step can be frustrating sometimes. That's why I want to talk about something called the domino effect. A cumulative effect produced when one event initiates a succession of similar events. We talked before, we mentioned the quote, "The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step." This one step is the first domino that dropped on all the dominoes that are going all the way for you to reach your goal. And the domino effect, what it basically is, there's going to be an illustration inside the course that you guys need to take a look at. But basically, the first one drops. The second one is double its size. So when the first one falls on the second one, even though it's double its size, it makes it fall. Now the third one is double the size of the second one, right? So it's 4 times the size of the first one. But because the second one is heavier than the first one, it'll be able to drop this. And then the fourth one is 2 times heavier than the third one, which means it's 8 times heavier than the first one. But the third one drops it because of the effect that the first domino, the small domino, did. Okay? So, this effect, eventually, all the steps that you take, the more steps you take, the closer you get to your goal, and the more steps you take, you'll be able to tackle bigger goals and bigger projects and bigger tasks than you did at first. So knowing that, jumping steps will not only set you up to fail, but it might even screw up the domino effect that you're building. Because if you drop the dominoes from the 10th domino right away, it's going to be good and you can carry on. But don't forget that the impact that's coming from the 9 dominoes before it would have increased the amount of energy that the 10th one had when it hit the 11th one, right? And when you want to reflect that on your own personal goals, what would happen is when you separate the steps, as we said before, your time is more efficient. You'll be able to spend less time producing better results. And that's why when you get to the 10th domino or you get to the 10th step, you're way more equipped and you're way better in terms of your schedule and the quality of the work and the time that you spent, that you can even take bigger and bigger steps and keep growing on a consistent basis. So going back to the law of 3 and its relationship with the domino effect and this lecture is even when you have the 3 most important tasks that you need to work on, some of these tasks might be huge. Building a website is huge, right? So then you need to know what steps you need to take step by step in order for you to finish this task that you have, right? Which is finishing the website. But if you just put right away on one day you want to finish a website, maybe it takes way more than that because there are many different steps, okay? You need to realize what's going on. You need to realize your steps and you need to plan ahead and know what the next step is. So as soon as you finish this step and you knew exactly what you need to do, you move to the next step, even knowing even more what you need to do because you're already getting familiar with the system from the first task, right? You see the design of the homepage, you'll be able to know how the About Us section is going to look like. You start a diet and let's say you want to cut out the salt. If you go cold turkey and you stop eating salt at all, you're going to feel a huge difference. You're going to feel like food is not the same. But if, let's say on a span of 1 week, on a span of 1 month, you start reducing the amount of sugar bit by bit by bit. 15 days in, the amount of salt in your food would be less, and you'll be adjusting to it bit by bit because there's not much of a difference between each and every day. And you get to the last day of the month, and you really don't feel that huge effect like you would have felt if you went cold turkey right away. Why? Because you were taking it step by step. Of course, this particular example has nothing to do with time management itself, but for you to understand that time management is also good planning, and good planning is breaking down the tasks into different steps. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about skills. You probably have some skills that people pinpointed at some point. You know that you personally have some skills, that you know you're good at something, and there's a lot of people around you who say that you're really good at this, or the results show you that you're really good at this. If you win every single basketball game that you ever played, well, you know that you have some skills in basketball. If you're able to code an entire app in 2 days, well, then you know that you have skills. And skills are different than talent. Talent is something that people are born with. There are some people who are born with a certain tendency to do something more than anything else, right? You have some people who started coding when they were 8 years old, and you have people who started coding when they're 18, right? Now, the difference is, yes, sure, some people are born with a talent, but if they don't work on this talent, it won't help them. They need to improve it. But if you have somebody who worked on a skill and he worked on it harder than the person with a talent, well, this skill might grow to beat whoever had the talent, right? Why? Because skills grow with practice. Practice makes perfect. It helps you in growing your skills and improving your skills, but one skill at a time. As we talked before, we talked about taking it one step at a time, right? And it takes time to be skillful at something. So what you need to do is, for example, if you want to become really good at digital marketing, is to first, if you want to be skillful, you need to break it down into steps. What's the first step? The first step is to get familiar with digital marketing, doing some research about it. Maybe the second step would be to implement one of the strategies you learned. Third step would be to monitor the results. Fourth step would be to use trial and error to see if this is something that you need to keep working on or improve, right? And at the end, after you do all of these things, trial and error, and you keep repeating and you try and you go through all the different steps, you get to a point where you can say, well, digital marketing is one of my skills. But if out of the blue, with no testing whatsoever, no learning and nothing, you just throw a digital marketing campaign out there, well, it's not going to work. It's not. And it doesn't matter how hard you work on launching a marketing campaign, if you don't take the first steps that can take you to the step number 15 in order for you to be able to be skillful at something, well, it's not going to work. The most important factor of productivity is how skilled you are at what you do. So always find ways to improve your skills, and in return, your skills will improve your productivity and get things done faster and better. If you play guitar and you want to learn, let's say, a basic 1 minute solo, it would take you, let's say when you're first starting, it would take you 10 hours to perfect it, right? And when you first started, if you wanted to play an advanced solo, a 4-minute advanced solo, it would maybe take you a year and you wouldn't even be able to play it. But when you become skillful at the guitar and you work hard on it and you become on an advanced level, then when we give you the 1 minute beginner solo, you'd maybe master it in, 2 minutes. But when we give you the advanced 4-minute solo, it won't take you a year, it maybe take you 10 days. So when you become skillful, things get done faster and they get done better. So eventually, being skillful at something will help you with your time management because you'll spend less time doing the things that matter the most, you will be able to finish the critical 20% of the tasks faster and better, giving you time for other stuff that you want to, other goals that you want to work on, or if you don't have any other work that you want to work on, it will give you time for you to be able to finish the 80% that is left and have a lot of time for you to just sit down and chill and do whatever you want to do, watch Netflix or go out with friends, right? So the one reason why every successful person reads on a daily basis, they always say read, the more you read, the better, is not to enjoy reading, but to continually learn and apply that knowledge to their skills, because they know that everything they're learning might and most probably will help them be more skillful at whatever they're doing or whatever they're seeking to get better at. And Warren Buffett says, the more you learn, the more you earn. And it's for a reason. Because, well, the more you learn, the more skillful you become. The easier it will be for you to tackle big tasks and big goals. And when you do tackle bigger goals and bigger tasks, you will earn more because they are worth more. When you're on skill level number 1, there are probably thousands of millions of people on the same level. But when your skill level is on level 30 and to perfect it, it's level 40, well, you'll be one of the top people in whatever you're doing, right? And that's why you will definitely earn more. But the only way to get there is to work on your skills. As I said, even talented people, if they don't keep working on their skills, they will lose it, right? A lawyer could never win a case without him knowing the law and applying it over and over and over again. The more you learn, the more you are able to get things done in the right way. So, what does it have to do with time management? Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of you figured it out. Any skill can be learned, and if practiced and improved on a regular basis, this skill helps you get things done faster and would save a lot of time. So, how do you master the skills? You spend at least 30 minutes a day reading a book that is related to your skills, and then you try to apply. A lot of people read, but they don't apply what they read. You need to read something related to your skills and start implementing it right away. Second thing is that you need to spend time at, for example, conventions, seminars. Go to events that would help you get more skills. If there is a big marketing convention happening around you, go there. There's going to be a lot of people, a lot of the top people in the field, and they'll be able to help you a lot more than books. And once they do, also, you need to implement whatever you learn from them. You need to implement that into your skills to be able to harness the skill better and be able to master it faster and better. And of course, as we're talking about time management, we want to limit the stuff that consume our time with absolutely no help towards our goals. So for example, listen to audiobooks instead of music whenever you are commuting, because when you listen to audiobooks, you'll be getting information about your skill and you'll be able to implement everything you heard on the audiobook, and you'll grow your skills faster. Last step is to repeat. Practice makes perfect. I said it before and I'm saying it again, because the only way to go is to keep on repeating. If you don't repeat, you'll get to stair number 5 and then you stop. You won't be able to master the skill there. You need to repeat, read more books, get more knowledge, go to more conventions, know more about the skill, practice it more in order for you to get closer to being an expert, a fully blown, skillful expert in whatever industry you're trying to get into. Knowledge is the key to any skill. And mastering a skill will make you a tremendous change in whatever it is that you're doing. You'll feel more confident and more successful. You'll be able to finish bigger tasks in less time, and you'll be able to finish it even more efficiently, and the end result would be better.
So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about talent. I know in the previous lecture that we talked about skills and how if you work on your skills, you'll be able to finish the tasks faster and more efficiently, right? But in this lecture, we're going to be talking about talent. Now, of course, skills, once you become skillful at something, it will help a lot. However, when you have talent, you don't need to work. People who are talented don't need to work on their talent as hard as people who don't have the talent, but they just want to grow and become skillful, right? For people who are talented, it takes less work. So when you focus on your talents, you are basically building a skill, but you will not start from the first step. You have an advantage, which is your talent. Some people, for example, have the ability to memorize stuff way faster than other people. And some people have this ability to write stories better than other people, right? It's all about talent. But of course, talent can't beat hard work. So don't think that just because you're talented, that doesn't mean you won't have to work hard. You will have to work hard. However, your time management will be easier because you can finish bigger tasks faster and more efficiently. So there are things you do or learn to do that will affect your work tremendously when it comes to time management. So think about it. What are some things that, if you already know your talents, that's great. But if not, you need to think, what's something that you do and you feel that you're so natural at it? What is something that people in the past told you, I think you're talented. Like you have this particular talent, not just skills. I'm talking about raw talent. And even if nobody pointed out anything in the past, just think about it. And, I don't believe that anybody is born without talent. Every single person is talented in certain ways. You just have to find your talent. And once you do, think about how this talent can help you reach your goals. If it can, for example, replace a certain thing. When you have an end goal where you can actually use your talent to get there faster, you will notice that this goal will be easily achievable because you are using your talent compared to the other goal that you're trying to achieve, but you can't use any of your talent there, right? And when you're talented at something, it becomes really natural. You feel like whatever you're doing, it feels so natural and so easy and you enjoy it. So first thing you need to figure out, if you don't already know it, what are you talented at? You should identify your key talents and then focus on improving these talents. Since your key talents affect 80% of your results, improving them will improve 80% of your results. So you need to ask yourself, what makes me better at what I do than most people? What's that thing that's making you stand out? If you can't figure out where you're talented or what your talent is, just ask yourself, what makes me better at what I do than most people? And then you're going to see that there's a certain thing that's making you stand out. And exactly right there, you need to ask yourself, is that my talent? Because the only person who knows if you're talented at this or not, at the end of the day, is you. Ask yourself, what are my competitive advantages? Write down your key talents. Write down everything that you see that you think might be a talent and focus on them. Focus on figuring out, are you talented at all these things? If not, what are you talented at? And then think, how can I use this in whatever goal I'm trying to achieve? And once you do, things will get so much easier that you'll be able to manage your time better. When a task needs half an hour instead of an hour and a half, you'll have a lot more time to give for other tasks and other goals. And this way, eventually, you'll have a lot more free time for you to be able to do whatever you want to do. So always try to focus your energies on tasks that involve your key talents. Since you're not the best at everything, focusing on doing the tasks that you are the best at will make
a huge difference in terms of goals achievement. It will make a huge difference in terms of time management and planning. You'll have a lot more time to focus on other things, as I said before, than you would have if you're working on a goal without using your talents. So what do you need to do now? You need to first identify your talents. What are you talented at? As we said, write a list. Ask yourself questions, think about it, and write a list, and then try to identify your talents. And then you don't just stop at identifying your talents, but you start working on improving them to become not just talented, but also skillful, and that will give you the biggest advantage that you need. And lastly, once you think that you got to a certain level of skill and talent at a certain thing, and you implement it towards achieving a certain goal, you need to use it, but use it smartly. Don't waste your talent. The more you focus on stuff that you are talented at, the more you'll be able to achieve, and the more time you'll have for you to do whatever you want to do, and the more effective you get at whatever task you're doing or working on. And in a short time, you'll have skills, you'll have talents, you'll have a good plan, a good schedule, principles that you can work on, scientific methods that you know that can help you manage your time, and you'll be able to manage it effortlessly and with perfection. So, in this lecture, we're going to be talking about creating, organizing systems. A system that you can use to organize your time, schedule, plans. A system that is effective, a system that you can use according to, of course, different people have different personalities, and different people adapt to different systems according to the nature of their job, according to the nature of their life, according to their own personal experience and interests. There are a lot of different systems out there that you can use. You can, of course, create your own system through all the rules that you learned throughout this course. And there's going to be a lot of, there's going to be planners and calendars that you can use for you to create the system for yourself, and a lot of infographics and articles that you can use. However, creating a system that works for you, or just follow a system that people already use that you think can work very well for you. There are a lot of different systems out there that researchers did. If I want to talk about all the different systems out there that are made for time management and productivity, I can talk about this for 40 hours maybe, because there are plenty of systems, and each and every one of them has characteristics that makes it different. They also have a lot in common, but there are certain factors that make them different. So the GTD system, for example, I'm not going to go in depth because there are plenty of articles out there that talk about it. And as I said, the system is very developed that it takes a lot of time to explain it. And the best way to understand it is to see some examples, go online and look at it. All these different systems that I listed are systems that, in my opinion, and a lot of researchers' opinions, are the best systems out there. The GTD methodology is basically based on capturing, clarifying, organizing, reflecting, and engaging. Capturing, which means collecting what has your attention, what's important. Clarifying, meaning process what it means. What does each and everything that you figured out, what does it take to do it? And organize it is putting it where it belongs. Just figure out priorities and figure out what's more important. Reflect, just to review these things frequently and make sure that you are following the plan, following whatever you had planned in front of you. You're following it correctly, and then engage. Simply start doing the tasks that you wrote down in your GTD system. The Franklin Covey system, the Now system, that is basically figuring out what you need to be focusing on right now and focus on it. Once it's done, you think about, what do I need to focus on right now? It's the Now system, Pomodoro, Eat That Frog, the 7-minute system, Chain system, a lot of different systems, as you guys can see in front of you. These are the best systems out there. So you can go do research on them, but I would recommend that you do your own system. These systems are effective indeed. But after learning all these principles in the course, you'll be able to tailor your own time management schedule. You know all the ins and outs about your powers and your fuels and what's going on with your body and your mind, and how all of these things can affect your willpower, your motivation, the dopamine levels and all these, and how these can actually contribute in a positive or negative way towards your time management and your schedules. So you need to work accordingly and create your own schedule with all the documents that I provided in the course. That's the best way to go, because each and every person has a different personality and a different way to operate and to work. Each and every person has different priorities, has different natures of life, have different jobs and opportunities in their life and things that they need to get done. So it's always better to tailor out your own personal system that works the best for you. So now we're going to talk about how to put yourself to action. We're going to talk about willpower, motivation, and self-esteem. And you guys are going to notice that this is a bit similar to the lecture where we talked about your power. But the difference is, in this lecture, we're going to be talking about the mental aspect, your thoughts, and how they can affect your willpower, motivation, and self-esteem, and how this is related to your powers. What happens when you stop eating? Or when you have a poor diet, as we talked about in the previous lecture? Well, you'll have low fuel, and then you won't be able to concentrate as much. And that will result in either poor quality work, or you will just abandon the task and procrastinate because you're too tired. But what does that have to do with your mind and your thoughts? It actually has a huge effect and a huge impact on your stream of thoughts. See, action is driven by motivation and power of will, self-esteem. And so you should always feed yourself that motivation to keep yourself in action. I'm not just talking about an adrenaline rush or a dopamine rush. I'm talking about a positive mindset. See, when you stop eating properly, for example, it's not just that you won't be able to complete the tasks properly. This will have an effect, as I said, on your mental health, in a way that when you feel like you're helpless and you're trying to focus but you cannot complete the task, do you know how you will feel inside? Your self-esteem will drop, your motivation will drop, and your willpower is already drained, and you'll start having negative thoughts. Oh, I can't complete that. Some people are so hard on themselves that they would start questioning everything. They would start questioning if they're good at something. They would start having all these questions in their heads, and that will distract them from what's really important, which is focusing on what they have to do to reach their dreams and reach their goals, right? So the best motivation comes from thinking in a positive way. When you think optimistically of a goal, the feeling of joy from daydreaming of achieving your goal will give you the motivation needed to keep going. We talked about in a previous lecture, we talked about how pausing and watching a motivational video would give you this adrenaline and dopamine rush inside of you. But it's not always a motivational video. Sometimes you do watch a motivational video and it doesn't have such an impact on you. But if you try to block all the negative thoughts, you just close your eyes and think about all the positive, and then think about how they link towards your dreams and plans and schedules, then you will feel much better. Your stream of thoughts will work better because you're working in a positive way. You're happy, you're motivated, your self-esteem is up, your willpower will get recharged. As we said before, this burst of motivation, it does recharge the power of will a little bit, but still, this is the little bit that you need to carry on with the tasks that you're trying to accomplish or that you're trying to finish. So keep in mind that low fuel will not just affect your body and your concentration, but it will also affect your stream of thoughts. And this will kill your motivation. It will put your self-esteem down, and it will affect your willpower. You will feel like you don't want to do anything anymore because you're so drained mentally, because you are on low fuel and trying your best to work out your schedule. But then it's not just your body that gets tired, but your mind that gets drained and gets tired. And therefore you won't be able to manage your time properly and follow
through with your schedule. But it's not always the fuel or your diet or you working out that affects your mental health or affects the stream of thoughts, right? It's new situations that want to get you out of your comfort zone. It's new situations that wasn't part of the plan. New situations that make you feel uncomfortable. You want to push out of your comfort zone. These are the situations where you will start having these doubts or asking these questions or having these negative thoughts, because change can be hard. People changing in certain situations can be really difficult. When you have a certain habit and you want to change it, it's difficult. And from my own personal experience, I'm going to give you guys an example. I had a habit where I was living right next to my gym, and I used to go there every single day, and it took me 30 seconds to get there. But then my house caught fire, and I had to move to another house where the gym was way, way further. It was a long walk. So at first, I couldn't adapt to the situation because I'm not comfortable with it, walking for 15, 20 minutes to get to the gym and then walking 15, 20 minutes back. But that made me feel uncomfortable. And then when I started feeling uncomfortable that there's a certain situation and I don't know what to do about it, I started having these feelings I started not feeling as motivated because there's this big change that's affecting my schedule and my daily routine, and refusing to adapt to something that already is happening is you resisting something that you cannot change at the time and in the meantime. And this will not do you any good. It will just kill your motivation. It will put your self-esteem down. Your willpower is not going to be the same again. You're going to mess with your routine. You're going to mess with your schedule. And then you're going to start blaming yourself. You're going to have all these kind of thoughts and negative emotions and negative thoughts in your mind. So what do? You perceive them as an opportunity and not a setback. For example, when I had this issue that I had every day to walk to the gym for 10-15 minutes and then come back for 10-15 minutes, I thought about it after, of course, at first I didn't adapt to the situation and it had a lot of negative effects on me. But then I looked at it as an opportunity, not a setback. And I thought to myself, why can't I use these 10 to 15 minutes to run to the gym and warm up? So when I get there, I'll be good to go and start my workout. And then when I finish my workout, usually I do a little bit of cardio. So instead of doing it at the gym, I can just run back home and that would be my cardio. So what did I do? I adapted to the situation. I overcame whatever setback I had in front of me and I persisted. I did not stop. I did not go for one day and then said, oh my God, the situation is bad. I can't get over it, because then I'm falling back again in the same situation I was in before, which is me refusing to adapt to something that already is in existence. And this is what's going to put me down, and that's going to drop my motivation level and eventually will affect my daily schedule and the daily tasks that I have to accomplish. There is this psychological method that you can use in order for you to help yourself overcome these situations, which is asking yourself, who are you? Are you a winner or are you a loser? Once you ask yourself this question, you're going to have a lot of thoughts racing through your mind. And of course, when you're working so hard towards something, you know that you're not a loser, you're a winner. And what do winners do? Winners win. They don't give up. They don't look at these situations as setbacks, but they look at the situation from a different perspective, saying that I am a winner. I will win no matter what. And when you ask yourself this question and your mind and your body feels yourself saying that I am a winner and I'm not a loser, you will have this burst of motivation and self-esteem inside of you that will help you overcome the situation. When people keep telling themselves they are lions, they are winners, they will start thinking like one. And as a result,
you will start acting like one. What you tell yourself is the most important factor to your self-esteem and your motivation and your willpower. So if you keep telling yourself you're going to achieve your goal, you'll start thinking as if you have already achieved your goal, and this will grant you ways to actually achieve it. What I mean by that is when you ask yourself this question and you say, I am a winner, you'll start thinking about how you will win and achieve this goal, whether it's to go to the gym or finish a certain business you're working on, or finishing a book that you're writing, or finishing an essay that you stopped. When you start thinking about yourself as a winner, and you will start to think about you winning and finishing this essay, or going to work out, or finishing this book, or carrying on with the marketing plan for this business, this will put you on the right track to actually walk towards achieving whatever you had to do. So what is essential for you to be able to boost your mental powers, not just the powers that we talked about in the previous lecture in terms of fuel, but I'm talking about optimism, motivation, and pros and cons. And of course, there's a lot of science backing each and every one of these concepts, and that's why I'm bringing them up. Optimism boosts your motivation when you look at the bright side and you look at what you achieved and not what you have left to do. When you're optimistic and you look at every situation as if it's not a setback, and that brings us to the next idea, which is motivation. When you say to yourself, I'm not a loser, I'm a winner. When you ask yourself, who are you? This will not only boost your motivation level, this will also put you on the right track towards optimism. You will start looking at the bright side because you're thinking about winning and you're not thinking about losing. And lastly, pros and cons. Whenever you face a situation where this situation is starting to affect your mental health, or starting to affect the stream of thoughts, or the negative thoughts that you're having, negative emotions, motivation, self-esteem, and willpower, you need to stop and ask yourself, what are the pros and cons of this situation? Find the positive aspect of this situation and focus on it, but not just that. Look at the negative aspects of this situation and think about how can you take advantage of these negative situations to be able to complete one of the tasks that you have, or to be able to do something or implement a new habit that you wanted to do. For example, if you change jobs, you had a work right next to your house, and it used to be a 5-minute walk, and you would get there, you wake up, shower, eat, and finish at 8:30, and then go to your job. But then you have another job opportunity that is better. You get fired and get another job opportunity, but you have to take the bus for half an hour. But then you'll think about, oh my God, this situation is bad. I have to change everything. I have to wake up earlier. My schedule is gonna start changing. So what are the pros? Well, you found a new job. You're not unemployed. Maybe it pays better. Maybe it has better benefits. Maybe you like the job more. These are all pros. But then you need to look at the cons, the negative aspect, and you say, well, it will have to change my schedule. I will have to commute for half an hour to go there and half an hour to get back there. So how can I use these cons to my advantage, for example? So you ask yourself, how can I use this situation in order for me to get closer to my goals or finishing up some tasks? So let's say you have your job, but on the side you're writing a book. Well, you can use this half hour of commute to continue writing your book. If, for example, you like reading and you want to have more knowledge in a certain topic, this is what we talked about before. When you want to become skillful, so you can actually save time when you're working on stuff, you need to read a lot about this certain skill for you to be able to enhance the skill. So if you use this half an hour to read about a certain skill that you have, maybe you're really good at marketing and you start reading about marketing for half an hour, going to your job and coming back to your place. If you spend an hour a day reading about it, when we talked about it before, we said spend at least
10 minutes reading about your skill, so you can eventually get to a point where your skill is so good that will save you a lot of time. But now you're in a situation where you have an hour of free time that you have to go through. So why not just use that to your own advantage and work on your skill so you'll be able to master the skill in a year instead of mastering it in 3. So the pros and cons is a psychological way for you to assess a situation based on how can you adapt to a change in a way that you use the negative aspect and turn it into a positive aspect. So you're not just being optimistic, you're being optimistic and you're being a changer. You're taking the negative part and you're turning it into a positive part, eliminating every single negative thought or negative situation that can get you negative thoughts or that can affect your motivation and willpower and self-esteem. And now that we're talking about thoughts, so before when we talked about how your diet, for example, can affect your motivation in a way that having a bad diet can eventually drain out your willpower and can drain out your motivation. And we talked about how, for example, watching a motivational video or thinking about your goals can boost your motivation. But there's also a science behind motivation. There are these 3 concepts that can actually boost your motivation or affect your motivation if you don't follow through with it. So first is competition. Having a competition with another person or having a competition with yourself. If you have a competition with another person, a lot of people don't recommend that. They say focus on yourself, otherwise you would feel bad if the other guy that made it before you do. But it is all a chain that is linked together. When you think about the other guy who, for example, achieved this goal before you did, you're thinking in a negative way. You're thinking in a non-optimistic way, right? You're being a pessimist. You're looking at the empty half of the cup, which goes against what we just talked about before when we talked about the essentials, which is optimism, motivation, and pros and cons, right? You're not being optimistic, which is affecting the levels of motivation, and you're putting the list of pros and cons and focusing on the cons rather than focusing on the pros or focusing on turning the cons into pros. When you think about it as, okay, he achieved this goal, what can I learn from him to be able to achieve this goal as well? Or what kind of mistakes did he run into that I can avoid in order for me to be able to reach that goal? Or you have the competition between you and yourself. So you put, for example, a deadline and you say, I'm going to finish it by then. I challenge myself. You challenge yourself to make it by the certain headline, to finish this goal or this task by the time you hit the certain deadline. This will help you boost your motivation because competition will put you in this state of alertness. It will also boost your adrenaline a little bit, this bit that you need in order for you to get better cognitive abilities and behaviors and be able to focus more. Which brings us to accountability. Holding yourself accountable to whatever is going on or whatever you did wrong is a really good way for you to motivate yourself. When you always blame it on others, you will feel like you're helpless. You can't control the situation. Why? Because other people are the effect or other people made this happen. But when you hold yourself accountable and you ask yourself, what did I not do? Where was I wrong? How did I affect the situation for it to be bad? Or how did I get myself here? How did I, for example, miss the deadline to submit the essay, and not how, for example, the professor didn't send an email until 5 days before the essay? You need to hold yourself accountable. So when you put a certain competition and you get to the deadline and you're like, oh, well, I missed the deadline, it's fine. Then the next time you're going to do it, you're not going to feel as motivated because, well, you're not going into a competition. The reason behind competitions and how they can boost your motivation is because you need to hold yourself accountable. Otherwise, it's not a competition. So when you hold yourself accountable and you think, this is where I went wrong, but now you realize that you did a mistake. You're in a certain situation where something went wrong, and that brings us back to
adapting and overcoming new situations or circumstances, and looking at how you can use this setback to your advantage, and looking at it as an opportunity to grow and not as a setback. It is all linked together. And last thing I want to talk about in terms of the science behind motivation is don't talk about it. This is one of the biggest issues, and people are not aware of the huge psychological impact of talking about something and how it can affect your motivation. When you have a certain idea, you have a certain business idea that you want to work on, and you start talking to everybody about it. You start talking about how you're going to build the business and how you're going to grow it, and how in a span of 5 years it's going to grow and become a multi-million-dollar company. This way, your mind doesn't understand the difference between imagination and reality. That's why a lot of people say that when you sit down and you just start to imagine stuff, your mind becomes accustomed to it, because your mind can't tell the difference between reality and imagination. Which is why, for example, if every single day you say to yourself, I'm unstoppable 1,000 times, even if you're going through a lot of hard times, if you say to yourself every single day, I'm unstoppable, your mind won't look at, okay, no, I'm not unstoppable because I'm going through a lot of hard times. Your mind will look at it in a way that you are unstoppable, because your mind can't differentiate between what's reality and what's not reality. And the contrary, saying to yourself, for example, even if your life is working great, you see a lot of people who have a great life, but they always look at figuring out some kind of drama in their life, or looking at the negative aspects and saying, oh my God, my life is so miserable. I can't achieve anything. I can't follow through with my schedule. I can't achieve whatever I want to achieve. Guess what? This is what your mind is going to perceive as reality. And in fact, this is going to become your reality. When you say I'm unstoppable every single day for a year, your reality will be you are unstoppable. Your mind is going to get accustomed to it. And when you say I'm a failure every single day, this is what your mind is going to get accustomed to. So when you talk about a certain thing that you have, a certain idea or a certain plan or a certain task, and you keep talking about it without executing, what will happen in your mind will actually think that you already made it. Your mind will this imagination that you have and talking about it all the time will make your mind think as if you're already there, as if you already made it. And that's not good. It's different between talking about something that you want to do and your mind actually perceiving it as reality, or saying that you are unstoppable 1,000 times a day and your mind perceiving it as reality. Because when you talk about something that you want to do and your mind perceives it as reality, your motivation levels will not be as high. Why? Because your mind already thinks that you're there. So when you sit down and you start working and you find that after 2 weeks you didn't make any money, where in fact in your mind you thought that, oh, in a span of a month I'll be making $1,000, right? This will crush your self-esteem, because you already talked about it with many people. You said, yeah, it's going to work like that, and in a month I'm going to be making $500 to $1,000, and then you're 2 weeks in and you didn't make any money, and you're going to start thinking to yourself, your mind's going to start asking questions like, what's going on? The reality that your mind perceived about you making it contradicts what's actually happening right now, and your mind will get confused, and your self-esteem will drop, because your mind can't figure it out, and now you're going to start thinking about all the reasons why you're not able to make it. You're going to think about every single reason why this is not working and why this can't work. And this is why most people, they give up on stuff, because they talk about it too much that it gets to a certain point where hitting a certain obstacle can put you down tremendously and affects your self-esteem and motivation mostly a lot. So focus on putting actions and not words. It's actions that are going to help you boost your motivation. When you achieve something and then you talk about it, when you make $500 in 2 months and then you say, I am making $500 a month, This is going to boost your motivation. And you don't say, I'm making $500 a month, and then you keep on saying how you're going to make $1 million by the end of the year, because then you're falling into the same trap. You say you're making $500, your self-esteem, you feel better, you feel that you're achieving something, and you're not talking about it, but you're actually saying it right as it is after you actually achieved it. It will boost your motivation, and you'll be able to go further and keep working at it with high levels of motivation. And lastly, I want to talk about the science behind willpower. At a lot of instances and during the course, I talked about willpower a lot because it's essential. If you don't have willpower, you can't carry on with the schedule. It's as simple as that. But I want to go a little bit into depth about the science behind willpower. So first, managing stress. When there are stressful situations that you can't deal with and you don't look at the positive side and you keep dwelling on the negative, and that affects you and it builds up stress, that will affect your willpower. Stress will drain out your willpower. So researchers found out that stress releases this hormone called cortisol that was partially responsible for the reduction in the connectivity inside your brain, which is basically the connectivity that assures an efficient brain communication, thoughts being processed well, and eventually your willpower functioning properly. And then you will find yourself out of nowhere not being able to follow through with your schedule. And a lot of you people are probably familiar with this saying, he broke under stress, or he broke from the pressure that he had, which is basically the stress. Why is that? It's because you have something that you need to achieve. You have a deadline. If you don't submit the essay or you don't submit the report to your boss, you're gonna be in trouble. So you already have this stress about the deadline that you have coming up, which will affect your willpower. But you'll be forcing yourself into finishing this with high levels of stress, and we'll get to a point where your willpower is drained, and there's always this level of stress, but you can't just sit down and focus anymore, and that's when you hit the breaking point. But proper time management itself will reduce stress. Following everything that we talked about during the course is something that will help reduce stress. So, for example, thinking about your goals might reduce the stress. Putting the problem in perspective and breaking it down will help reduce the stress. Looking at the situations, looking at the worst case scenarios, taking a short break and thinking about the situation and trying to assess it properly will help you overcome stress. And of course, you can go read more about it, how your diet can affect the stress, how the quality of sleep can affect the stress. And eventually, it all links up to your time management. If you manage your time properly, if you follow through with everything that you're learning in this course, you will not get to a point where you're so crammed and you're so close to the deadline and you still have a lot to do, because you're already following strategies that'll help you break down the tasks to be able to get to the deadline and have the job done effectively. So when you follow through with the time management strategies and tips, you will not even get to a point where the stress levels are so high because you have a deadline coming up and you haven't done anything, because you're managing your time properly and getting everything done at the right time. Now, another psychological aspect behind your willpower, two things that can help a lot. We talked about sleeping well before, how your willpower is like a battery, and when you sleep, you charge it up. But not just that, meditating, sitting down, sitting still for 20 minutes and focusing on your breathing will enhance your willpower. Because what's going on is when you sit down and you focus on your breathing, every single time you get a thought, you get a distraction, you get a temptation, you're letting it go and you're focusing on your breathing. This will eventually reinforce your willpower because it will help you focus more. It will limit, as you can see, the last one is temptations. When you sit down and focus on breathing and eliminate all the temptations, This will help boost your willpower. And talking about temptations, one of the things that drain willpower the most is us resisting temptations. So what if we can remove the temptations from around us? If, for example, you have this temptation of looking at your phone every time you get a notification and you just can't help it because you're so used to working on your phone all the time. So turning off your phone or putting it away is you removing the temptations. And by removing the temptation, you're removing the willpower's resistance to avoid this temptation and focus on what matters most. And therefore, you'll have more willpower to carry on with what actually matters. And of course, working out, I'm not going to go through it again. It helps boost your willpower. It's scientifically speaking and psychologically speaking, it helps boost your willpower. The 5-minute rule and reinforcement, these are two things that we haven't talked about before that we're going to talk about right now.
So we're going to start by talking about reinforcement. So according to bcotb.com, positive reinforcement works by presenting a motivating, reinforcing stimulus to the person after the desired behavior is exhibited, making the behavior more likely to happen in the future. Meaning, watching an episode on Netflix after finishing your essay, going out with your friends after finishing a certain task on your schedule. So that's positive reinforcement is you giving yourself something, a present if you want, when you have a certain behavior, a certain desired behavior that is exhibited. So of course, having something that you're looking up to. So it's not just that the task in hand will get you closer to your goals, and that's motivating. However, with positive reinforcement, there's something that you're going to look up to, that you're going to attain after you finish this task, and is going to motivate you even more, especially if you really want to do this thing, right? And now, of course, according to the bcotb website.com, negative reinforcement occurs when a certain stimulus is removed after a particular behavior is exhibited. Meaning, when you have a certain behavior that is undesired, so let's take an example. If you're on a diet and during the morning you open the fridge and you find, for example, a piece of cake. Let's say in the afternoon you find a piece of cake. And you know that at night you're going to go out with your friends and you're going to eat junk food. So because you're on a diet, you can't eat a lot of cheat meals. Let's say you can eat 4 or 5 cheat meals a week. So then if you eat this cake in the afternoon and you work with the negative reinforcement, you will not eat when you go out with your friends as a result of the undesired behavior, which is you eating the cake in the afternoon. So this kind of reinforcement, the difference is in the positive reinforcement, you're motivating yourself because you're looking up to something. And in the negative reinforcement, you're motivating yourself because there's something that you're looking up to that you don't want to lose just because you encountered some undesired behavior and you did something that wasn't part of the plan. So you would, for example, write the essay on time so you avoid missing the deadline and getting an F, failing the class, right? This is negative reinforcement. You finishing the job so your boss don't nag and argue and pinpoint some problems, right? And this is all part of the science behind willpower eventually. Because when you have a desired outcome that you want to reach, you will get motivated to get there, and this motivation will boost your willpower, and you'll be able to sit down and focus so you can finish the task on time so you can have the desired behavior, and vice versa. When there's something that you don't want this particular thing to happen, so then you will have this motivation because of the small stress. And as we said before, when there's a little bit of stress, that releases adrenaline in your body. So when there's something that you don't want, there's something that you don't want it to happen, you're going to have a little bit of stress, which is going to boost your adrenaline, and then you'll be able to focus more. You'll get more motivation because you're not thinking in a way that I'm looking up to success. Your motivation here is I'm looking up to me not failing me being a winner and not a loser, right? And lastly, the 5-minute rule. So sometimes you can't tell the difference between your willpower getting drained and just you wanting to procrastinate because the task is boring or whatever reason you want to do something a bit more interesting, right? Sometimes it gets tricky. That's why before we talked about you being aware of all these things. Just become aware of the thoughts going on in your mind. So the 5-minute rule is the following. Whenever you have a task and you feel like your willpower is getting drained, the question here is it really drained, or are you just procrastinating because you want to do something else? So what you do with the 5-minute rule is you say, okay, I'm going to sit down for 5 minutes and start doing this task. And if after 5 minutes I do feel like my willpower is drained and I cannot focus anymore, I just need a break, you do that, you go for the break. But if after 5 minutes after starting, usually when you want to procrastinate, if you already start the task and you want to get it over with, you most likely you won't procrastinate. Most of the times, anytime when you procrastinate before finishing the task, or where you're in the middle of the task and you want to take a break. But once you start the task, you're less likely to start procrastinating. You'll at least finish a bit of the task. But after 5 minutes, if you find yourself that, okay, I am tired, my willpower is drained, you need to take a break, and then you go for it. Nobody likes to be pressured. Whenever somebody feels pressure, we feel uncomfortable. Because usually the type of pressure that is giving us this headache is pressuring us in a negative way. And in this lecture, we're going to talk about how you can pressure yourself in an effective way that can help you save time and manage your time properly and be more productive. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of you heard about people who say they work better under pressure. And when they say they work harder under pressure, they're not talking about when they are doing something that they usually don't like, right? Because even if they're pressured, they feel uncomfortable with it because they don't like what they're doing. So what do I mean by pressure yourself effectively? I mean, motivate yourself. Most people wait for someone to motivate them into pursuing their goals. However, most people get stuck waiting forever because everyone else is busy pursuing their own goals. When you have a certain task that you need to do and you feel like the motivation is dead and you just don't want to do it, just remember that, you can't wait for someone to motivate you and do it. You need to motivate yourself, because most of the times you're not going to find somebody around you to just motivate you to do it. And when you get to a point where you don't feel like doing something, that means that your willpower is getting drained. We talked about this before. Your willpower is a limited resource, and you get to a point where that's it. Like, you don't feel like doing something anymore. But scientifically speaking, when you motivate yourself, when you think about goals and your dreams or whatever goal you want to attain, and you have this emotional burst inside of you, this little spark of motivation, it actually charges up your willpower a bit. Sometimes it even charges it a lot. That's why you see some people, for example, at one point they think about something, and before you know it, they're different. They're working very, very hard, not for a short period of time. See, the more motivated you are, the more willpower you'll have. And the more willpower you'll have, the more efficiently you'll be able to manage your time, right? Only a small percentage of people, roughly 2% of people, work on their own. And those people are the top of the top in our society. They are the thinkers, the doers, people who don't wait for others to tell them what to do. They do it themselves, right? And they pressure themselves. Just like you need to pressure yourself effectively. Pressuring yourself effectively is pressuring yourself to do the things that you should do without waiting for someone else telling you to do them. Never wait for someone else to set the bar for you. Set the bar for yourself and focus on what matters to you and your goals. When I say pressure you, I mean pressure this voice in your head that is saying, no, I don't want to do this, or no, I don't feel like doing this, or no, I would prefer to be doing that, right? You need to pressure this voice into thinking about why you started, into thinking about your goals, your dreams, whatever you want to buy or whatever you want to achieve. And once you do that, you pressure these voices inside your head telling you to just, stop working or whatever. Go procrastinate and watch something else. Don't spend time with this person because you need to go back to work, right? And before you know it, there's this burst of motivation inside of you. Your willpower goes back up, and well, you don't even need to pressure yourself. You don't need somebody pressuring you into doing something, because once you have your willpower back and sustained, you'll be able to finish the task that you have in your hands very, very easily without procrastinating or having concentration problems and all of that. Now, I know that motivation is a big topic, and I can't just say motivate yourself, but just thinking about your goals and your dreams, what you want to achieve, sometimes is by itself a good motivation. I'm making an entire course about the science behind motivation, and if you guys have a problem with that, you can always go check the course out. But the good thing is, you don't need a whole lot of motivation to be able to pressure yourself effectively, because just with a little bit of motivation, if you just go along and finish the first task that you have, any record can be broken by you if you choose to do so. The feeling of accomplishment after doing what others won't is a motivation that you can use to keep pushing yourself even more. Scientifically speaking, when you have a certain task and you finish this task, there might be an end goal behind it, or it might be one of the goals that will lead you to a certain end goal that you have. But every single time you finish a task, you achieve something, there's going to be a dopamine rush in your brain. And guess what? Your brain and your body, they love it. So just like when you procrastinate on something that's going to make you bored in order for you to do something that would make you happier, but this particular thing is not more useful. On the contrary, it is not actually good for you. You need to be focusing on what matters most for you to be able to attain your goals, right? So there's this dopamine burst in your brain once you procrastinate, but there's even a bigger burst of dopamine and a release of dopamine in your brain when you have a feeling of achievement, and when you finish something and you know that you did it on point and now you're done, you're ready to move to the next task. You'll feel more confident, and you'll be able to tackle whatever you have next effectively, efficiently, and you'll do it with less time because you won't waste your time doing whatever you avoided doing at first. And the more you achieve, the more achievements you have, the happier you will feel, the more confident you will get. And then it will just become a habit because your brain loves it, right? Your brain loves this dopamine rush. So eventually it will become a habit. It will become something that your brain likes, and it will work towards that automatically and naturally. So you will get to a point where the feeling of success for you is just natural, and you prefer that over procrastinating or over just abandoning your schedule and doing something else, right? And what that does is it will help you manage your time and become more productive. So think about it. It's delayed satisfaction. Always think of your day as the last day of getting the work done. So instead of focusing on everything, focus on the most important tasks and get them done on each and every day. So when you put that much motivation into each and every task that you have, and when you get that sense of achievement every single time you finish a task or you achieve something, you will form this habit of pressuring yourself effectively and in a positive way to get the important things done. And this will form a leader's personality. And what do leaders have in common? They are winners. They are the top. They lead. And as soon as you do that, as soon as you find this certain thing that motivates you whenever you feel down and that can give your willpower this boost, that's when you'll be able to focus properly. That's when you'll be able to start growing in an exponential rate.
And that's what's going to lead you to become a leader. And just to make one thing clear, when I say you become a leader, I'm not just saying you become a leader over other people. You might not want to lead other people, but most importantly, you'll become your own personal leader. So whenever you have something to do, whenever you want something, you would go straight at it while you won't even be distracted. You won't waste any time because you know what you want to do. You know how to lead your mind towards it. And then you'll feel that it's so natural and so easy and you love the process. Each and every person has powers inside of him. Physical, mental, emotional, different kind of powers. And in this lecture, we're going to be talking about finding your power, the power of powers, and how to use it to manage your time properly. Your powers, physical, mental, and emotional, can be drained out if not used correctly throughout the day. Your body consumes food, water, and sleep, then turns them into energy to fuel your powers. And you need to always consume your fuel carefully. You recharge this fuel and then you use it, right? But you don't always have an effective fuel to boost you. Some of us, we abuse our physical powers, we abuse our mental powers, and we abuse our emotional powers. What I mean by powers is not talent or skills. When I say power, I mean there are some physical things, some mental things, and emotional things that can give you power. A short nap can give you power. A good diet would give you power. Mental clarity would give you power. And the more power you have, the more fuel you have, or the better fuel you'll have. And then it will be easier for you to work on your goals, towards your goals, on your daily tasks, and finish your schedule or your to-do list effortlessly. So, of course, getting these powers, the physical, mental, and emotional powers, is strictly linked to your own personal habits. Some people have bad habits that actually affect these powers. And these powers, they boost every single element in your body that you need to be able to gain more willpower, to be able to get this burst of motivation, this boost, to be able to be happy and mentally clear when you're working on your tasks. Habits like meditation, right? Meditation makes you clear. When you sit down for 30 minutes focusing on your breathing, for example, you start having this clear stream of thoughts. So when you sit down and you work on something, you're more efficient because you have mental clarity. When I say also physical powers, of course, some people, for example, are born with a certain type of body that can help them in their fitness goals, for example. Okay, and this is one of the powers that they need to use. This is not talent and this is not skills. This is something natural. This is in your own physique, right? So you have this power and you need to work on it. But for example, if you don't use this physical power correctly, you might screw up your fitness goals very easily. And when I say physically, I don't just mean body-wise. I also mean a diet, for example. This is something physical. Your diet is one of the most essential parts of your fuel. If you eat good food, I'm going to share an article with you guys about all these things. Of course, the food that you need. There are some certain things that you can eat that can actually help you concentrate. So it kind of boosts your mental power, and a lot of more habits and exercises that you can do on a daily basis to be able to harness your powers correctly and fuel up, and emotional powers. So being optimistic, for example, if every single day you think about everything that is not working, and you don't even give a thought about the things that are actually working, you will end up feeling unmotivated. And this is you not using your emotional power correctly, because you have the ability to use your emotions to actually boost yourself, as we talked before about how you can use your emotions to get more motivated, right? So when you do use your powers, your physical powers, your mental powers, your emotional powers in the right way without abusing them and using them in the wrong way, you will have way more fuel for you to work on your skills and on your talents and on your tasks and on your 80-20. You'll be able to work on everything better because you have this power inside of you now. Where somebody who has really poor sleep quality, who eats a lot of fast food and a lot of sugar all the time, and he always thinks about the negative aspect of each and every goal in his life, he will not achieve as much as somebody who is having really good sleep quality, who's, for example, working out and who has a really good diet and who's emotionally stable and works towards a positive emotional state, right? But there's going to be more information in the article. So guys, make sure you read it because it's going to be really helpful for you to use these powers.
But you got to keep in mind something really important, which is the time and power ratio. When you're working on low fuel, the quality of your work will decrease, and as a result, it will damage all the work you've done. Even if you stick to a plan, to a schedule, if you are working on low fuel, bad quality power, it will bring you down. It will not help you. So try working on what's important for no more than 10 hours a day. If you feel like you have something important and it's going to take you 16 hours a day, don't do it. Because by the time you hit the 11th hour, you're going to be so tired and so drained that the quality of your work will become poor. And you might get to a point where you have to redo the work and you would have wasted 6 hours. And then the next day you have to redo it, right? And this will affect your time plan a lot. But if you wait for 10 hours, if you work for 10 hours on whatever is important, or 8 hours, eventually each and every person has a focus span that you can spend so much time focusing on one task, and people have different concentration levels. Some people can work on the same task for 10, 12 hours without getting tired. But when you do feel tired, some days you might feel tired faster, some days it might last longer. But when you do feel tired, stop pushing yourself too hard. Even if we talked about adrenaline rush and motivation. When you get to a point where you're really tired, you gotta pause and ask yourself, am I really tired or am I just procrastinating? If you feel like you're just procrastinating and you can still go, then you use the adrenaline rush, you put some motivation into you, you watch a motivational video, for example, and you feel this dopamine and adrenaline rush inside of you, and then you'll be able to carry on with the work. But if you feel genuinely tired, like you can't focus anymore, don't keep going. Because even if you motivate yourself, the levels of focus are not going to be as high and the work is not going to be as good. And that brings us to another really important concept, which is everyone has some time in their day where they are most productive and effective. Some have it early in the morning, some have it in the afternoon or late at night. Identify when is it that you are most productive and effective. When is it that you can concentrate the most and fill it with the most challenging and important tasks. So for example, if you have an essay due tomorrow and you have the highest levels of focus between 8 a.m. in the morning and let's say 11 a.m. This is your peak time. This is where you can deliver the most. You don't procrastinate the essay till 10 at night where you can't focus and you feel sleepy. You do it right away at 8 a.m. This way it will take you less time, you'll get more productive, and it will help you manage your time, because as easy as that, you will have more time to focus on other things. But if you start at 10, it might drag you all the way to 3 in the morning to finish it. You might have an all-nighter just so you can finish the essay, and then the next day you're going to ruin your schedule because you are so tired. And of course, each and every human body is different. Some people can function with 6 hours of sleep. Some people need 7 to 8 hours. Some people need more. And some people need less. I know I myself can function properly on 4 to 5 hours of sleep. But scientifically speaking, usually 7 to 8 hours is the recommended amount of sleep for adults, right? So get enough rest throughout the day. Take a 10-minute break after an hour of concentrated work. Use something called a power nap. When I say nap, I don't mean going to the bed in the afternoon and sleeping for 4 hours and then waking up not knowing where you are, right? And it happens to a lot of us when we say we're going to go have a nap for an hour, and then we find ourselves waking up after 6 hours, and then you ruin your night's sleep, right? It's because the nature of your body, when you exceed a certain amount of time when you're taking the nap, your body gets into a sleep cycle. And when your body gets into a sleep cycle and you interrupt this sleep cycle before having completed a certain steps that the sleep cycle goes through, you're going to have bad quality sleep. That's why usually when you wake up from a nap, very rarely do you feel refreshed and ready to conquer the world. If it's a long 4-hour nap, you wake up and you feel like you're lazy. You don't want to get up, right? That's most people. Of course, some people wake up and they feel energized for any reason. Maybe they have something exciting going on. But scientifically speaking, when you do that, you'll feel more tired. But taking a 10 to 25 minute nap, this is called a power nap. It will not let you into the sleeping cycle, which can ruin your sleep and which can make you even more tired, but it will give you a good boost that you need to be able to concentrate on the next task, or just keep concentrating on the same task you were working on. And of course, you need to sleep enough at night. And of course, again, this is all based on what researchers found out to be the most effective, right? So most of the researchers, they recommend to take a full day of rest, to just sit down and relax and think about all the different stuff that you had, or just not think at all. Just sit down and recharge, because we all need a break, right? Complete mental and physical rest is something crucial that you need. However, if you are, let's say, exercising on a daily basis and waking up on time and sleeping on time, and you have a good diet and you feel like every single day you're good to go and you're energized, then of course you don't need a full day of rest. You might need a couple or 3 hours of rest. That's what I usually do. For example, when I feel like after 2, 3, 4 days of work and I feel like, you know what, I'm getting a bit tired, I would say, okay, I would take 3, 4 hours, maybe go have a lunch with friends and then come back, watch a good movie or go out, right? But you need to make sure that your body is well rested. You need to listen to your body. When your body, for example, when you're at the gym and you feel like your body is so tired, but you force yourself into finishing the entire workout, this will do you bad more than it will do you good. And you can look it up. When your body is saying, stop, I'm tired, you need to listen to your body. Otherwise, you will drain it and it will have an effect on you the other day, the next day, or whatever you wanted to do right after that. If you had a workout and your body felt so tired and you kept pushing your body to finish the workout, you're going to be even more tired, and you go back home and you have something you need to do. Guess what? You won't be able to do it as efficiently as you would have if you didn't burn out yourself during the workout. And that also implies to daily tasks. If you have something that you need to do, if you're writing something or working on something and you feel tired and you keep pressuring yourself. Of course, before, when we talked about not procrastinating, but in this case, we talked about when you genuinely feel tired, you're not procrastinating. Your body is saying, I need to rest to be able to function properly. So what do? You do take a break. Because working for 10 hours straight is not a good idea. Working for 10 hours with 10 minutes or 30 minutes of break between each and every hour, that's better, right? Working 5 hours and taking 10-minute breaks between them, and then taking a power nap after the 5 hours and then continuing your work, that's way better than just sitting there forcing yourself to work, because eventually you'll get sick of it and you won't feel like you want to work anymore. And it's all related to your habits. How much energy you have, how you're feeling. A day of complete rest will get your fuel back and decrease your stress for the remaining week, because if you're working every single day and following out with the tasks, for example, every single day you have deadlines that you put for yourself, this will put stress on you, and stress is always good. It can be a good motivation for you, because when you feel stressed, your body releases adrenaline, right? And this will help you, a small amount of adrenaline, because if you're too stressed, if you have something huge going on, the adrenaline rush is going to be so huge that you won't be able to actually focus. It will do you bad more than it will do you good. But when you have a little bit of stress, it will give you an adrenaline boost that you need, and it will boost your cognitive ability and behavior, and you will be able to focus more. So it's all about good habits eventually. Exercising is not only beneficial to your physical health, but also to your mental health. Your body will release all the stress and therefore give you peace of mind and motivation before you begin with your work. And that's just one example. Exercising also reinforces your willpower. Exercising is good for many different reasons. I'm not going to go through it. Having a good diet will help you concentrate more. There are a lot of different foods that we're going to talk about in later sections that would actually help you concentrate and reinforce your willpower. But for now, what you guys need to keep in mind is that your body has powers. It runs on fuel, just like a car. And whenever you feel like you're on low fuel, you need to recharge. When I say recharge, as I said, you need to take a break, whether it's a full day or a power nap, or a small break between each and every task, or going to the gym, working out, clearing your mind, or sitting down and meditating for 20 minutes and just releasing all this negative stress out and keeping this positive reinforcing stress that you need sometimes for you to be able to focus and stick to the schedule. This is exactly what you need. Focus on your powers. Don't drain and abuse your powers. Use them efficiently, because they can change your life. So in this lecture, we're going to go in depth and talk about adrenaline and dopamine and how you can use them to your favor to boost your cognitive abilities. Now, before we talked about the importance of adrenaline, dopamine, how certain levels of stress can boost the adrenaline and the dopamine with the motivation and the self-esteem, and how these can help you boost your cognitive abilities. But there's much more to it in terms of adrenaline and dopamine that you need to know to use these for your advantage and not use them, because eventually if you overdo it, adrenaline might hurt and dopamine might hurt. And as we talked before, for example, if there's a certain thing that you want to start with and you start talking about it and emphasizing what you're going to do and talking about it a lot, then your mind can't actually get the difference between reality and imagination. And once you start talking about it more and more and more, what's happening is you're getting a dopamine rush inside your brain. That's why people love talking about themselves, because it gives a dopamine rush, because it's raising their self-esteem and their confidence, boosting the dopamine. And in this way, dopamine is not helping you. In the contrary, it's standing between you and your schedule, finishing the task that you have and managing your time properly. So, what do they have in common? When I'm saying what do they have in common, of course, I'm talking about successful people. One thing all successful people have in common is that they're always on the go. You can see them rushing all the time. What is causing that feeling is adrenaline, and the more you have it, the more pressured you feel into taking action. So, of course, we want to talk about how you can harness this power of adrenaline without overdoing it. So, you guys probably heard about stimulants. There are a lot of different stimulants out there in the world, whether it's medication, whether it's coffee, whether it's certain foods. Brain stimulants releases chemicals in your brain to power you with adrenaline at the same time, of course, and dopamine. At the same time, they put you on higher concentration levels. That's why people in the morning usually who get used to coffee, which is a caffeine as a stimulant, they can't focus unless they drink coffee, because they are used to a certain level of stimulation in their brain, a certain level of chemicals. When they don't attain that level of chemicals or stimulation in their brain, they find it a bit difficult to focus. So Stimulants can be used to your favor. However, as we said before, you can't abuse the adrenaline. If you drink too much coffee, you're going to be shaking, like you won't be able to focus. You're going to be fidgeting. And you know, a lot of people who drink, for example, a lot of coffee or a Red Bull, whatever, they become so agitated that they just can't focus. And then you won't have higher concentration. On the contrary, your concentration will be gone. And you need focus in order for you to be able to manage your time and follow through with your schedule. And that's what all successful people, what they have in common is also focus. They have developed the same effect on their own by carefully planning ahead and then rush into finishing their tasks without wasting time. In an interview with Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, they were both sitting $170 billion in one picture. And the reporter asked them a question, what's the key to your success? And they said one thing. They both agreed on one thing, laser focus. If you're not focused, you can't do anything. So, of course, we talked before about a certain level of adrenaline that can help you and boost your cognitive behavior and abilities, certain level of dopamine that can also boost your motivation and your willpower and help you concentrate more. So focusing is one of the most essential things that you need. And there are a lot of different ways for you to be able to harness your focus. As we said before, we talked about medication. In a book called The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, there's this technique used by Tibetan monks to develop focus. And what they did is every single morning they would hold a flower and look at the details of this flower for 15 minutes every single day. And what that does is it develops discipline, because focus it demands discipline. And when you do that, when you sit down and you just watch it for 15 minutes, sit down and just notice the details of anything, you focus on it for 15 minutes without getting distracted, you are developing your focus, you're working on your focus, and you're becoming more and more focused bit by bit. When we talked about the scientific approach of adrenaline and dopamine, remember we said that thoughts can also boost your adrenaline, right? So thoughts over feelings, because sometimes feelings and emotions, they can cause a lot of disturbance for your state, whatever. If you're focused and you have news and you start feeling angry, for example, that will not help you concentrate. Of course, we can't always prevent these things from happening. Sometimes you're going to have some bad news and you're not going to feel really good, or you're not going to feel as focused afterwards, because your thoughts are hazy and you can't focus properly. So don't talk about whatever you want to do, because then you're going to have feelings of success and feelings of euphoria and feelings of happiness that are fake. They are fake feelings. You're tricking your mind into these feelings in a negative way. You're not even tricking your mind to use it in a positive way, like thinking about things that motivate you. You are experiencing and going into thoughts that generate fake feelings, and that will hurt, as we talked about before. So the faster you move, the faster you finish a task, the more energy and time you have for the following task. Because of course, you need to, when I say faster, I don't mean that you need to finish it as fast as possible without paying any attention to how you're doing the task. Of course, you need to move faster, and at the same time you need to be efficient. And that's what we talked before about skills and talents and power. So what's meant by moving fast is not talking about what you have to do for an hour, but doing it, showing instead of talking. That will give you a boost. When you talk about something for an hour, you get these fake feelings and fake thoughts, which will eventually put you down. But if you spend this hour executing, you actually have something concrete to talk about, and that will help you in the meantime and in the long run. No one likes a person who moves slowly, especially at work. The faster you are at finishing a job well, and I'm going to repeat it, finishing a job well. The faster you are at finishing a job well. So don't go fast in a way that's going to hurt the value of your work. Whenever you find yourself doing something of no value when you should be working on an important task, tell yourself to get back to work immediately and just do it. And of course, And of course, we talked about a lot of strategies that can help you understand what's going on in your mind and understand if you are genuinely tired or not, if you're just procrastinating, and how to be able to go by step by step. It's all a chain, as I said before. Time management and mind management is a chain. And if you break one end of this chain, if you remove one piece in this chain, the entire chain might fall apart. If you abuse adrenaline, the entire thing falls apart. If you don't go step by step, the entire thing falls apart. If you don't focus on your priorities, the entire thing falls apart and you won't be able to achieve your goals. So with adrenaline, your vision becomes better. It blocks pain and tiredness, and it boosts your cognitive abilities. So the adrenal glands produce adrenaline by transforming the amino acid tyrosine into dopamine. You guys can read the rest, but basically what it does is the body uses this fuel in fight or flight situations, and in these situations there's high levels of cognitive abilities because you're focusing on a lot of details. So exercise, motivate yourself, introspection, figure out the thoughts that would actually motivate you and give you this boost of adrenaline. Focus on certain foods that can actually help you boost your adrenaline or boost your willpower, and don't abuse it. Don't abuse stimulants, don't abuse workouts, don't abuse thoughts, don't abuse food, because eventually you will crash. Always look at things in moderation for you to be able to manage your time properly. Otherwise, you will lose focus and you won't be able to stick with the plan. So, in this lecture, we're going to talk about a fairly odd concept, which is using procrastination to your favor. Yes, it is possible to use procrastination to your favor. It is actually one of the most important concepts when it comes to time management, because nobody can avoid procrastination all the times. But what you can do is that you can use procrastination to your favor for you to effectively manage your time. So we are all familiar with procrastination and how it can ruin our schedule. You have something to do at 3 p.m. and you decide that, I'm just going to go for a quick jog. And then you come back and then you need to shower and then you need to eat. And then you say, there's this nice show on TV. I'll just watch this real quick and then I'll get to whatever I had to finish at 3 p.m. And before you know it, it's 9:30 at night. You need to brush your teeth and go to bed because you have to wake up early and go to work. And you say, I'll just finish it tomorrow. But you already have a schedule for tomorrow and you have something scheduled at 3 p.m. So what do? You either have to change your schedule, which will ruin your schedule, and you have to write one all over again to be able to finish whatever you had to finish yesterday. Or you'll be able to find some time to spare the next day to be able to achieve whatever you had to achieve the previous day. But that will drain your willpower even more, and it might affect further tasks. So in order for you to know how to use procrastination to your own favor, you need to first ask yourself a question. What are you procrastinating? What do you usually procrastinate the most? And you need to tend to procrastinate the least valuable tasks. So I'll give you an example. You have something crucial to do at 3 p.m. You have something, a task that is one of the 20% critical tasks that you need to do, right? And you feel tired and you want to take a break, which is basically you saying, I want to procrastinate. And as I said, you want to take a break. Maybe you want to go out with friends and you're going to end up wasting a lot of time. And you have another thing that you need to do at 6 p.m. that is not as important. So what do? Well, you procrastinate the least important tasks. It is okay to take a break. If you feel tired at 3 p.m. and you feel like your willpower is getting drained, you don't want to consume all of it. Otherwise, you'll get to the end of the day and you might not be able to finish whatever you had to finish by the end of the day. So
Whatever you had to do at 3 p.m., you just switch it up to 6 p.m. You do the critical 20% first. Even if you had to procrastinate to take a break, don't procrastinate the most important tasks. So you switch it up to 6 p.m. and you end up procrastinating the least important tasks. So this way, you are using procrastination to your favor. As I said, everybody needs a break, but in the same time, you are completing the 20% critical tasks and you're procrastinating the least important or least valuable tasks. Of course, procrastination is procrastination, but this way, it won't be a huge issue that would stand between you and your success. Because even though you are procrastinating sometimes, you are still completing the critical 20% that you need in order for you to achieve your goals. And procrastinating the least important tasks is what is known as creative procrastination, and is one of the most effective techniques of getting your important tasks done. Because scientifically speaking, the reason why procrastination becomes a habit is because it's linked to dopamine receptors in your brain. A lot of times when you procrastinate important tasks, that gives a dopamine rush in your brain and therefore it feels nice. However, when you're using creative procrastination and you procrastinate the least important tasks, in the same time, you are giving your brain this dopamine rush and you're feeling good, you're feeling better. Then when you're going to start with the the critical 20% later on at 6 p.m., you're going to feel better, and therefore you'll be able to put more work and more focus into these tasks, where taming the temptation at 3 p.m. and forcing yourself to sit down and complete this task, you might not complete it as effectively as completing it at 6 p.m. after taking a creative procrastination break. So creative procrastination is, in short, it's creative time management. You are turning a problem into a solution. You're turning an obstacle into a doorway towards success. So what now? Now that you understand the creative procrastination process, what do you have to do? So first, say no. Learn to say no to the least important tasks or activities or events that won't give you any value. Learning to say no is different than just focusing on what matters, which is what we're going to talk about in number 4. Because when I say learn how to say no, is for you to be able to establish this habit of saying no. This will eventually help your willpower. It will harness and enhance your willpower, because saying no will become a habit. Saying no to least important tasks will become a habit. It will become a part of who you are as a person. And second of all, you need to become aware. I talk a lot about these concepts before saying what you have to do, because I want you to know in depth what the problem is and what the solution is, for you to become aware whenever a problem arises in front of you. Whenever, for example, you want to procrastinate on an important task, you'll be aware of it and you'll be able to avoid it. It's introspection. When you're aware of something, it'll be easier for you to spot that at this particular instance, you are doing a mistake. People unconsciously procrastinate without thinking about it, and therefore procrastinate on the tasks that actually matters. And number 3 is to put action into it. You should deliberately procrastinate on the smaller things that aren't as important till you get the most important tasks done first, because also this builds a habit. When you feel like you need to procrastinate, you're tired or whatever, and you say, okay, I'm going to procrastinate, but I'm not going to procrastinate this task because it's important. I'm going to procrastinate another task that is not as important. This will establish a habit in your brain, and automatically, at the long run, you'll be able to procrastinate tasks that are not as important unconsciously without even having to spend using any mental energy for you to make this decision. It'll become natural, automatic. Which brings us to number 4, focus on what matters. In order for you to be able to do all the previous 3, you need to have a focus. You need to, every minute counts. So you should cut down on the activities that won't do you good, like watching Netflix all day or going out with friends every single night, for example. That's, of course, if you have crucial tasks to do. Once you finish the crucial 20%, it's up to you. How do you want to spend your time? It's up to you. But at first, focus on the critical 20%. Say no to the least important tasks at first and focus on the 20%. Become aware whenever a certain pattern is arising. Become aware so you can avoid it. Put it into action. And when you feel like you want to procrastinate and you're tired, don't push yourself a lot because your willpower will get drained and it will affect you in the future. Just say, okay, I'm going to take a break, but I'm going to do this task later on and I'm going to procrastinate on a least important task. And this way, you'll be able to focus on what matters the most. In this lecture, we're going to talk about multitasking. A lot of people look at multitasking in a way that this is something that would save time because I'm finishing many tasks in the same time, which will give me time to focus on the rest of the things that I have on my schedule. When in fact, multitasking can kill your tasks. You need to take it one task at a time. Being productive, the highest level of productivity and performance comes from single-handling every task. Just like driving and texting can kill you, working on multiple tasks will ultimately kill all of these different tasks that you're working on. And according to a new study from Microsoft Corporation, people now generally lose concentration after 8 seconds because of the nature of the fast-paced world and all the different distractions that we have around us, all the different noise that we have around us. And not just that, it takes an average of about 25 minutes, 23 minutes and 15 seconds to be exact, according to research, to return to the original task after an interruption. So, based on that, when you are working on something and then you're multitasking, so you are jumping from one task to the other, you are not focusing at all because getting interrupted from doing one task takes approximately 25 minutes for you to be able to regroup your concentration and get back to the same concentration level you were on before abandoning the task. So when you're multitasking, you're doing 2, 3, 4 things at a time. There's absolutely no concentration, and that's why your performance will be very, very poor. Multitasking can kill your schedule. Let's say you're working on 2 tasks that take 2 hours to finish. If you handle these 2 tasks individually with full concentration, you'll cut the time in half and therefore it takes only an hour maybe to finish both effectively, because not only that it reduces time but also increases the quality of work. It increases your focus. And that's exactly why you need to learn to focus. I talked about in previous lectures about some methods that you can follow to increase your focus. And now I'm talking about what to avoid. You need to avoid multitasking because it can kill your focus, and you get to a point where you're not focused at all because you're used to multitasking always. The ability to start and complete an important task is a result of your discipline. The more self-disciplined you are, the higher the chance of completing a task well, the better your performance is, and the better you'll be able to focus on one task at a time and not fall into the error of multitasking. Depends where your discipline level is at. Based on that, you'll be able to follow through with a plan. But no matter what discipline level you have, always focus on avoiding multitasking. And it happens on a daily basis without us even noticing it. You're downloading something that takes, let's say,
30 minutes to download and you're working on your computer, and every 2-3 minutes you're doing something, and every 2-3 minutes you would go and check how much time is there left for the download to be over. So what you're doing here is, after 2-3 minutes of focusing on something, you didn't even regroup your full attention to focus on it. You're switching your attention towards another thing, and then you're losing focus. And sometimes, of course, you're going to need multitasking because you're going to be crammed with a schedule, and you have a certain time allocated to a certain thing, and you need to multitask. And when you need to do this, when you are forced to do multitasking because of the nature of whatever task or tasks you're doing, try not to be multitasking when you're working on the crucial 20%, or when you're working on the 3 most important tasks that you have, because these are the tasks that require the most concentration. There are a lot of tasks that don't really require a lot of attention. For example, if you are copying a text, if you're just writing a text, copying it, that doesn't demand as much concentration as building a business plan, or drawing your workout program, or whatever you're doing. You need to see how much concentration, how much focus does it need, and how crucial it is. Is it something really important that where you need to focus in order for you to finish it effectively, or can you do it while multitasking without affecting the quality of the work? And lastly, you need to persist and commit. A lot of people have the habit of multitasking, so you need to understand that multitasking can kill your focus and your productivity. And then you need to persist. Every time you feel like you want to multitask on something important, just avoid it. One of the best practices of self-discipline is persistence. The more you persist, the more self-discipline you'll be able to harness. And when you feel tired of completing a task but choose to keep going forward, that is self-discipline. And doing that over and over and over again will create this habit of persisting, and it will create this habit of reinforcing your self-discipline, because once you decide on something, you follow through with it, and that builds your self-discipline. And therefore, when you are disciplined, you'll be able to focus, you'll be able to follow a schedule, you'll be able to stop all the different behaviors like multitasking that are standing between you and the tasks that you need to accomplish. And then you'll be able to manage your time way, way better.